Ben. Que la n'ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Comme il est 11h05, conformément à l'ordre adopté en 2017, la Chambre...
On Tuesday, February 21st, the House will now move on to private members' business according to the projected order of business.
Consideration of motion M105 concerning amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, standing in the name of Ms. Sgro.
Ms. Sgro, seconded by Mr. Drouin, moves that in light of the death of over 1,000 Canadians each year, including the tragic loss of the Honourable Maurice Bélanger, former MP for Ottawa-Vanier, on August 16, 2016, as a consequence of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, the House, A, reiterate its desire and commitment to, in collaboration with provincial and territorial stakeholders, combat ALS via research and awareness, and B, call upon the government to increase funding for ALS research and to substantially increase national efforts to develop and launch a comprehensive strategy to assist with the eradication of ALS at the earliest opportunity. Debate. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To paraphrase the great Lou Gehrig, today I feel like the luckiest person in the world. And I say this because for the first time in my 18-year federal legislative career, I am rising to debate a private member's motion in my own name. It took a long time to get here. And I am excited by the opportunity to use this legislative tool to shine a light on something as important as ALS, often referred to as Lou Gehrig's disease. It is with humility and honor that I rise to launch the debate on Motion 105, and in doing so, it is my hope that all members in this place will stand together and pass M105 without delay. I appreciate that the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell has seconded this motion, and I am hopeful that members in all parties will support M105 as a way of standing with all those suffering with ALS. You see, more than 1,000 Canadians die each year because of ALS, and all are robbed of their freedom while being slowly trapped within their own bodies. Their physical decline is dramatic, and their families can do little but sit back and wait for the end. Certainly those of us in this House have known many with ALS, and we have watched as these brave men and women did battle with a relentless foe. It was less than a year ago that the Honourable Maurice Bélanger, suffering the effects of ALS, presided over this House as an honorary speaker. He had been diagnosed with ALS in the fall of 2015. At what should have been a time of celebration for him and his family, it turned out to be a somber realization that his world was about to change profoundly and that his time was running out. Worse yet, his wife Catherine and their children were forced to sit back and watch as Maurice first lost his voice, then his strength, and eventually his fight against ALS. But Maurice was not alone. Many of us in this place will remember Richard Wackett, Brian Parsons, and even our former clerk, William Corbett. Each of these people contributed so much to this place and to Canada. Yet they were struck down without warning, reason, and without mercy. In the wake of these tragic losses, and hundreds of others, colleagues such as the member for Dufferin-Caledon, the member for Cape Breton-Canso, and even the Prime Minister have all made emotional statements in the House in support of the fight against ALS. I can even confirm that our Prime Minister, the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Leader of the NDP, the MP for Portage Lisgar, the Treasury Board President, and many more have accepted the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge and took the plunge against ALS. Together, we helped raise more than $19 million for ALS research. A significant accomplishment, but we need to think longer term. Put another way, our parliamentary family has been deeply touched by ALS and members have responded, all members in this House and all parties, by raising awareness and money. M105 is the next step in our fight against ALS. We know that ALS is an unforgiving and brutal disease that gradually paralyzes the body. Someone in otherwise good health will gradually lose the ability to talk, to move, to eat, to swallow, and eventually breathe. Right now, there are approximately 3,000 Canadians living with ALS. And that reason that number is not bigger is because 80% of the people with ALS die within 2 to 5 years of their diagnosis. And as we saw in Muril's case, sometimes it is significantly less than that. But let's talk about Muril for a moment. Muril's journey with ALS was highly visible due to his role as a Member of Parliament, but shines a light on not only what it looks like to have the disease, but also the circle of family members, friends, and colleagues who are affected when someone is diagnosed with ALS. The mobility and communication needs of someone diagnosed with ALS are great and have a tremendous financial burden on everyone involved. It is estimated that ALS has a minimum cost to families of somewhere between $150,000 to $250,000. This does not include the loss of salary that often comes about when a family member leaves their job to care for their loved one full-time, which is usually required. Families faced with an ALS diagnosis must make difficult decisions that attempt to balance the desire for a good quality of life with the cost of achieving that. For example, many people diagnosed with ALS prefer to live at home rather than a care facility. But staying at home frequently requires modifications to accommodate wheelchairs, bathroom aids, lifts, and beds, not to mention the nursing care that is required for someone who is increasingly paralyzed. For families whose loved one has ALS, these decisions have financial and emotional implications that last long after ALS has taken that person's life. Well, there are about 3,000 Canadians living with ALS at any one time. The broader circle of people affected, of course, is much larger. It is fair to say that in each of our ridings, people are dying of ALS and their family members' lives are changed forever because ALS has a lasting financial and emotional impact. ALS kills nearly 1,000 Canadians each year, and a similar number are diagnosed with ALS each year. This creates a revolving door of people who have a disease with no cure and no effective treatment. A disease that limits their remaining days in more ways than one, because not only has their life been significantly shortened, it has also been changed by a host of new needs as their mobility declines and their ability to communicate lessens. Canadians with ALS have said their experience with the disease is like being buried alive or dying in slow motion. It is hard to believe that today, in 2017, that there is still no cure. There are also no effective treatments, and the causes of the disease are unknown. Fewer than 10% of ALS cases are inherited from a family member, meaning that at least 9 out of 10 people diagnosed with ALS develop it seemingly at random. Each one of us in this room has a 1 in 400 chance of being diagnosed with ALS over the course of our lives, which brings me to why research is so important. It is one of the few things that people and families affected by ALS can be hopeful about. Research may not change their own path, but they fervently hope that it will change the path for others who will be diagnosed in the future. Globally, there has been more progress in ALS research in the last 5 years than in the last 100 years. Most leading researchers and clinicians in the field believe we have the tools today to at least understand how ALS is caused. This means there is tremendous potential for the development of effective treatments for the first time ever. But the limitation to developing these treatments, of course, is resources. Resources in the form of research investment. Historically in Canada, ALS research has been funded at approximately $1.5 to $2 million per year through the ALS Society of Canada. There are no other significant Canadian funding mechanisms that are focused exclusively on ALS research. As I have already mentioned, the Ice Buckets Challenge was a huge success, but without an ongoing and sustainable funding mechanism, Canada's ALL research efforts will soon return to traditional funding levels. That means that we are at risk of losing the research momentum at a time when ALS research holds more promise than ever before. So many members participated in that challenge, and in doing so, were part of a tremendous movement that is helping to advance ALS research and provide support and care to people living with the disease. M105, as I said earlier, is the next step. On the day that Muriel presided over this House, our Prime Minister Trudeau and the other party leaders all encouraged Canadians to support the organizations that are working to find a cure for ALS. Since then, an all-party ALS caucus has been created to better understand the care and research challenges that ALS presents, as well as opportunities to address them. Today, I'm calling on all members to live up to that promise. The first part of my motion asks that the House continue its commitment to ALS research and awareness, working with stakeholders in our provinces and territories. Besides being the only significant funding mechanism dedicated to ALS research across Canada, the ALS Society of Canada is part of a network of ALS societies with a provincial presence. I support the government's ongoing work with ALS societies across Canada, especially as it strives to maximize our impact towards making ALS a treatable, non-terminable disease. So often things that we debate here in this place are divisive. M105, of course, is not divisive. It is not complex. It does not place one party over another. Imagine the ability for Canadians to be part of a global legacy that could change the meaning of an ALS diagnosis. By investing in ALS research, we could help make that change happen. Families coping with an ALS diagnosis deserve so much more, so much better than the reality that they are currently facing. And as Canadians, we simply cannot afford to lose any momentum for ALS research. I urge every member of this House to give this motion your full support. Your commitment to ALS awareness, research funding, and a comprehensive strategy for the disease will give hope to many people in all our constituencies. We are so very close to treatment breakthroughs for ALS. Help Canada to be a leader in changing the outcome of an ALS diagnosis from terminal to treatable. Thank you all very, very much for your consideration.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't really have a question other than to congratulate the member for an excellent summary of the problem that people that have ALS, as she may know, I have a private member's bill outstanding to make June amyotrophic lateral sclerosis month, and I hope to, if I ever get a chance to do it, I will hope to do that. But she gave an excellent summary of the problems and how we have an obligation to make the public aware of this terrible disease. We saw Muriel and the problems that he had. Actually, I've never seen someone the disease move so fast as it did with him. Normally it takes, on the average, it takes about four years, but his, it seemed to just come out of nowhere. But thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to congratulate the member for her excellent speech.
The honourable member for Humber River Blackfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to say to my member, if I can be of any help somehow getting your motion moved up or your bill moved up, it would be wonderful through the Speaker that I need to mention that. And again, through the Speaker, anything we could do to designate June as the ALS month to, again, try to bring awareness. And that's what it's about. $19 million from the Ice Bucket Challenge went a long way in helping the research in partnership with so many other places. Israel and the U.S. are making significant strides in this, but it needs more money, more help, and more leadership. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague on both, I think, a very important motion and on a passionate and well-thought-out speech. My question is going to focus, though, on action that we can take. In the 2017 pre-budget submission, the ALS Society of Canada made some specific recommendations to this government for the 2017 budget, which will be coming up in a matter of weeks. They asked that the federal government invest $25 million over 5 years to maintain the momentum built through the Ice Bucket Challenge and partnership with Brain Canada and the Canada Brain Research Fund, and they asked the federal government to invest $10 million to allow every Canadian currently living with ALS, it's about 3,000 Canadians, and every stored sample from those who have passed an opportunity to contribute their sample to Project Mini, which is an independent large-scale genome research project, hopefully to find the genetic mutations linked to ALS and identify possible treatments. Can my honourable colleague tell me, is she confident that her Liberal government will actually make these recommendations and will see those commitments in this budget coming up so that we can back up these words with action?
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
To thank my colleague for his comments and his commitment to issues like this that I know he cares very much about. And may I say that there's been more progress done in the last 5 years than in the last 100 years. And that has come as a result of exactly what we've done in this House with raising the awareness, the things like the Ice Bucket Challenge, our personal support and donations in our ridings to the ALS societies, and the continued focus on trying to find a cure for this. And I'm confident that as we continue to move forward in working on this together, these are important issues that have affected some of us specifically. Muriel was my seatmate and my colleague for many years. The disease attacked him, as my previous colleague said, with just devastating timelines. And we've seen him in the House deteriorate to an enormous degree very, very quickly, and I doubt that any of us would ever forget that. And so I would hope that all of us will keep that in mind as we move forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I did want to start off my comments today by thanking the member from Humber Valley Black Creek for bringing this issue forward, but also my colleague from Dufferin-Caledon for raising awareness. Madam Speaker, this is a devastating disease affecting approximately 2,500 to 3,000 Canadians over the age of 18 that are currently living with ALS and over 200,000 individuals worldwide. These individuals experience a loss of mobility, a decline in breathing, difficulty eating and drinking, and slurred speech, or sometimes, Madam Speaker, even the complete loss of speech. While some suffering with this incurable disease may live longer than others, ALS is usually fatal within 2 to 5 years after diagnosis. Madam Speaker, there's still so much work to be done and research to be done to help reverse this disease, and ultimately what we would all like to see is find a cure. And I think I speak for most people when I say that the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge in 2014 played a massive role in raising awareness about the disease. I know, Madam Speaker, myself as a professional, I'm a chiropractor, and my first experience with ALS was early in the 1990s. A friend of mine who I served with, in the St. Mary's Knights of Columbus, we had shared our Irish background, so we had some good fellowship over the years, but he married late in life and had a young family and his wife. And when I heard about him getting diagnosed with ALS, it really brought it home, because I could see, something that you hear about is Lou Gehrig disease, but to see it firsthand and see it personally, how fast and how real and how devastating this condition is, and the real effect on family and community really brings it home. The public awareness, the Ice Bucket Challenge campaign went viral on social media with celebrities, athletes, politicians, and all our friends and neighbors taking part. And I bring this up because prior to the 2014 ALS Ice Bucket Challenge, the awareness of ALS really was quite limited. Those who did know about the disease referred to it as Lou Gehrig's disease after the famous New York Yankees player who came up publicly with his battle in 1939. The importance of raising awareness through social media proves effective because following the Ice Bucket Challenge, the ALS Association raised an additional $100 million, and the ALS Society of Canada raised an additional $26 million. And this additional research funding led to some extremely valuable research. And as my colleague said, the last 5 years, it's been really accelerated. Recently, a third gene has been identified as a cause for the disease, which goes to show that raising public awareness and ensuring funding is available to researchers, progress can be made to find a cure. In 2013, Project Mini was initiated by 2 ALS patients. Madam Speaker, it's a research project which aims to map out the full DNA profiles of approximately 15,000 individuals with ALS and 7,500 control subjects with the hopes of identifying genes that are associated with ALS and ultimately lead to developing treatment. This large-scale genetic research is unprecedented and will require both public awareness and, of course, important funding. On January 20th, 2017, Canada became the 17th country to join this research project. The ALS Society of Canada is leading fundraising efforts and seeking to sequence up to 1,000 genomes, with 4 of Canada's leading ALS geneticists coming together in their first ever cross-country collaboration. 4 other Canadian ALS clinics have also come together to collect and store blood samples being used for research, including the GF Strong Rehabilitation Center's ALS Center in Vancouver, the Sunnybrook Health and Sciences Center ALS Clinic in Toronto, the ALS program at the Montreal Neurological Institute and Hospital, and the ALS Clinic at the CHU de Quebec. As of today, Madam Speaker, 7% of Canada's goal has been reached. With 62 DNA profiles are good for a month's While 62 DNA profiles are good for a month's work, it is vital that this important research initiative be discussed publicly so that more people, especially Canadians, can participate or donate. As for the status of the project as a whole, Madam Speaker, 7,963 DNA profiles have been collected so far, with the goal of collecting 22,500 DNA profiles. Madam Speaker, there's still a lot of work to be done. But as we can all see, countries around the world are coming together to find a cure. Madam Speaker, I am happy to support M105. I believe that we should be using our resources to help advance research for diseases such as ALS. Madam Speaker, our Conservative Party has always been a strong advocate for neurological research, and we've always supported the need for more ALS research. In 2011, Brain Canada was created, with the previous Conservative government investing $100 million over 7 years. This includes $10 million to the ALS Society of Canada through Brain Canada to stimulate research relevant to ALS. Madam Speaker, I was so happy to see the Minister of Finance invest up to $20 million in additional matching funds to Brain Canada in Budget 2016, and I hope that it will continue to be a national nonprofit organization that the government invests in. Madam Speaker, we as parliamentarians saw how rapidly this disease can progress. Our colleague, the late member from Ottawa-Vanier, was diagnosed with ALS in November 2015. We saw his courage. We saw him try to persevere and remain in the House of Commons as much as he could and representing his constituents. We saw him live out a day as the Speaker of the House, a moment, Madam Speaker, I think that brought us all closer. Madam Speaker, we saw this awful disease rapidly take over his body and his speech. I don't think there's a member in the House who would not agree that action needs to be taken to ensure that a cure for ALS is found. Madam Speaker, there is hope. Living with ALS should not be the end. We know progress has been made and is still being made every single day. 400,000 people around the world are affected by the disease, and with more than 100,000 dying every single year. 100,000, Madam Speaker, died every single year. We need to understand that while millions have been raised for ALS, portions of these funds are allocated to help patients and their families who typically spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to care for a loved one. And this is a struggle for most families, Madam Speaker. ALS Canada's provincial chapters use portion of donations to help these families access care in their community and provide specialized equipment to ALS patients. We must all remember, Madam Speaker, that ALS does not just affect the individuals, but it affects the families and the friends as well. There's nothing worse than watching a person you love and care about progressively get weaker, lose their speech, and eventually become immobilized. Unfortunately, unlike many other diseases, Madam Speaker, there is no survivorship. There are currently no anniversaries to celebrate the day that an individual beats ALS. As Dr. Lauren Zinman, a neurologist who is at the head of the ALS clinic at Sunnybrook Health Science Centre in Toronto, stated, there are so many smart people working on this disease now, and it has the necessary attention. And all the community is really excited about a breakthrough in the hopefully not too distant future. The day for a cure is not an impossible expectation, Madam Speaker. We've seen breakthroughs with HIV/AIDS, cancer, and many other once fatal diseases. These diseases have become manageable thanks to research and commitment and government investment. And I believe that researchers are on the right path, Madam Speaker. And if we, as a country, continue to support projects such as Project Mini and continue to support our researchers, I believe, Madam Speaker, ALS will be a disease of the past. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am proud to rise today as health critic for the New Democrat and on behalf of all my New Democrat colleagues to stand in support of motion M105 and to speak to the importance of addressing amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, more commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease or ALS. I also want to again express my congratulations and thanks to the member from Humber River Black Creek for her support in this area and hard work in bringing this important issue before this House. ALS has devastating effects on the many individuals it affects directly, on their families and caregivers, and on our entire public health care system. It is a disease that doesn't discriminate. In its most common form, it arrives unexpectedly and can affect anyone, regardless of ethnicity, gender, or age. Its impacts are keenly felt by all Canadian communities, including our very own here on Parliament Hill. All of us remember our colleague Maurice Bélanger's courageous public struggle with ALS. Mr. Bélanger was diagnosed with ALS following the 2015 federal election, and it was especially difficult to know that at the very moment that he hoped to live out his dream of being elected Speaker of this chamber, he was struggling to find his voice. He sent a note to his colleagues announcing he had been diagnosed in the fall of 2015, and he passed away this last August. This shows how sudden and rapid the pathology of this disease can be. But Mr. Bélanger did not go quickly in terms of the impact he made, and nor was he silenced. Mr. Bélanger was the first MP to use a voice generator on the job. He took advantage of the tool in January 2016 to introduce a private member's bill to make the English lyrics to O Canada gender neutral. He also used the computerized voice from his iPad in March 2016 to carry his remarks when he served as honorary Speaker of this House. By that time, Mr. Bélanger needed assistance to walk. He thanked his colleagues for the great privilege before he was helped out of the Speaker's chair. My colleague, the member from Outremont, called this a rare moment of grace in our parliamentary institutions. Let us seize this moment to commemorate Mr. Bélanger's passionate voice and to work together towards finding a cure for this deadly disease. Let us honour our colleague and ensure that all Canadians have access to high quality and compassionate and effective care. This motion calls on the House to reiterate its commitment to combat ALS, to increase funding for medical research and awareness campaigns, and to develop a comprehensive national strategy to assist with the eradication of this disease. Now, New Democrats support this motion. We have a long, proud tradition of advocating for federal leadership on healthcare issues. Indeed, among our party's foundational pillars stands a commitment to expanding healthcare and ensuring that all Canadians have access to the treatments and medicines they need when they need them, no matter where they live, no matter their economic circumstance, and no matter their background. Now, ALS is a progressive neurodegenerative disease that destroys nerve cells that control muscles, leading to disability. The living wires which connect the brain to the patient's muscles degenerate, leading to a loss of mobility, speech, and to the gradual paralysis of the muscles of the throat and diaphragm as the patient loses the ability to swallow, cough, and breathe. It is a terminal illness. It does not have a cure nor an effective treatment. Currently, approximately 3,000 Canadians are living with ALS. Every year, 1,000 will succumb to the disease and 1,000 will be newly diagnosed. The lifespan after diagnosis is on average 2 to 5 years. ALS is inherited in 5 to 10% of cases. In most people with familial ALS, their children have a 50-50 chance of developing the disease. In its most common form, there is no known cause. ALS can affect anyone, with many people being struck down by the disease in the primes of their lives. However, the risk increases as individuals grow older. So as Canada's population ages, Madam Speaker, it is becoming increasingly more important that we prepare our healthcare system and our communities for the inevitable rise in the number of Canadians suffering from ALS and other age-related illnesses. Now, some of the early signs and symptoms of ALS include difficulty walking or doing normal activities, weakness in leg, feet, ankles, and hands, trouble swallowing and eating, muscle cramps and twitching in arms, shoulders, and tongue. Most people with ALS will also develop trouble speaking over time. This usually starts as occasional mild slurring of words, but progresses to become more severe. Speech eventually becomes more difficult for others to understand, and people with ALS must rely on other communication technologies to communicate. For many with the disease, losing their voice is closely connected with loss of autonomy and self-identity. Most of us will recall the 2014 Ice Bucket Challenge, co-funded by Pete Freitz, in part to raise awareness of these impacts. Through broad public initiatives such as that, Canadians came together in an unprecedented way to support ALS research and care, resulting in $17 million being raised. $11.5 million of those funds were dedicated to research and then matched with $10 million by Brain Canada, a conduit of the federal government's Canada Brain Research Fund. Now, due to a Canada Brain Research Fund allocation deadline of March 2017, the funds from the current ALS Canada partnership will be fully invested by 2016, and the momentum that we have created will become difficult to maintain. Continuing these programs is critical to creating a world where ALS is a treatable disease, perhaps even prevented. The programs currently operating in this partnership with Brain Canada consist of Hudson grants, Discovery grants, and Career Transition Awards. Now, in its submission to the 2017 pre-budget consultations, the ALS Society of Canada recommended to this government some concrete action they'd like to see taken. First, they would ask that the federal government invest $25 million over 5 years, that's $5 million per year, to maintain the momentum built through the Ice Bucket Challenge and partnership with Brain Canada and the Canada Brain Research Fund. Second, they have asked this federal government to invest $10 million to allow every Canadian living with ALS and every stored sample from those who have passed an opportunity to contribute that sample to Project Mini, an independent large-scale whole genome research project. A prominent Canadian-backed initiative, Project Mini plans to map the complete DNA profiles of 15,000 people with ALS, along with 7,500 people who don't have ALS, being a control group, to create a database of genetic information on the disease. They will then compare that data from the ALS participants and the non-ALS participants and hopefully find the genetic mutations linked to ALS. Once they find those, hopefully we can find possible treatments. Now, the Canadian component of Project Mini brings together 4 of Canada's leading ALS geneticists in Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, and Quebec City for their first ever cross-country collaboration. Each has led or been part of international consortia that have resulted in some of the most important genetic discoveries in the field. They also represent a geographical balance that provides a collaborative set of Canadian samples representative of ALS cases across the country. That's Dr. Nicholas Dupre, Dr. Ian McKenzie, Dr. Ekaterina Regeva, and Dr. Guy Rouleau are leading this research. Now, other collaborators in Canada's Project Mini effort are the ALS clinics, who will collect and in some cases store the blood samples being used for the initiative. Potential ALS clinic partners that have been identified to date are the GF Strong Rehabilitation Centre's ALS Centre in Vancouver, the Sunnybrook Health Sciences Centre ALS Clinic in Toronto, the ALS program at the Montreal Neurological Institute and Hospital, and the ALS clinic at the CHU de Quebec. In essence, ALS research has come further in the last 5 to 7 years than in the previous century, and researchers are hopeful for a continued acceleration of knowledge leading to an effective treatment. As of 2017, most of the leading researchers and clinicians in the field believe they now have the tools required to understand how ALS is caused, which will ultimately lead to treatments for this fatal disease. They're waiting for this Liberal government to help them by committing those funds in this budget. We have to do more. Just as Mr. Bélanger's work in this Parliament continues to this day, we must commit ourselves to working together to find a cure for this deadly disease. Finally, Madam Speaker, to those who have lost a loved one to ALS, we grieve with you, and we remain steadfast in our commitment to ending ALS. To those supporting a loved one living with ALS, we pledge to support you. And to those living with ALS, we are with you. We will not give up until we find an effective treatment and make ALS a disease of the past. New Democrats will do everything we can to make these three objectives a reality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Madame la Présidente, je suis fier de...
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to rise in the House this morning to talk about the motion brought forward by my colleague, the member for Humble River Black Creek. This motion seeks to shed light on this terrible disease, ALS. Every one of us in this House has witnessed what this disease can do to human beings because we saw what happened to our honourable colleague, Maurice Bélanger. I will always remember the meetings that we had during the campaign at Maurice's house on Monday nights at 9 p.m. Maurice would always take the time to feed us because he knew that we had had long days knocking on doors. For those who knew him, Maurice always said exactly what he thought. At the beginning of these meetings, Maurice would be the way he always was. He would express himself strongly, although at the end he spoke less. His voice was not as strong as it had been before. I thought, well, you know, a long campaign has an effect on people, even seasoned veterans. Later, I saw him at an event, and he'd completely lost his voice. I thought, well, he must be losing his voice because he was speaking so loudly every day during the campaign. But this was just my way of rationalizing the situation and thinking that Maurice didn't have a serious disease. But we know what happened. I witnessed what ALS can do to people.
Maurice had the courage to share his journey with all of us in this chamber. I did not know much about this disease, except that Professor Stephen Hawking was diagnosed with ALS and somehow managed to survive. Sadly, this was the only exposure to ALS I've had much of my life. And then a few years back, the Ice Bucket Challenge happened. We participated, gave money, and then the ALS issue faded. Madam Speaker, we have an all-party ALS caucus, which I proudly chair. I was interested in this issue because I witnessed what happened to our friend and thought I needed to make a difference. I was even more determined when ALS Society of Canada informed me that their community is always 3,000 individuals diagnosed with ALS. Nearly 1,000 die each year in Canada. This fact makes it hard for ALS Society of Canada to raise funds and cultivate champions within their community, as they will most likely die of the disease within 2 to 5 years. Unlike cancer, there are no survivors. And speaking of champions, I want to acknowledge Mrs. Carol Skinner, who was at our first ALS meeting. I want to thank her for sharing her story with us and for not giving up. I also want to acknowledge her husband and the 2,999 other families out there who are supporting their loved ones, because we know that 80% of the burden of care is shouldered by a family member. The cost on families can range from $150,000 to $250,000, and that's not counting the loss of revenues should the diagnosis result in a loss of employment. We also know that 80% of those diagnosed with ALS will die within 2 to 5 years. I now know that Stephen Hawking is part of the lucky 10% who get to survive 10 years or longer. We also know that only 10% of those diagnosed with ALS is attributed to family genes. But sadly, Madam Speaker, that's all we know for the cause of ALS. Doctors can determine the cause of ALS for only 5 to 10% of patients. The rest, we do not know, for now. Madam Speaker, research is the most significant lever that we have to give a chance for those who are diagnosed with ALS to survive. That is why I support the motion. Research is the only way to increase the likelihood of finding a cure and increasing survival rates. We know this is true. For example, cancer survival rates for all cancers went up from 53 to 60% in approximately 15 years. And that's not factoring all the progress that's been made over the past century. And that's all because of research. Furthermore, the leading experts and clinicians believe they have the tools required to effectively understand how ALS is caused because of the research done in the past 5 years. That is more research combined in the last 100 years. But more needs to be done. For example, Project Mind, which aims to profile 15,000 individuals with ALS and 7,500 control subjects worldwide, will provide targets to researchers. Essentially, it will allow researchers to adapt a ready, aim, fire strategy as opposed to a ready, fire strategy. If we don't know the cause, it's extremely hard to identify the cure or provide targeted medicine. Most ALS researchers believe the limitation to developing treatments is resources in the form of research investments. Of the 30-plus genes known to play a role in the development of ALS, very few have been examined in detail by more than one research facility in the world. Leading experts in ALS research know there are multiple genetic factors that contribute to people developing ALS, and it is often a combination of these factors that leads to the diagnosis. They also know that it is possible for the genetic mutations to show up in healthy individuals, but they never lead to developing ALS. It is for this reason that Project Mind will look into the genetic profiles of 15,000 ALS patients worldwide. This will allow to get a better understanding of the genetic difference and mutations that have a strong causal effect on individuals developing ALS, therefore increasing the chance of identifying the specific cause and eventually a cure. I want to applaud the ALS Society of Canada for taking part in this study. It is a global effort, and I am glad to see Canada will be participating. Our diversity in Canada will provide better sampling in this global initiative. The project in Canada is currently funded at 36%. All the funding comes from grassroots fundraising campaigns. I hope governments will come to the table to at least bring the total project cost to 50%. This would greatly accelerate Canada's participation. The project worldwide was officially launched in 2013. It is up to us to decide how quickly we will get this done in Canada. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to elaborate on this subject that members of Parliament have been lobbying on for quite some time now in regards to ALS, and that is the right to try legislation. I actually want to thank the Member of Parliament for Humber River Black Creek for not including this in her motion, as this would have caused me to rethink my support. I agree with the objectives in the proposed bill that we've seen. Essentially, we need to find a better way to get pharmaceutical research to market in order to ensure that patients can benefit from it. But, Madam Speaker, the no liability clause in the proposed bill, which would effectively remove all responsibility from the sponsor of the drug, is certainly not the proper way to move forward on this. The sponsor must continue to bear responsibility. There is a better path forward, and that path involves more dollars for research, and that is the reason why I support this motion. I know it can be easy for me to say, as I don't face a terminal illness. In fact, if I were in that position, I would try every avenue to find a cure. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that many terminal ill patients have been taken advantage of in the past. In many cases, it killed them before their time or caused them even more illness. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, some of the false hopes that are given to certain communities because of this so-called miracle treatment are despicable. We only have to think of the recent example with those diagnosed with MS and the CCSVI treatment. Having said this, Madam Speaker, I want to applaud the work Jeff Perot of Adaptive Canuck ALS Foundation has done and his determination to advocate for the rest of his life for what he believes is right. He is, in my mind, a great advocate for those who have been diagnosed with ALS. I do recognize that we need to find a better way to access innovative medicine wherever it may become available in the world. We just need to ensure the patient is always front and center in these decisions. Madam Speaker, we are close to finding a positive path for those who are diagnosed with ALS. For this to happen, we need to continue to advocate for more research investment dollars, raise awareness, and provide a leadership role in Canada. We need a coordinated approach in Canada that rewards horizontal information sharing. Once again, I want to thank my honourable colleague for bringing this important motion forward. This is our Ice Bucket Challenge, and I encourage and challenge all members of this House to support this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very pleased to rise in support of the member from Humber River Black Creek's motion M105, which calls on this House not only to reiterate support for ALS research and awareness, but also calls on the government to increase funding for ALS research and develop a national strategy for the eradication of ALS. We all know someone who has been struck by this disease. Right in the House, of course, we watched ALS take one of our own, the Honourable Muriel Belanger, just last year. And I'd be remiss if I didn't take time in this debate to send our thoughts and prayers to Mr. Belanger's family and to our colleagues across the way. I still look back at Mr. Belanger's day as Speaker as one of the more memorable moments I've spent in this House. The cheers from all sides of the House and, of course, the pride Mr. Belanger displayed as he took his place in the Speaker's chair. A dear friend of mine lost her father to ALS years back. He was a Justice of the Peace at Edmonton and served his community without fail in that role. Despite running across a rogues gallery of Edmontonians appearing before him for bail hearings every day, he never had a bad word to say about his service to the city. In the early 90s, when I left Edmonton to hunt for work, he helped take care of my home in my absence, mowing the lawn and helping take care of my dog without any expectation of a return favor. After the disease had taken its toll and he knew it was his time, his final request was simply to be brought back to his home to pass surrounded by his family. Debilitating diseases like ALS affect our communities in various ways. Healthcare is always a hot-button issue, particularly health transfers, as we know that it's been in the forefront of political discussion in the last few months. From accessibility to community support to program funding and resources, we hear from people at all levels. I know my office, no doubt like many other MPs here, work with constituents that need access to caregiving and are seeking help to find regional resources. And as is often the case, are looking for more support from a system that may not be best equipped to handle changing demographics and demand. Discussions like the one we're having today are essential for establishing an action plan for community organizations that serve those living with debilitating conditions. Approximately 3,000 Canadians live with ALS, a disease with no known cause, no genetic predispositions, and upon diagnosis gives a sufferer an average life expectancy of just 2 to 5 years. ALS can hit anyone at any time in their life. While the average onset is 40 to 60 years, there are people under the age of 20 being diagnosed. It's important that we make sure organizations serving the communities we represent have the best information, the right experts, and the appropriate tools to help the people that rely on them for their help. Despite knowing what we do about the disease, there's still much to learn. There's no way to detect the disease early, no treatment to delay the development of the disease, and no new drugs emerge. While new drugs emerge constantly, there's no new cure. Further research into neurological disorders, brain injuries, and general brain sciences may open new doors on how we approach ALS treatment and maybe even detection. A report done a few years ago out of Boston University noted a potential connection between brain injury and ALS. It was found that some former athletes all shared an abnormal protein in their brains and spinal cords, all had a history of repeated brain trauma, and several had been diagnosed with ALS before their death. When I read of this study, I couldn't help but to think of a friend and former war colleague of mine who we lost to ALS. He had played college football at Brigham Young University with future NFL star Steve Young as his teammate. My friend was always quick to point out that he was a third stringer and that Steve Young was too busy with the attention of fans and young women that comes with being a starting quarterback to even talk to my friend. Upon diagnosis, my colleague decided to live out his years to the fullest. He remarried, attended several, and I note several Super Bowls, and traveled the world to golf. He never let his condition change him or get him down, and making sure his golfing buddies still razzed him when he made a bad swing or fell over in a sand trap. I'm always left to wonder if his years of college football played a part in the disease that took him. More research in these areas may help us determine what lifestyle factors, if any, contribute to a higher risk of developing this disease. In 2013, our previous government launched funding for concussion and brain injury research. It's a good start. It's my hope that the current government continues on this path for the sake of our kids, our friends, even my friends across the aisle who are still playing contact sports. This kind of research also helps organizations like the ALS Society of Canada to determine what areas they need to focus on for the people that look out or to look to them for help. For parents, spouses, family members who are living with and are supporting someone with ALS, it can be a struggle to find the resources and community support they need to help their loved one. Caregivers can be struck with various challenges when caring for someone who needs full-time support. These challenges include stress, social withdrawal, depression, high blood pressure, sleep deprivation, as well as financial strain and job insecurity. Caregivers are expected to power through some of the most emotionally and physically exhausting situations, all while making sure they're giving a high standard of care to the person they love. ALS comes with many challenges. One being that family caregivers are often young themselves, forcing them to take a leave of absence or quit their jobs to care for a loved one. Without the appropriate resources, or at least without knowing where to get those resources, the financial burden on a family caregiver can rapidly increase. The ALS Society of Alberta notes that a person with ALS can require equipment and care valued at more than $240,000. For someone who is overwhelmed with these new care responsibilities, the new financial realities for health equipment and nursing, and the question of how they'll be able to pay day-to-day expenses like rent, mortgages, and bills can be devastating. It can be argued that these issues are the jurisdiction of the provincial health policy, but we still have a duty to help our constituents when they come to our office looking for help. To bring these concerns forward and hopefully develop evidence-based policies as a response to the needs of the people we hear from. Private members' business is an essential part of our parliamentary process, which is why historically votes on matters like this motion before us today are free votes left to the discretion of the individual member, regardless of political stripe. It's here within this legislative and procedural framework that we can seek and find support for issues like this on a nonpartisan and supportive manner. It allows for cooperation, lets us as individual members branch off beyond our respective parties' interests and serve the interests of the people who elected us. We have numerous motions like M105 that are before us in the House right now. One motion in particular from the member for Niagara Falls, who is working in partnership with the member for Don Valley West, calls for developing a national Alzheimer's and dementia strategy. We had one introduced from the member for Edmonton Manning that unfortunately didn't pass for what I can only imagine were political reasons, given the bill would have helped thousands, if not millions, of Canadians, present and future, in accessing safe and efficient organ donation. The member for Edmonton Manning has himself saved a life by donating an organ, so he knows what a national donor registry could have meant for those in need. He had the support of many national organizations, but his worthy bill was voted down in a whipped vote. Just last week, the government voted down a private member's bill put forward from a member from the NDP. The bill would have allowed small business owners passing down the business to family and be treated the same tax-wise as if he sold to a complete stranger. A worthy bill that would supported small families and small farms and businesses that had the support of the Conservatives, the NDP, and the Bloc, yet was voted down. I hope members on the government side will take note of the support given by members of both the Conservative and the NDP opposition to Motion 105 and other worthy private members' business, and in the future vote for what is right and not for what is just politically expedient. I know constituents in my riding agree with enhancing research and awareness for ALS and other debilitating conditions. The Ice Bucket Challenge, perhaps one of the first viral fundraiser campaigns of its kind, raised enough money to fund numerous ALS studies. One of those studies managed to uncover a gene present in both inherited and sporadic forms of ALS. This is one example of how community-based campaigns can fund and drive research. If the ISPEC challenge is any indication, we have hundreds and thousands of Canadians that are ready to get involved and help eradicate ALS. I want to thank the member from Humber River Black Creek for introducing this motion, and I know most of all if not all members of the House can get behind it. Hopefully during this session we can strive to achieve the same level of respect and understanding from each other on this government member's motion as we do for other members, private members' business moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first off, let me just applaud my colleague from Humberview Black Creek. I know I'm still learning the names. Humber River Black Creek, who has done a phenomenal job, not only on issues such as this, but many others. I often reflect on some of the efforts that she's put in terms of our seniors in Canada. And I think that she approaches, and I believe that she approaches the issue with very much a caring heart. And once again, we have a motion before us dealing with ALS, such a brutal disease, Madam Speaker, that it affects in such a dramatic way many Canadians in all regions of our country. And I just acknowledge the fact that once again she has her heart in the right place as we try to move forward, yet on dealing with another very important issue to Canadians. You know, we're wearing these blue flowers today. I believe they're the corn flowers, Madam Speaker, as a symbol of support. We need to recognize that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people in our communities that are directly or indirectly affected. As is pointed out from speakers, that we all know some individuals that have been impacted after being diagnosed with ALS. One of the most visible one for us very recently was the former late Maurice Belanger, a man that, after the last federal election, in my discussions with him, he had talked about running for the position of Speaker of this chamber, and how quickly things deteriorated, Madam Speaker. I was absolutely shocked, as all of us were virtually inside this chamber, and the previous speaker made reference to the fact of the late Morrell sitting in that chair as an honorary speaker for the day, and the impact that had, or the private members bill. It is a sad story, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, there are too many sad stories. The good news is, I believe, is that we have a community and a support system, different organizations, stakeholders that are there to support individuals that have been diagnosed with it and their families, Madam Speaker. We all recognize the challenges in healthcare today. What role should Ottawa play, the national government play, in dealing with this? I've often taken the approach, when I used to be the healthcare critic actually in the province of Manitoba, that we need to do more in terms of spending on research. There are many different diseases and disorders that are out there that government needs to be more proactive at looking at ways in which we can have a very tangible impact, save lives, be there for families. And that's one of the reasons why, in many ways, we are as supportive as we are in terms of not only acknowledging, but in certain areas provide funding for organizations that are there for the long term, to try to look for those cures, try to support research and studies and so forth, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, I look at it as something that, as national government, we can provide national leadership. It's important that we recognize who does what in our healthcare system. We have, as I say, those great organizations that have led the fight in many ways, especially on the areas of research, public awareness, and so forth. We have provincial governments, the administrators of healthcare, and I would suggest you, through the national government, we need national leadership to ensure that what's happening in one province is being spread out. The good things that what takes place in one region of the country is being shared in all regions of the country. To look at ways in which we can have a more tangible impact, Madam Speaker, that is something in which I believe this government, in fact, all members want to see, is a national government that has a perspective that's going to look at this from that national perspective, looking at the different stakeholders, including provinces and others. I see you're standing up, Madam Speaker. I trust I'll have another opportunity to be able to continue.
The honourable member will have 5.5 minutes to complete his speech the next time that this issue is before the House. La période prévue pour l'étude des...
The hour provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills.
Of the third reading motion of Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to speak once again on the Rouge Park bill. When I say once again, I think it's probably my fourth or fifth or even sixth time of speaking about this national enterprise, the Rouge Park. I've spoken on this side of the House about the park. I've spoken on that side of the House about the park. And I'm somewhat pleased, Madam Speaker, that we are finally inching our way towards a conclusion of speaking about the park. I remember as clearly as today, Madam Speaker, standing on that side of the House and saying to the member from Wellington, Halton Hills, you know, we could solve this dispute over ecological integrity in a heartbeat by simply the insertion of a minor amendment, and then we could all unanimously support the creation of the park. But for reasons best known to that member's party rather than that member, they decided that that clause would not be inserted. The consequence of that was that the members from the environment community and the members from the farm community could not see their way clear to be jointly supportive. Thankfully, Madam Speaker, that roadblock has been cleared up, and I and the member from Davenport, who will be with whom I will be splitting my time, will elucidate somewhat on the significance of the insertion of an ecological integrity clause, the main effect of which is to bring all of the players into the tent, shall we speak, in order to be able to have a truly national park. The last time I spoke about this park, Madam Speaker, was shortly after Thanksgiving, and I described to the Chamber that my family and I had, along with our kids and grandkids and respective spouses, etc., had taken a post-Thanksgiving walk in the park on a glorious fall day. And I have to recognize the way in which my wife will make sure that we are all out the door enjoying the beauty of this park. It really is a magnificent asset for the Eastern GTA, for Ontario, and indeed nationally, Madam Speaker. I also feel that we should recognize the Herculean efforts of the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change and her staff for worrying this file along, making sure that it simply doesn't fall off the legislative agenda. And I want to publicly thank her for her efforts in making sure this file continues to move. I also think that Minister Duguid and the provincial legislature needs to be recognized once again for his willingness and his efforts in bringing, again, all the parties together, the environmentalists, the community leaders, and the farmers. And finally, the Minister of Health needs to be recognized, Madam Speaker, again for her conciliation efforts among all of the various parties. I also need to recognize the committee that dealt with the file expeditiously after second reading and submitted a unanimous report, which I think is close to where we are in this chamber at this time, Madam Speaker. And I'm rather hoping that once this chamber deals with this bill, that the Senate in turn will deal with this bill expeditiously. It is, after all, Madam Speaker, the year 2017, our sesquicentennial, and it is a glorious way that we can celebrate the great natural but also Aboriginal heritage that we have in this part of the Eastern GTA. And, you know, as you know, Madam Speaker, if you don't preserve it, it just simply disappears. And it's not as if there aren't enormous pressures on this part of this landmass to just simply disappear because of the population pressures that are in the Toronto areas, the ever-escalating land prices, but also the transportation corridors, etc. Just if you don't preserve it, it will be lost, and with it, our heritage will be lost. Sir John A. Macdonald, in 1885, designated Banff as a reserve, and it was the initial efforts on his part to start the national park system, which formally commenced in 1917. 100 years ago, Madam Speaker, that we started with the national park system with a Fort Anne in Annapolis Royal in Nova Scotia. We now have a network of 46 parks and 171 national historic sites. It's our heritage, Madam Speaker, and it's something that the government has recognized by making access to our national parks free to all Canadians for the year 2017. I'm anticipating and I'm hoping that Canadians do take advantage. It is, after all, their heritage. And in this particular area, Madam Speaker, there's something in the order of 5 to 7 million people will have an hour or an hour and a half, within an hour or an hour and a half, access to this park. And because we have prioritized ecological integrity, there is a real chance that we could be world leaders in reconciling the natural heritage that's there, the Aboriginal heritage that's there, the pressures of a modern economy, the pressures of an expansionary real estate market, and bring that together with in what will be a very difficult reconciliation with 1,700 species of animals and plants that are in this park as we speak. The Rouge National Urban Park features an incredible array of plants and animals and is one of the most biologically diverse places in Canada. So imagine that, Madam Speaker, within an area of 5 to 7 million people, we have one of the most biologically diverse places in Canada. It also features ecosystems that are increasingly rare, namely Carolinian forests, along with wetlands, meadows, and marshes. In addition to its compelling natural heritage, Rouge National Urban Park is also incredibly rich in cultural and agricultural heritage. For millennia, Indigenous peoples gathered, farmed, and traded on lands that now lie within the boundaries of the Rouge. The region includes some of the busiest and most important Indigenous sites in North America. Centuries ago, European settlers and their descendants began to farm here, and many parts of the park have been farmed continuously ever since. As the Greater Toronto Area grew during the last century, the Rouge came to attract people eager to escape the city to hike, canoe, camp, and swim, and I would put myself and my family among those people. So, Madam Speaker, we are in the process of celebrating 150 years of our Confederation and 100 years since designating our first National Heritage Site. Both anniversaries are very much worth celebrating because they help us understand how far Canada has come and what our country can achieve. By supporting the efforts of Parks Canada to protect and present our treasured places, Bill C-18 increases public understanding, appreciation, and enjoyment of this country's heritage. I'm hoping that honourable colleagues will join me in supporting this bill, and I'm hoping unanimously support this bill so that it will go to the Senate with a forceful message that all members indeed support this bill. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for your time and your attention.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for putting this bill forward, which we're going to support on third reading. Now, the current Rouge Park area has long been protected, first and foremost, I think, by community groups keeping an eye on it, but also by the provincial government under their legislation. So as part of the land transfer agreement with the Government of Ontario, the federal government has committed to meet or exceed these ecological protections that have been in place in past. How will the government ensure that this commitment is met in this legislation and ultimately in the Parks Management Plan?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Good question, and I thank my honourable colleague for it. I know he sits on the Environment Committee and has made significant contributions. The issue around the support for this bill has come because of the existence of the Ecological Integrity Clause. The Ecological Integrity Clause will enable the park management to put ecological integrity as the priority in all of its decisions. And there will be decisions, Madam Speaker, which will be very difficult decisions. When you, for instance, need to expand a highway, well, how are you going to handle ecological integrity when you expand a highway or some other commercial development of some kind or another? So the Government of Ontario at this point is satisfied that that clause, along with its contribution to the management plan, will in fact enable the protection that it's looking for so that those standards remain at the highest possible level.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for the honourable member who recalls how many times he's spoken on this issue, I started working on protecting the Rouge in 1986. And the Minister of Parks, by 1989, was doing something about it. I think it was 1999, was Pauline Browse. This has taken a long time, and we're almost there. But with all due respect to the honourable member, does he not agree with the people from Friends of the Rouge who've been fighting this battle for decades? This is not, strictly speaking, an urban park. It's near a city, but it is a wild area. It does need protection. And building on existing agreements. So they've been asking, even at this point, we raised their concern that we should include a subsection that this entire act is intended to support and complement the implementation of pre-existing Ontario Greenbelt, Oak Ridges Moraine, Rouge Park, and watershed conservation plans.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I thank the honourable member for her work on this park and her obvious commitment to all things green. And it's well appreciated, and indeed it wouldn't, this park frankly wouldn't exist without the organizational and motivational efforts of people like Friends from the Rouge and a whole bunch of others. The issue here, Madam Speaker, is to bring various communities of frankly disparate interests all into the same tent. And with the commitment to ecological integrity, the Government of Ontario is satisfied that we will meet the highest possible standards of ecological integrity, notwithstanding the existence of various management plans that currently exist and will in fact be referenced to and incorporated in some manner or another into the overall park management plan.
Comments, questions et commentaires. A very brief question from the member for Scarborough North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend my friend and colleague, the member from Scarborough's Guildwood, on his advocacy. This park, once established, will be within 1 hour's travel time for 7 million Canadians. Can the member please describe how this will be a huge benefit for youth and students in the area?
A very brief answer from the member from Scarborough Guildwood.
This will be an enormous benefit for all of us, Mr. Speaker, youth, students, and non-youth and non-students. It is a marvelous jewel that we will be able to preserve in the year of 2017 after many years, as the member from Saanich Gulf Islands described it, working on this. And it, as I say, is a real testimony to advocacy on the part of civil society. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I am so pleased to speak in support of Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act. You know, parks are super important for the residents of my downtown Toronto riding of Davenport, because we are an inner city riding and green space is at such a premium. And you know, we have a few small parks in our riding, so parks like Earls Court Park and Dufferin Grove Park, and even smaller ones like McGregor Park and McCormick Park, and pretty much every green space we turn it into a parkette because green space is so needed. So we have places like the Bartlett Parkette and the Chandler's Park North and the Beaver Lightburn Parkette. So every piece of green space that we can find, we turn it into some sort of parkette because that is how much we love our green space in downtown Toronto. So that's why the residents of Davenport are particularly excited about Rouge National Urban Park. It's a national park that's accessible to Davenport residents and indeed 7 million residents in the Toronto and GTA area, and everybody can get there by public transit. So we are so excited. Madam Speaker, the proposed legislation has been debated in this chamber and was reviewed by the House Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. The Standing Committee heard the testimony of many witnesses, studied a number of briefs, and considered several proposed amendments. The committee concluded its work by endorsing the proposed legislation with no changes. The primary objective of Bill C-18 is to ensure that Parks Canada integrates the principle of ecological integrity in its management of Rouge National Urban Park. The introduction of ecological integrity as the first priority in park management is consistent with the way Parks Canada has been managing the park since it was officially established in 2015. And Madam Speaker, I actually looked up the definition of ecological integrity because I wanted to make sure I understood what that actually meant. And what it means is that it means that the park is managed in a way that human activity does not impair the ecosystem of the park, that the natural ecological processes are intact and they're self-sustaining, and that the park is managed in a way where the ecosystem can continue to evolve naturally and has the capacity to renew itself. So we can enjoy this national park not only today, but for generations to come. Parks Canada has had decades of experience applying ecological integrity in a variety of protected areas, each with its own unique needs and set of circumstances. Rouge National Urban Park will be no different. Ecological integrity will be applied in respect of the park's urban setting and to support its reason for establishment, to protect and present for current and future generations the natural and cultural heritage of the park and its diverse landscapes, to promote a vibrant farming community, and to encourage Canadians to discover and connect with their natural protected heritage areas, their national protected heritage areas. For more than a century, Madam Speaker, Canadians have entrusted the management of our cherished places to Parks Canada. The agency has responded by continually establishing and meeting the highest standards for conservation and restoration while balancing the delivery of internationally celebrated educational and visitor programs without compromise to the ecological integrity of the parks. Today, Parks Canada manages 46 national parks, 4 national marine conservation areas, and 171 national historic sites. These are essential components of our heritage. They are places that define us, inspire us, and reinvigorate us. The amendments proposed in Bill C-18 would support Parks Canada's plan to realize the full potential of Rouge National Urban Park. by amending the Rouge National Urban Park Act to add ecological integrity as the first priority in Parks Canada's management in Rouge National Urban Park, the government is able to not only meet its mandate commitment in working with Ontario to enhance the country's first national urban park, but is also able to protect this important ecosystem and provide greater certainty for park farmers who will be able to continue carrying out agricultural activities within the park. I'm convinced, Madam Speaker, that this is particularly important for Rouge National Urban Park because of its composition and close proximity to Canada's largest city and metropolitan area. Rouge National Urban Park is comprised of a rich assembly of natural, cultural, and agricultural landscapes with many remarkable features, including an abundance of flora and fauna. Indeed, with over 1,700 species of plants and animals, the park is one of the most biologically diverse places in Canada. Managing and protecting such incredible natural heritage when some 6 million people live with easy commuting distance represents a formidable challenge. For millennia, people have lived, hunted, fished, and farmed on the land that today forms Rouge National Urban Park. In the last century, the Rouge became increasingly important to city dwellers eager to experience nature, to hike, to canoe, to camp, and to swim. The area has long inspired naturalists and even artists like Group of Seven artist F.H. Varley, who painted scenes of the Rouge River late into his career. And Madam Speaker, working farms are a unique feature of the Rouge National Urban Park, and their presence is essential to achieving the park vision, having been farmed continuously for centuries. And in a day and age, Madam Speaker, where many people say, particularly those who live in the urban city, that we are disconnected from nature, that we need to find ways to make sure that we don't forget how food is made, the efforts that go into it. The Rouge National Urban Park allow not only the residents of Davenport, but all of those in the surrounding area to be able to find a place to see how food is made, and to help us to make sure that we continue to reconnect to nature, to the green space, and the world around us. Preserving all these elements in such a populous area requires special care. The government understands what's at stake in Rouge National Urban Park, and Parks Canada has already completed several important conservation projects to support its ecological integrity. Many more projects are either underway or in the planning stage. For instance, Parks Canada is working on restoration projects with municipalities, environmental groups, and local farmers by reintroducing threatened turtles, making it easier for wildlife to cross park roads, and enhancing the health of agricultural wetlands. Other projects aim to protect existing wildlife, control invasive species, and enhance visitor experiences. Parks Canada is also working to enhance farmland, promote a vibrant farming community, and ensure a long-term future of agriculture in the Rouge. And I want to add, Madam Speaker, that my nephew, I used to love taking him to Riverdale Farm, which is also in downtown Toronto. And I know that he would have loved to have known that a place like the Rouge National Urban Park existed, because it would have helped to inspire his creativity and his joy at learning about new bird species and animals. And he just loved green space in general. And I think that it will cause a lot of happiness for a lot of children in days to come. Placing the first priority on ecological integrity entails a broad, holistic approach. It involves acknowledging that ecosystems change continuously due to complex, interrelated processes. The landscapes that make up Rouge National Urban Park and the plants and animals that live there are in a constant state of flux. They're not the same as they were a century ago, and they will be different again in the future. Parks Canada has experience and expertise needed to fulfill the full potential of Rouge National Urban Park. Delivering a consistently excellent visitor experience is an important element of this. Research indicates that people who visit one member of Canada's family of protected areas are likely to visit others, and this magnifies the importance of excellent visitor programming at the Rouge National Urban Park. Among the many potential visitors who live nearby are large populations of newcomers to this country. Many of them are in my riding, and many of the people who come to the Rouge are visiting a nationally protected area for the very first time. Ensuring that they enjoy a rich, fulfilling experience is a powerful way to nurture and share Canada's heritage through the agency's excellent visitor programming. Learn to Camp is a prime example of this, guided by Parks Canada staff and volunteers. Program participants learn how to set up camp, roast the perfect marshmallow, and experience the many other joys of the great outdoors. And this is just one of the many high-quality visitor programs that Parks Canada delivers in Rouge National Urban Park. Visitor experiences at Canada's urban places are designed to provide visitors with meaningful experiences while discovering Canada's natural and cultural heritage. Madam Speaker, Bill C-18 also proposes to amend statutes not related to Rouge National Urban Park. One such amendment is that the government will be allowed to expand or complete existing protected heritage areas that have already attained operational status. And so
So I'm sorry, the time is up. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Thornhill. Oh, sorry, questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Sorry. So the member will be able to continue answer through her questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member for her speech on in support of these changes to the Rouge National Park. I myself have worked on trying to protect the North Saskatchewan River Valley for probably over 4 decades. And I absolutely give a claim to the federal government, initially under the Conservatives, to be looking towards a new kind of park in Canada, national urban parks. Most of our populations in this country are moving towards the urban areas, and they need green spaces. In fact, I often speak to my colleague, the Minister of Infrastructure, saying infrastructure should also include our green spaces. What efforts are we putting towards protection of those areas? Would the members support me in my recommendation that this shouldn't be a one-off, that in fact it's important that the federal government, this current federal government, put resources aside to establish similar parks across this country so that those living in urban areas can also enjoy nature? Thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker, and I'm sorry that I ran out of time there. Thanks so much to the honourable member for her excellent question. I'm a huge supporter of parks. I come from an inner city, and so parks are kind of our lifeline to connecting with nature and the world around us. So I'm very supportive of anything that would continue to support and enhance parks and the connection of Canadians to their green space in Canada in general. She mentioned a little bit about sort of First Nations and our parks. And one of the comments I didn't get to is that Indigenous peoples do play a strong role in our national parks and our national marine conservation areas, and in many cases cooperatively manage these protected areas. And I do think that that is something that we need to continue to promote and enhance as we continue to build that strong new partner, nation-to-nation relationship moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich-Gonfalves.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Davenport and bring to the attention of the House that once the Rouge National Urban Park deficits are corrected from the first version of this bill, I wonder if government members would be willing to take another look at the Sable Island National Park that allows seismic testing inside the park, directional drilling for oil and gas under the park, and is really an atrocity within the system of national parks of Canada to allow industrial activity violating the primary concepts and precepts of ecological integrity first and foremost.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her excellent question, for her passion, and for her passion as well for parks and green space in Canada. As I mentioned previously, I'm a huge supporter of parks, of green spaces, and I would welcome every opportunity moving forward to consider looking at ways that we can continue to enhance our green space, that we continue to protect and create new park spaces in Canada, that we continue to find ways for Canadians to enjoy the beautiful natural parks that we have in this blessed country that we're lucky to call our home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hull-Elmer.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I was just so taken with the member of Davenport's stories that she was talking. I'd like to know if she'd like to finish off her comments on her position on Scarborough Rouge Park.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Well, I thank very much my honourable colleague and a member of this House for allowing me to do so. I think the only thing I would have wanted to have ended is just to say that, you know, we talk a lot of the technical things of what C-18 actually does in terms of amending 3 existing statutes. But in the end, what's really heartfelt and very important for me is I know that the Davenport residents, the residents of my riding of Davenport, are so excited at the prospect of this Rouge National Urban Park. And so what I want to do is urge my honourable colleagues, every single person in this House, to join me in strongly endorsing Bill C-18. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, as I said when I last spoke to this legislation, and just a point, Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Haldimand, Norfolk. When I last spoke to this legislation, I remarked that it was both a delight and a disappointment. And I must echo that same qualification today as I join this final debate on C-18. It's a delight because it offers a wonderful opportunity to celebrate again the magnificent accomplishments of Parks Canada and the agency's pioneering protection and innovative conservation of precious Canadian spaces for the past more than a century and a quarter. It's a disappointment because the unnecessary and misapplied conservation principle imposed on Parks Canada contains a sad and unacceptable compromise of that great agency's conservation principles and practices, a compromise clearly intended by the Liberal government to provide federal political cover for the petty partisan obstructionism of the Ontario Liberal government in its refusal to transfer provincial lands to our Conservative government to complete the magnificent new Rouge National Urban Park. Now, my disappointment is mitigated somewhat, Madam Speaker, because the Liberals have finally brought Bill C-18 to the point of passage. I'll speak first, again, to my delight. It was an honour to serve in a government that in barely 10 years increased Canada's protected areas by almost 60%, with new national parks, new national park reserves, and marine protected areas. Many of these additions involved remote wilderness areas such as Nahanni, Natsicho, and Sable Island National Parks, similar to Canada's original wilderness national park, Banff National Park. And then building, Madam Speaker, on a decades-old dream of a broad range of passionate and dedicated conservation-minded citizens, community groups, and far-sighted local, provincial, and federal politicians, came Canada's first national urban park, not quite in the centre, but certainly surrounded by the Canadian metropolis, the Greater Toronto Area. In the 2011 speech from the throne and the 2012 budget, our Conservative government announced a commitment to work for the creation of a new national park in the Rouge Valley, and $143.7 million were assigned to a 10-year plan to create the park, with a provision thereafter for $7.6 million per year for continuing operations. Parks Canada's unparalleled expertise and creative talents were brought to bear to meet the challenge of developing and delivering this entirely new park, and the challenges, as I'm about to address, were considerable, unlike anything in Parks Canada history. I had the pleasure, Madam Speaker, of wandering one of the trails in the Rouge this past weekend, and I would recommend to colleagues in the House and to any Canadians or new Canadians watching our proceedings today on television to do the same at the first opportunity. The Rouge Valley, Madam Speaker, from the shores of Lake Ontario to the Oak Ridges Moraine, more than 20 kilometres to the north, is a once pristine natural area that has witnessed more than a century of intense human activity. There are ancient First Nation sites, but also a former landfill site and an auto wrecker's yard. Surrounded by residential communities and businesses, the Rouge is crisscrossed by hydro transmission lines, railway lines, highways and secondary roads, and wastewater sewers. In the north, there are 7,500 acres of Class A farmland worked by 700 farmers who were uncertain of their future for decades on lands expropriated more than 40 years ago by a Liberal government for an airport that was never built. Despite all of these realities, so unlike Canada's traditional wilderness parks, the Rouge is still home to marvelous biodiversity. Rivers, streams, marshes, a Carolinian ecosystem, and evidence of some of this country's oldest Indigenous sites, human history dating back more than 10,000 years. Now, when the Rouge National Urban Park is completed, it will provide exceptional protection for all of the Rouge's approximately 1,700 species of plant, animal, and marine life. This includes full, uncompromised protection for all of the valley's threatened and endangered species. Unlike past well-intended but unfulfilled plans for the Rouge, species recovery plans will be mandatory and non-negotiable and under the strongest protection of Canada's Species at Risk Act. Rouge National Urban Park will provide for the first time in its history year-round dedicated law enforcement through Parks Canada's storied park wardens. As with other of our national parks, they will have full powers to enforce a single set of park rules and regulations. The uncertainty experienced for so long by farmers in the Rouge, created by short-term one-year land leases, will be eliminated. They will be able to invest in repairs to farm infrastructure. They will be able to apply best farming practices and continue to both contribute to the local economy and to provide an enduring and a productive farming presence in the rich portion of the Rouge for visitors from far and near to see. Now, Parks Canada's carefully developed plan for this first urban park is exactly what conservationists and the Rouge Park Alliance, the former provincially appointed managing authority of the lands, have requested for decades. The plan was the result of consultations with 150 stakeholder groups and 11,000 Canadians, and had the endorsement of all of the municipal and regional governments that have committed lands to the Rouge National Urban Park. However, Madam Speaker, there was one notable foot-dragging exception. That was the Liberal government of Ontario. That government, through successive infrastructure ministers, not once parks ministers, infrastructure ministers refused to allow conservation experts at the Ontario Parks Agency to evaluate and respond to the Parks Canada plan. And I would remind you again, Madam Speaker, as I have in the past, that at one point one infrastructure minister even demanded of me what was effectively a ransom. These were lands, incidentally, that the province had been neglecting, trying to be rid of for years. The minister said he would transfer the provincial lands to the national park for the payment of $100 million. Of course, our government refused to pay. And there are other stories as well, Madam Speaker, but in the end, in the corridors of Queen's Park, provincial Liberals said they wouldn't transfer the land the province has been trying to get off its book for decades. They wouldn't transfer the land until they could give it to fellow Liberals. And with the outcome of the 2015 election, the Liberals paid back their provincial cousins with the political cover that Bill C-18 so unfortunately provides. Now, Bill C-18 does contain a bit of the sort of agency housekeeping that Parks Canada performs every year or so. Two of the amendments, as we've already heard today, are fairly routine: a slight change in the boundaries of Wood Buffalo National Park and changes in the Parks Canada Agency Act regarding property considerations and compensation in protected areas. However, the main amendment is an insult to Parks Canada's well-deserved international reputation. As I said at the outset, it is a sad and unacceptable compromise of Parks Canada's conservation principles and practices. The Liberal government would add to the Rouge National Urban Park Act the condition that it be enforced under the principle of ecological integrity. Ecological integrity does not have a universal definition, but Parks Canada has long considered it applicable only to our wilderness parks, largely untouched by civilization. For example, in Banff National Park, where barely 4% of its territory has been disrupted by the Trans-Canada Highway town sites and ski hills, ecological integrity means that forest fires or floods are allowed to occur naturally, except where communities or human life may be threatened. Now, Madam Speaker, no rational conservationist would allow fires and flooding in Toronto, Markham, and Pickering urban environments. Ellen Latterell, Parks Canada's CEO for 13 years, from 2002 until his retirement 2 Augusts ago, after 32 years, was responsible for the Rouge enabling legislation, and he opposed very vigorously the injection of ecological integrity into the legislation. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, I would like to say that I am delighted that the legislation is now close at hand, which will see, finally, much delayed transfer of the Ontario provincial lands. The Rouge National Urban Park, when it is completed, will be at least 13 times the size of Vancouver Stanley Park, 16 times larger than New York Central Park, and 33 times larger than London's Hyde Park. Too much time has been wasted on petty political partisanship, Madam Speaker. It is time to make this park a reality. Madam Speaker, although disappointed in the way that will happen under Bill C-18, I look forward to voting tomorrow for completion of this wonderful new national park. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened to the member across the way, and it's encouraging that he kind of concluded his remarks by saying that he is looking forward to the vote and the implementation, ultimately, of this legislation. It is important to recognize that different governments of political stripes over the years have built a very solid foundation of national parks. What truly makes this one so unique is just the millions of Canadians that are literally just a half hour or less away from one of Canada's greatest national parks. And I think that makes it very unique. And I know for myself, even in Winnipeg, we have national parks that aren't too far from our city. And Canadians value it. And I'm wondering if the member would provide his thoughts in terms of this year, Canada's 150th birthday. A part of that birthday celebration is opening our parks, national parks, at no cost. If he has any thoughts on encouraging Canadians to get engaged and go and visit our national parks.
Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. And indeed, it was the thinking of all of those over the decades who have argued and campaigned and crusaded for the Rouge National Urban Park to make it a springboard for Canadians old and new to experience Canadian a wonderful natural space, but to also spark an interest in traveling to some of the more remote areas, some of the wilderness parks. But I do regret, and as I said, I was wandering the Rouge, one of the Rouge trails yesterday, and I was in some of the provincial lands which have yet to be transferred and which have been neglected, unpoliced, unmonitored, and insecure for some time. And I must say that I was relieved to know that with this law being passed and the lands being transferred, we will not see the litter along the roadside that has been allowed under the Ontario responsibility.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his speech. Clearly, he has a lot of interest in this park, and we have that in common. I also like walking in the park called Michel Chartrand in my riding, where you can run into people and animals and plants. And I'd like him to talk about the scope of some of these issues when you have a park in an urban area. For example, he himself in his government at the time had discussions with environmentalists and other people in concerning the park. So this is a complex issue, and perhaps this is the particularity of an urban park, that you need to be able to combine all of these human activities and also work with all of these different stakeholders.
Thornhill.
Hello, Madame la Présidente.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for a very good question.
In fact, there are many considerations, and over the past, 20, 30, probably 40 years, a variety of conservationists and conservation groups have come together wanting to, one, preserve some of the indigenous heritage locations, but also to examine what is a park that has been interrupted by human activity, to look at landfill dumps which have been remediated, for example, to consider the sewer lines that run through the line. Residential houses actually have property that back on some of the wonderful marshes of the Rouge, and the wildlife can be observed from the backyards. So our considerations were to make it both accessible to those who live close by, but also to 20% of the country's population which live within public transit accessibility to the Rouge National Urban Park. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my friend and colleague from Thornhill for his comments and for sharing his time with me today. I'm honoured to rise in this House to speak to Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act. I'm proud to say that the Rouge National Urban Park is a first of its kind in Canada. You know, we live in a country that is, of course, culturally diverse, but it is environmentally diverse as well. It's important that all Canadians have an opportunity to experience the beauty of our rich environment and everything that it has to offer, which, quite frankly, is why this park was established, to introduce more Canadians to nature, to local culture, and indeed to agriculture. Now, I'd like to start off by talking a little bit about the history behind the Rouge Urban National Park, because I think that it's important for the context of Bill C-18. As has already been discussed by my honourable colleague from York Simcoe, the establishment of the Rouge National Urban Park can be traced back to the days of the Mulroney government, when members of this House and members of the community recognized the unique environmental landscape of the Rouge Valley area and decided that they wanted to protect it for future generations' enjoyment. But it wasn't until 2011, under the previous Conservative government, that concrete action started to take place to secure the formation of the new park. Indeed, in the 2011 speech from the throne, the previous Conservative government committed $143.7 million over 10 years for the creation of Rouge National Urban Park. Now, from there, legislation was drafted to ensure that the protection of the park was enshrined in law, and in May 2015, Conservatives passed Bill C-40, an act respecting the Rouge National Urban Park. During that time, I have to admit that I frankly was shocked at the amount of opposition coming from my Liberal and NDP colleagues, and the amount of political interference that came from the Ontario Liberal government at the expense of protecting the Rouge Valley area. Now, this leads me naturally to a few concerns that I still have with Bill C-18. Madam Speaker, in my opinion, and this is one that many of my colleagues share, I know, C-18 is being used by the federal Liberals as political cover for the refusal by Kathleen Wynne and the Ontario Liberals to transfer the provincial portion of the lands before the 2015 election. The Liberals have consistently played political games with Rouge National Urban Park. In fact, Provincial Infrastructure Minister Chiarelli secretly demanded a $100 million payment for the land transfer, which, as you would expect, was rejected on principle by the previous Conservative government. Now, following this, Provincial Minister Duguid wrote a letter stating that the Ontario government would not transfer the lands until the Rouge National Urban Park Act was amended to, and I quote, ensure that the first priority of park management was ecological integrity, end quote. Now that, Madam Speaker, leads me to my second concern, which is the use of that very term, ecological integrity. The true environmental definition of ecological integrity implies letting forests burn, let floods run their courses, and allowing wildlife survival without human intervention. The Rouge sits alongside residential neighborhoods. It has highways, it has power lines, and a pipeline across various parts of it, with working farmlands, a former landfill dump site, and even an old wrecker's yard within its borders. So for these reasons, any attempt at calling our actions ecological integrity would frankly be in words only. The term ecological integrity as the first priority of park management could also provide an opening for the interference or indeed even the removal of the farmers from the park. Let's be clear, this park is unique in its composition. Everyone who has spoken to this bill has recognized that. There are no other parks like it in Canada. In fact, an important part of its makeup, in my opinion, is the inclusion of farmlands. Now, coming from the most agriculturally diverse part of Canada, I think that it's extremely important for all Canadians to understand the crucial role that farmers play in our daily lives. Unfortunately, not everyone has the opportunity to walk out their door and see those farms in action. Having farmers as part of this park will expose many more Canadians to what they do and how they do it, and hopefully garner more appreciation for the work that they do for us. So opening up the opportunity for farmers to be removed from Rouge Urban National Park would be a disservice to the park as a whole and to those who visit it. What's more, Madam Speaker, and perhaps most important, to protect the safety of Canadians living in close proximity to the park, ecological integrity cannot and should not be applied to an urban national park. As I mentioned previously, part of the definition of ecological integrity allows for forest fires to burn and floods to flow freely. If this were to happen in this case, the lives of the people residing in the area could be placed in jeopardy. And what exactly would that accomplish at the expense of safety to Canadians? Simply put, it's a designation that even Parks Canada has disagreed with because it is an unrealistic approach to an urban park. As you know, the safety of Canadians should be of utmost importance to any government. And I'm extremely disappointed to see this lack of respect for Canadians living in this area in this Liberal government. C-18, by the way, does not include the transfer of the parklands that were expropriated by the federal Liberals in the early 1970s for an airport that is yet to be built. Nor does it include the additional $26.8 million over 6 years and $3 million annually thereafter in funding that our previous government announced in 2015. I have to admit that I'm very disappointed that the Liberals haven't followed through on this either. Now, while Rouge National Urban Park isn't particularly close to my riding of Haldimand, Norfolk, we in Haldimand, Norfolk are no strangers to wildlife or to environmental conservation. We're one of the first areas to develop ALICE, the Alternate Land Use Stewardship Program, and which just recently attained national certification. And our area is a biodiversity hotspot as part of the Carolinian Life Zone. Now, this zone contains productive agricultural lands, forests and wetlands, and provides habitat for nearly 25% of all of our species that are at risk. This part of our area is home to an extensive list of flora and fauna, and believe it or not, around 400 different species of birds. In fact, UNESCO, in April 1986, designated the Long Point area as a World Biosphere Reserve, which was the third to be so designated in Canada at the time. Now today it's one of 16 biosphere reserves in Canada and provides a great example of the Great Lakes coastal ecosystem and a unique blend of habitats. I'm proud of the hard work that residents in our area and organizations like Bird Studies Canada, the Long Point Bioreserve, Long Point Region Conservation Authority, and other agencies do to promote the environmental sustainability of our area for people from across Canada indeed from around the world, to enjoy. These same principles and practices will be applied to Rouge National Urban Park, I hope. Well, to conclude, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that I do support Rouge Urban National Park, and I will be supporting this bill. But as Her Majesty's official opposition, it's our duty to bring up these concerns, and I hope that this Liberal government will not just consider them, but take action on them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do very much appreciate the fact that the Conservatives are putting some of their concerns on the record in regards to the bill, whether it's today or the other day. Most encouraged in the fact that it would appear as if there's unanimous support in terms of getting this bill through the House, recognizing just how critically important our national park is to not only people that live in the Toronto and the millions that will actually visit Toronto over the year, but I want to highlight something I did in a previous question, and that is that Canada is celebrating its 150th birthday this year. And a part of this celebration, the Government of Canada has made it very clear we want Canadians to get engaged and get involved in our national parks, and this is one of the reasons why it'll be free admittance to our parks this year. And I'm wondering if the member would just want to provide some of her thoughts or comments on the importance of celebrating Canada's 150th birthday by getting out there, at least in part, and enjoying some of our national parks.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Oh, Madam Speaker, one of my favorite childhood memories is Centennial of Canada in 1967. The whole country was excited about Canada's birthday. We hosted Expo 67, which was considered one of the best world expositions ever anywhere in the world, and the whole country was seized with singing Bobby Gimby's song, with the Ontario Aereo song, and with visiting every part of Canada. I know my family and I had the opportunity to travel to the East Coast and back for the first time, and really took some time to do that. We also at the time visited some national parks along the way, as well later we headed west. And Canada's parks, national parks in particular, are truly a treasure, and I think there's something that we really need to be supporting however we can and encouraging people to visit.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the words offered by my colleague, but you have to kind of go back and actually check out what was happening back in 2012, 2014. Headline in 2012, Parks Canada hit hardest by Harper Conservative budget cuts. Up to 1,600 positions are going to be eliminated. 33% staffing cut in science in Parks Canada. And 2014, a backlog in deferred maintenance of almost $3 billion, again, made the headlines. So I have to ask the Honourable Member, does she not believe that the way that the Conservative government of the day was treating Parks Canada may have had some influence on whether or not the Ontario government or the supporters of Rouge Park wanted to transfer it at that time?
The Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Oh, Madam Speaker, I think that the Honourable Member is dealing with some alternate facts. It was, in fact, our government that made Nahanni a national park. We expanded the protected areas in this country by almost 60%. That is a significant commitment to conservation right across Canada. That included not just inland parks with forests and those waterways, but also coastal areas that were at risk right across this country from coast to coast to coast to coast.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, a brief
thanks, the Honourable colleague for Haldimand Norfolk for her speech. Even at this stage, and I recognize that that Conservatives have seen this as an occasion for a partisan discussion of the Ontario government, but even at this stage, should we not make sure that the existing watershed protection plans for the Rouge Valley are firmly entrenched in parks planning?
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, in Ontario, I don't know what it's like in BC, Madam Speaker, but in Ontario, we have organizations called conservation authorities. I've worked very closely with the ones in southwestern Ontario. Their primary purpose is protection of the watershed areas. They determine who is allowed to build, how close to a floodplain. Indeed, what they define the floodplains, and they, in my experience, have done a very fine job of protecting and conserving our waterways and habitat, and in those areas right across Ontario for many, many years.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Portneuf.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Edmonton, Norfolk, and I would inform you, Madam Speaker, that I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Yellowhead. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today to Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act. As official opposition critic for environment and climate change, and as member of the Standing Committee for the Environment and Sustainable Development, these are matters that I care about. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to live in a country that has many natural and historical treasures. I'm proud of the work done by Parks Canada, a conservation organization that is world-renowned, that takes care of these treasures and protects them on behalf of future and current generations. I would like to remind all my colleagues that the label the Liberals have been trying to put on us, the Conservatives, about the environment is false. They paint us as the bad guys in order to gain some political capital. Many actions demonstrate the contrary. I would like to remind this House that the current Liberal government, after having distorted the truth during the election campaign and having duped environmental groups, announced, after having won the election and become a majority government, that the Harper government had done excellent work with scientists and with scientists from the public service and had set very high targets, and that the Liberal government had to recognize that and would use the Conservative targets in order to actively participate in worldwide efforts to reduce GHGs according to the Paris Accord. Once again, you see the dishonesty of this government, who used the vote on the Paris Accord to hide wording in the motion that they were going to tax Canadians through a carbon tax, which we completely disagree with. The Conservatives voted against this unacceptable maneuver, which will impoverish citizens. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, that we agree with the Paris Accord. We believe that every province has to be responsible for implementing the measures required to achieve those targets, and that's their jurisdiction. Quebec has done its homework, and it doesn't need the federal government. Once again, the Liberal government of Canada to interfere with provincial responsibilities. For Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act, I will remind you that the Conservative Party of Canada, the official opposition that I am a part of, support this National Urban Park. We are going to support this bill because we are in favor of protecting the environment and giving tools to develop those parks and to develop them. This support cannot be a surprise because the Conservative Party deserves the credit for having created the Rouge National Urban Park, the very first urban national park for the entire country. Let me remind you that it is under the Conservative government, that it is the Conservative government under Stephen Harper which created this park on May 15, 2015, when it passed Bill C-40, the Rouge National Urban Park Act. With this bill, Canada is going to be positioning itself ahead of a worldwide movement to protect urban spaces. We talk about the Rouge National Urban Park, and let me describe it for you. What does that mean exactly? On Park Canada's website, it's described as a rich mosaic of natural landscapes, cultural and agricultural landscapes. The Rouge National Park has many remarkable characteristics, including amazing biodiversity, some of the last farms of the Greater Toronto Area, Carolinian forest, camping grounds, and one of the largest marshes, beaches, and the opportunity for exceptional hikes and human history that goes back to 10,000 years, including sites and indigenous villages that are among the oldest of Canada. All of that in one park, and what a great concept. To protect this diversity, under Parks Canada's management, the agency worked with farmers and local conservation groups in order to bring these lands back to their original state. The health of ecosystems will be improved. Fighting invasive species will be done. This work will contribute to reestablishing species that are under threat. Trails will be managed in order to develop the trail network in La Rouge. Well, this bill wants us to consider the notion of ecological integrity, a great notion, and yet they are unable to clearly define the meaning of this notion. Most people who live daily in this environment say that it is impossible to apply this concept and that this may lead to unending court battles. Once again, the Liberals want to seem that they are working hard for the environment, and as I said, seem to. Almost all of the stakeholders expressed their concerns when it came to using ecological integrity as the main principle for an urban park. They were all against this notion. Roger Anderson, the regional president of Dunham, Wayne Emerson, chair and director of York, Frank Scarpetti, mayor for Markham, Jack Heath, deputy mayor for Markham, David Bear, mayor for Richmond Hill, Dave Ryan, mayor of Pickering, Glenn DeBarra-Maker, pardon my English, deputy mayor of Toronto, Ron Moser, municipal councillor for Toronto, Alan Wells, outgoing chair of the Rouge Park Alliance, Heather Moser, former director of the Coalition of Scarborough's Community Associations, Keith Laujouet, chair of the Waterfront Regeneration Trust, York Region Federation of Agriculture, for the Municipality of York, Altona Forest Stewardship Committee, and the Toronto Zoo. Why is this government not relying on these experts? Don't they do that? It's what they do in their files. A representative of Park Canada, Alan Latourelle, General Director, who retired, mentioned that the concept of ecological integrity could never be upheld. For example, in the Rouge River National Urban Park, a significant portion of the lands that are subject to an agreement with farmers with whom we work productively would not allow, for example, to achieve the ecological integrity objective in this context. However, we can demonstrate environmental leadership by working with them. Why impose an unachievable goal rather than work with people in that environment? That's what we would have done, and that's what we did do in the past. Why are the Liberals not doing the same? A stakeholder lived with the reality of park management and had a good suggestion. Why is this government insisting on this new concept? This bill demonstrates the federal Liberal government is in cahoots with Minister Wynne and the Liberal government of Ontario. They had a plan for the election campaign to make the Conservatives look bad. The provincial minister of Ontario, Mr. Chiarelli, secretly demanded a payment of $100 million for the transfer of a portion of the lands belonging to the province. Of course, we refused that, Madam Speaker. We manage the public purse responsibly, and we want taxpayers to have more money in their pockets. The current Liberal government, led by the best actor or the worst manager, depending, has decided to kneel before his friends among the Ontario government. This is nothing but a smokescreen. I will remind you that parliamentarians have other priorities than to vote in favor of bills that make no difference to people's daily lives and that will not be enforceable. But we will not interfere with it because we believe that we need to walk the talk. In my riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, which has extraordinary lands, including provincial parks. We work with many organizations to protect the environment and to protect our green spaces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I appreciate some of the thoughts that the member expressed across the way. And it's a question in which I have been raising. You know, we all recognize the importance of our national parks. You know, in Manitoba, we've got some that we're very, very proud of, whether it's the Riding Mountain or Fort Garry. Both of which we get many people attending them. We have historical sites like the Forks and so forth. These are all national treasures that we have, Madam Speaker. And now we're passing legislation that's going to literally bring a national park within 30 minutes, an hour, to millions of Canadians. And I think one of the things that's important to recognize and we should encourage is this year being Canada's 150th birthday, that we encourage Canadians to get out and celebrate by participating in our national parks, both urban and rural. And I wonder if the member might want to provide his thoughts on that issue too.
The Honourable Député de Portneuf.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from Manitoba for his intervention. Canada has many beautiful parks, whether they be provincial, municipal, or federal. But I need to correct him. He is not creating this park. It already exists. And yes, indeed, elements need to be put in place to continue to protect it. And we agree with that. Where we disagree with them is the way that they have gone about it. And the stubbornness of the Liberal government that insists on implementing this concept of ecological integrity. That's the problem, Madam Speaker. I hope I've answered my colleague's question. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to quote from some of the witnesses that we heard at the on C18. Ecological integrity, is it justified? Of course it is. This is one of the most biodiverse areas in all of Canada. Yes, there will be challenges. It's an aspirational goal, but we can do it. The diversity is so great here and the potential so high that we should choose no other goal. That was Jim Robb, General Manager from the Friends of Rouge. And then going to Dr. Stephen Woodley, who is with the IUCN. He's Vice Chair for Science. The term ecological integrity is used as a management endpoint by many protected area agencies globally, and it's embedded in the IUCN guidance. It provides a well-understood and measurable system to understand the ecological condition. And then Michael Whittemore, who's president of Whittemore's Farm, included the statement, "We have complete confidence in Park Canada's ability to execute a management plan that will meet the needs and expectations of all the stakeholders and reach a level of ecological integrity for an urban park in an urban setting." So what does the member have to say about these expert witnesses, which range from local to international, on ecological integrity?
L'Honorable Député de Portneuf.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. And when it comes to ecological integrity, we do not understand this insistence. What I want, what I think most people in this place want, is that this park be set up and that it be used and offered to the public and that nature be protected. But it's not with the word ecological integrity that we're going to achieve this. There's a comparison, there's a war of experts. Can we perhaps consult the people on the ground who tell us concretely that they're the ones on the ground and tell us that, in reality, this is completely unrealistic. We might have the same goals, but let's not go down this road. And yet the Liberals have insisted on constantly going indirectly down this road. It seems to please the Liberal Party of Canada to act this way.
Brief question. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Island, a brief question.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Et pour moi,
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. It is not true that we lack definitions for ecological integrity. It is well expressed and well understood for decades. Under Jacques Gérin, that concept was explained. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, a brief response, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from the Green Party. Listen, I'm not an expert, I'll say it again, but from what I understood, that she's on the Liberal side? I don't understand her question. How is she positioning herself? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to share this time with my honourable colleague from Port-New, Jacques Cartier. Madam Speaker, as Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, I'm pleased to stand in this House to speak on Bill C-18. But first, I missed last week, I was away, but last week in the House during the debate on this Bill C-18, there seemed to be some debate as to who had the most beautiful scenery in their ridings. And I'm here to settle that. It's mine, Yellowhead, and the majestic Jasper National Park. Sorry, you guys all lose. Canadians and visitors to my riding Yellowhead can experience nature and develop personal connections to the park. Jasper has something for everyone, whether a novice or an adventure enthusiast. In fact, there's Maligne Canyon, Madam Speaker, a stunning deep limestone gorge full of waterfalls, fossils, and lush plant life. It can be explored from the above in the summer and from below in the winter, where you can walk along the ice. It hosts over 400,000 visitors a year. There are 75 kilometers of cross-country skiing and over 200 kilometers of official trails surrounding Jasper town site, which are perfect for fat biking, winter walking, and snowshoe during this time of year. And for those of you out here that don't know what fat biking is, it's that new modern bike that has a tire close to 4 inches in size. It's on wider rims, and it's designed for low ground pressure, allow for riding on soft, unsustainable surfaces, on snow, sand bogs, and stuff like that. A lot of them around Jasper. There's actually one sitting outside Justice Building right now. Speaking of trails, as part of the budget 2016, this government proposed a bike and walking trail along the Icefield Parkway from Jasper to Columbia Icefield. This trail would allow many visitors to experience the icefields more personally. Madam Speaker, I look forward to being informed when the consultation begins on that trail. From the paddle-in campground to hang gliding, skiing on Marmot, or hiking in Maligne Canyon, Jasper National Park provides visitors with a variety of opportunities to connect with their national heritage places. Madam Speaker, setting up a national park is quite an experience. Parks Canada has done it 46 times. Rouge National Urban Park is unique. It will be our first urban park. The Rouge National Urban Park was created in May of 2015 when our previous Conservative government passed Bill C-40, an act respecting the Rouge National Urban Park. This was in keeping with the 2011 throne speech, wherein the government committed $143.7 million over 10 years for the creation of this park. As stated by the honourable member from Thornhill in this House last November, quote, Rouge Park is located amidst fully 20% of Canada's population. While it takes many hours and many thousands of dollars to reach some of our traditional national parks, the wonders of Rouge are easily and inexpensively accessible by road, rail, and public transit. Visitor information centres, guided hikes, kayak touring are all available to school children and to Canadians old and new. End of his quote, Madam Chair. Bill C-18 makes changes to the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act. This bill proposes to add ecological integrity as the primary factor to be considered under the Rouge National Urban Park Act, in addition to adding lands to this park. Parks Canada originally disagreed with the term ecological integrity designation because it is an unrealistic approach to an urban park or to any park. The true definition of ecological integrity would imply letting forest fires burn, floods run their course, wildlife survive without human intervention. This is problematic for Rouge National Urban Park because it sits alongside residential neighbourhoods. It has highways, power lines, and pipelines across various parts of it, with working farmland or former landfill dump sites, old auto wreckers yards within its borders. It's going to be a challenge. Ecological integrity as the first priority of a park management could be an opening to an interference or even removal of farmers from the park. I want to step away from the Rouge for a moment, Madam Speaker. Back in my great riding of Yellowhead, there's a lot more to the riding of Yellowhead than just Jasper National Park. There are large, vast forests with active pulp, paper, and lumber manufacturing. Agriculture comprises over half of my riding. We grow all basic grains, plus canola, and now industrial hemp. Oh yes, we also grow medical hemp or marijuana. And there's probably some recreational weed being grown. But that's not legal, Madam Speaker, right now anyways. Yellow has active mining and is an energy-producing region with oil, gas, and coal. Now back to tourism, Jasper National Park. Tourism is one of the Yellowhead's economic drivers because of Jasper National Park and other parks in the region. Now I'm concerned with the Liberal buzzword, ecological integrity. It bothers me. It has become an integral part of Parks Canada policy, not only in the Rouge National Urban Parks, but in all national parks. Madam Speaker, just north of Jasper National Park lies Wilmore Wilderness Park. Many of my friends run a foundation that looks after this pristine wilderness. Susan Fadima Leonard and her husband Basil are well known in the area for looking after this vast land, almost the size of Jasper National Park. Last year alone, Madam Speaker, Basil spent something like 36 days on horseback traveling the trails to make sure they were clear of garbage, debris, and other things, fallen trees. They love to take people out on trail rides into the mountains and teach young people about living on the land, protecting and preserving the land. Susan and Basil are what I call true environmentalists, but they also use the land, Madam Speaker. They don't need ecological integrity, Madam Speaker. They use good common sense practices, and because of this, Wilmore Wilderness Park is flourishing. I mentioned the bike trail proposal by this Liberal government. Now, I agree this would be good for tourism and good for local businesses inside and outside of Jasper National Park. But that buzzword, ecological integrity, may stop this development. Environmentalist groups are gathering in opposition at this time. Even worse, Madam Chair, even worse, Jasper National Park's power dam, it doesn't get power off the grid, it makes its own power, is failing. We need to replace it, and a power line has to be run from a grid outside of the park. Environmental groups are already posing this as it does not meet ecological integrity as it is laid out in the books. I fear the Liberal buzzword, ecological integrity, may hamper the development and operations of all our national parks. Canada's so-called environmentalists are so vocal. Keep nature as it is, no disturbances. They will use ecological integrity as a means to stop development in our parks. Where is our future within Parks Canada, Madam Speaker? For the above reasons, any attempt at calling our actions ecological integrity would be in words only. The current protections provided to Rouge National Urban Park are far exceeding the protections provided by the province of Ontario, specifically prohibiting mining, logging, hunting, and applications of Species at Risk Act, and year-round dedication to enforcement of it. In general, I am pleased to see this government expanding on the work started by our previous Conservative government, despite this unnecessary and potentially problematic wording, ecological integrity. In conclusion, we support C-18 and the expansion of the Rouge National Park. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Yellowhead for his wonderful presentation. And I have to say I would have to agree with you that Jasper is quite spectacular, but I would also have to challenge you to come to my province of New Brunswick. And my riding is Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe. And just outside of my riding, I have two beautiful national parks, and I challenge you to come down and visit it. We've got Kushabaquack National Park, where we're surrounded with sand dunes, lagoons, and marshes, and a lot of wildlife and bike trails and walking trails. And at the other end of the riding, just outside of my riding, we've got the Fundy National Park, which again just highlights the highest tides in the world. So we've got lots of beautiful parks, and we certainly benefit from them. And I know as a child and as an adult, I still benefit from those parks on a regular basis. I'm wondering if my colleague would be able to elaborate on the importance of our government following through with our commitment to enhance the Rouge National Park and how it would benefit the residents, not only surrounding the areas, but Canadians in general.
So I just want to remind the member to address the question to the chair, because at one point she addressed the comments directly to the member, and just want to indicate that. Although there's no national parks in my area, I can tell you, you can come to Manitoulin Island, God's country, and you'll see that what beauty is. So the honourable member for Yellowhead.
One for Jasper. Anyways, Madam Chair, it's always great for debate, deciding who lives in the most beautiful part of Canada. You know what? We all live in the most beautiful country in the world, and we should be very proud of that fact. And I am very pleased that the Liberal government decided to go ahead with Rouge National Parks. More national parks are very important to Canada. Doesn't matter where they are. And I've been to many of them from coast to coast to coast, and they all have their specific beauty about them. And many of them teach us about our past experiences and the people that lived in those areas, and we need to build more of them. We're studying right now parks and protected spaces, and I believe that we need to look at many more places in Canada and across Canada and increase our national parks and our protected areas. Madam Chair, thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to give it to my colleague, but I'll take the question. I know that I think he's speaking later. I'd like to thank my colleague who sits on the Standing Committee on Environment and Climate Change. It's a pleasure to work with him. And my question through you, Madam Speaker, to him would be this. I know there's a lot of consternation about ecological integrity, but I have visited Grasslands National Park, and I spoke with the warden there, and they're now actually hiring staff who are trained biologists, because what they've done is added lands that have been grazed and have been developed, and they're working hard to find out if, in fact, they can return it to natural grasslands. So, in other words, it's in a direction of biological integrity. Part of, Madam Speaker, biological integrity means protecting the waters that are also part of our national parks. So through you, Madam Speaker, I know that my colleague from the Conservative Party shares my concern that we need to be having the federal government step up and do more to protect our fresh water. Would you like to speak to that aspect in protecting our areas for future generations?
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it is very important that we look at our freshwater ecosystems across Canada. Right now, that responsibility is laid on the shoulders of most of our provinces and territories within Canada, and I think they are doing an adequate job, but I believe that we can also do much better. And I believe there are roles that the federal government can play to work with our provinces and develop guidelines to protect some of our national treasures, and that's some of our waterways. And I'm not talking about, well, we got the Ottawa River system that somebody's talking about here. There's the North Saskatchewan River. There's the Athabasca River. There's the Fraser River. All of these have great ecological atmospheres about them, and we should be working together with the provinces, the municipalities that are surrounding them, and the federal government to make sure we protect them, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be sharing my time today with the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Very pleased today to speak in favour of C-18, which will amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act. With the indulgence of the House, I'm going to dedicate my speech today to Parks Canada employee and volunteer extraordinaire Barry Campbell of Tofino, BC. Barry devoted 45 years of his life to Pacific Rim National Park Reserve as a park naturalist, park warden, and a volunteer after he retired, pulling hundreds, if not thousands, of bags of invasive weeds from the park, and he died just after Christmas from cancer. He mentored me during my first parks job as a park naturalist, and I enjoyed it enough that I continued to make working with and for parks and the environment my career and my passion right up today as the NDP critic or advocate for national parks. So thank you, Barry, for starting me on the path to a lifelong devotion to parks And my sincere condolences to Barry's wife, Barb, and to his children, Michael and Ben, and their families. And while we're here today to talk about Rouge Park, I'd like to take a moment to put Rouge into perspective from both a historical and a system perspective. So Canada's National Park System began in 1885, of course, with Banff National Park, so it's 132 years old. May 1911 was an important date as they established the first ever body to administer national parks. It was called the Dominion Parks Branch, which is now Parks Canada, and that was established in 1911. In 1930, the National Parks Act was created and first focused on preservation. There are currently 45 national parks, 46 with Rouge included. They cover every province, every territory. They represent a variety of landscapes and natural heritage. They currently cover just over 303,000 square kilometers, or about 3% of the total land area of Canada. 12 of our national parks are UNESCO World Heritage Sites, including Wood Buffalo, which is under investigation right now. There's a fair bit of concern whether Wood Buffalo should keep its status due to Site C Dam in British Columbia and the oil sands in Alberta. And the smallest national park is Georgian Bay Islands at 14 square kilometers. Rouge will be just 19 square kilometers, at least until it's increased. And the largest national park is Wood Buffalo at almost 45,000 square kilometers. So how are these parks currently doing? Well, if the most recent report was the State of Canada's Natural and Cultural Heritages report from 2016, and they talk about the need for national parks to improve consultation with stakeholders when establishing parks. Regarding ecological integrity, there has been progress made since 2011 when things were in really quite bad shape, but they now have 91% of the indicator ecosystems assessed. Regarding species at risk, the report states that many species continue to face threats from inside and outside heritage places. Habitats are disappearing at a rapid rate in many parts of Canada, and climate change can also affect biodiversity. And also of concern, the 2012 National Asset Review highlighted that over half of the agency's holdings were in poor or very poor condition and required investments in maintenance and rehabilitation. And that goes into parks' ecological indicators and some of the issues that are currently out there. So definitely needs to be some improvement in terms of the management of our existing parks as well. So another area where parks and protected areas is challenged in Canada is in meeting the HoC targets signed onto by Canada. Canada has agreed to, by 2020, setting aside 17% of Canada's land as protected areas. We're currently at about 10%. And 10% of Canada's marine areas should be protected by 2020. We're currently at about 1%. So the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee is just completing a study on how to meet and perhaps exceed HoC targets moving forward. And there are many ways that we can do that, including working with First Nations to create Indigenous parks, making sure that there is connectivity between parks and protected areas, working interdepartmentally within the federal government, so working together, working with provinces, territories, municipalities, non-government organizations, and there are many other recommendations, so stay tuned. There'll be a great report coming to the Parliament here shortly. But one of the recommendations is also to consider expanding the number of national urban parks, of course, of which Rouge is the first one. So why does Rouge deserve to be Canada's first national urban park? And why do we support the bill? Bill C-18 proposes amendments to the Rouge National Urban Park Act, and these important amendments include making the maintenance or restoration of ecological integrity the first priority of the minister in all aspects of the management of the park, and adding approximately 1,669 hectares of federal lands to Rouge National Park. Bill C-18 also broadens Parks Canada ability to pay out funds from a new Parks and Historic Sites account. That'll help create new parks as well. And finally, Bill C-18 modifies the boundary of Wood Buffalo National Park in Alberta withdrawing 37 square kilometers to create the Garden River Indian Reserve, which is a long-time commitment around reconciliation. So there are three aspects to the park. So why is Rouge that important? First of all, Rouge Park is one of the most biologically diverse areas in Canada, including a rare Carolinian forest, 23 federally designated species at risk, and over 1,700 plants and animal species. It also provides the only ecological connection for wildlife between the Oak Ridges Moraine and Lake Ontario. It also includes many agricultural and culturally important resources, including a National Historic Site and one of Canada's oldest known Aboriginal historic sites and villages. Important as well is there's an active farming community that's now protected under the Park Act, and it's really important to realize that agricultural activities and conservation, if done well, can go hand in hand, and Rouge Park will be a good model, I think, to demonstrate that. It's the first national park in an urban setting, accessible by public transit, creates a model for other areas of protection in urban settings, and approximately 20% of Canada's population lives within 1 hour of Rouge Park. These are all really important factors as to why it's important to protect Rouge. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, we want to recognize the hard work and dedication of all community members who have worked tirelessly to protect the existing parklands and to establish Rouge National Urban Park. We believe that future national park management for Rouge should do a number of things. It should clearly prioritize ecological health, ecological integrity, and conservation, ensure that all activities that may affect the park undergo thorough environmental assessment. That's one of the challenges with that bike trail in Jasper. There's been no environmental assessment or community involvement. It should include a science-based management plan, should provide for strong public and parliamentary oversight, and which consider adding almost 10,000 acres to the park by adding federal lands currently set aside for an airport. We will continue to hold the Liberal government accountable to deliver a Rouge Park that truly can serve as a model for establishing a number of new urban national parks across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to pick up on a point the member made reference to, and that is to recognize, today we're debating C18, and I think we do owe a great deal of appreciation to those individuals, many of the stakeholders, like, we have political leaders, but it's also important to recognize that there are very many community leaders, for all the right reasons, understood and saw a vision and want to, as much as possible, advance this national park, the Rouge. And I think it is important that we do take a moment during the time in which we're debating this bill, as ultimately we're in third reading. It's only a question of time before it ultimately comes to an end, to recognize, acknowledge, and express how much we do appreciate the efforts of all those individuals that go far beyond the elected offices that really helped in making this happen. I wonder if the member might want to continue to emphasize on that particular point.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question and for his comments. What I like about Rouge Park is that it was built from the ground up. It was built by people that lived in the community, that had a concern, they had a vision, and they kept at it for a long, long time, many, many years, until they finally saw it realized. I also like the fact that it brings together agriculture and conservation in a model adjacent to 20 million people, I believe it is, not 20 million people, but millions of people that live close by, because people need to start to understand the importance of agriculture and how it benefits conservation. So this will be a great model for that as well. So it brings together some great principles. It also, of course, came about because of community involvement, and that is necessary to ensure the well-being and future of the park as well, because the more people that cared about it, the more people will be there to watch how it goes in the future.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was waiting for the Secretary of State to ask me this question earlier, but he didn't, so now I'm going to turn and ask it to my colleague on my left. But Madam Chair, through you, the Liberal member asked about opening up the parks for Canada's 150th birthday and allowing all Canadians free access to our parks. And I just wanted to ask the member, he's a former park supervisor, many years with the province of Alberta dealing with parks. But one of the impacts that I see on some of our major national parks by opening them up to the public is the demand on the park people that are working there and the demands on the infrastructure, such as Banff for traffic and stuff like this. And I wonder if he could comment. I just wanted to add, around all our national parks around Canada, we have many seniors, very low incomes, and what he thinks about giving them free access all the time, not only at Canada 150th birthday. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
There's several aspects to the question, and I guess I'll start with the basic question about free access to parks. I worked with BC Parks for many years and Manitoba Parks, and there was often an internal debate and discussion about whether parks are a social good, which means they should be free, or whether they have a business side to them, which means people should pay to enter them. My preference would actually be that government fund all park systems well enough that they don't need to charge a fee to get in. So I'm very interested to see what happens this year with the free access to national parks. I did raise this question with the minister, and the minister has said that every national park in Canada has been asked to produce a plan for this year on how they're going to deal with the potential increased use, including Banff and Jasper. So look forward to seeing what those plans look like, and hopefully national parks will be well prepared for free use this summer.
I have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I'll try to be brief, Madam Speaker. I've been trying to get to the floor because I felt like screaming out in some of the Conservative commentary. Ecological integrity is not a new buzzword come up with by the Liberals. It's been essential since 1998 when the panel on ecological integrity reported. It's been embedded in the legislation for Parks Canada. And the only reason that they wouldn't put out fires in boreal ecosystems is that those are fire-driven ecosystems. And the Rouge Valley National Park is a Carolinian forest and not fire-driven. Any comments from my knowledgeable colleague?
A very brief response from the member from Kootenay, Columbia.
Yes, thank you to the honourable member. Absolutely, ecological integrity can be as small as a marsh. If you ask Ducks Unlimited, what are they trying to do in marshes? They're trying to restore the ecological integrity of a marsh. Riparian area you can restore for ecological integrity. So it has really nothing to do with forest fires unless forest fires are an intricate part of maintaining ecological integrity in that particular landscape or ecosystem. But ecological integrity can be applied on a very small scale, as it will be in Rouge Park.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to speak to Bill C-18, which proposes amendments to the Rouge National Urban Park Act, which was passed in the last Parliament. And I'll be speaking in favour of this bill as it strengthens the protection of this park and its ecological integrity. I'll begin with comments about national parks in general, Rouge Park in particular, and then spend some time talking about how this bill is pertinent to a national park proposal in my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Rouge Park is the first urban national park in Canada, marking an innovative step in the approach Parks Canada is taking to protecting our ecosystems across the country. When we first started creating national parks back in 1885, we had vast areas of wilderness to choose from in southern Canada. We created large parks throughout the Western Mountains, Banff, Jasper, Kootenay, Yoho, Glacier, Mount Revelstoke. And in the boreal forests of the Prairie provinces, we made Prince Albert, Riding Mountain, and the enormous Wood Buffalo Park. Some early national parks were smaller, such as Point Pelee in the Carolinian forests of southern Ontario. But for the most part, we looked to our wilderness as a source of parkland. We had lots of that a century ago. But today, those opportunities are much more limited. And I was happy to see Parks Canada broadening the scope of their protected areas with the creation of Rouge National Urban Park. Our national parks play a number of roles. And first among these is to protect the full range of ecosystems found across this wild and diverse country. And secondly, our national parks provide a rich opportunity for Canadians to experience, enjoy, and learn about our natural heritage. and that is certainly an important role for parks near urban centres such as Rouge. What Bill C-18 does is emphasize that first role, the preservation and enhancement of an ecological integrity in our parks. That integrity is critical to the success of all natural parks, whether they're areas of vast wilderness or smaller areas hemmed in by urban and agricultural landscapes. The bill will make the maintenance or restoration of ecological integrity the first priority of the minister in all aspects of the management of the park. And the bill will add more federal lands to Rouge Park. Madam Speaker, size matters, at least when you're talking about ecological integrity. In the mid-1900s, Parks Canada began a program to represent the full ecological diversity of this huge country in the national park system, adding parks to Atlantic Canada and in the north. As the decades went on, it became more challenging to find representative areas in the south that could function as parks. Grasslands National Park in Saskatchewan dealt with issues around ranching and grazing, while the establishment of Guayhanas involved payment to the BC government for lost opportunities in forestry. But despite these challenges, these parks are now considered successes and indeed national treasures. Guayhanas is also a model of how co-management with First Nations communities and governments can work in a national park setting. But there are still ecoregions of Canada that are unrepresented. In 1979, almost 40 years ago, I had a contract with Parks Canada, one of my first real jobs after graduating from university, to report on opportunities for the creation of a national park in the dry interior of British Columbia, one of the only major ecoregions south of 60 with no representation in our national park system. I found large areas on the interior plateau that were relatively intact, but they lacked many of the characteristics that made the dry interior unique in Canada, particularly desert grasslands and ponderosa pine forests. These grasslands are one of the most endangered ecosystems in Canada, along with the Carolinian forests of southern Ontario, as in Rouge, the tall grass prairies of Manitoba, and the Garry Oak savannas of southern Vancouver Island. Those rare grassland ecosystems were best represented in the South Okanagan Valley, but opportunities for a large wilderness park there were limited. Most of the low-elevation habitats were highly altered, most of the grasslands converted to orchards and vineyards. The land base is a complex mosaic of provincial, federal, First Nations, and private ownership. For various reasons, nothing was accomplished to create a national park in the dry interior BC for about 25 years. Then in 2002, an initiative began to bring together various groups in the South Okanagan to get a national park established there. Federal, provincial, and municipal leaders, First Nations, and environmental groups lobbied BC and the Canadian governments and were successful in starting a feasibility study to look at the idea. While there's general local support for the park proposal, the situation is complex and there are many issues to consider. First Nations were in favor of the idea in principle, but wanted a real role in the development of the park and a direct role in the management of it, as is done in Guayhanas and many northern national parks. First Nations initially objected to sacred areas included in Parks Canada maps of the park proposal. These areas are now excluded and First Nations are again supportive. Environmentalists were disappointed that some important areas were dropped from the Parks Canada proposal. Hunters were concerned about the loss of hunting opportunities. A large helicopter school was concerned, and still is, about assurances that their operations will not be affected by a new park. And ranchers, the group most directly affected in terms of their livelihoods, were deeply concerned about that a new national park would put an end to their operations. In BC, most ranchers lease large areas of Crown land range in summer, and without access to that land base, they would be out of business very quickly. So it was a complicated situation, and it's perhaps not surprising that the process floundered for several years before the feasibility study was released with a positive answer in 2011. First Nations released their own study, again agreeing in principle to move forward with planning in 2013. Parks Canada spent some time working on a new policy to deal with ranchers' concerns. They eventually decided that for this park, grazing could be allowed exactly as it is now managed under the BC Forest and Range Act. Unfortunately, just before the talks could move on to the next stage, the BC government pulled out of the process. Again, the initiative languished until the province recently announced it was willing to come back to the table and talk about a national park. I was very happy to hear that decision, and I hope to see the process move forward once again. Like Rouge Park, a national park in the Okanagan would not be like the big wilderness parks across our country, but it is needed to protect the rare and diverse ecosystems in southern British Columbia. It will provide a big boost to the local economy. If other national parks in BC are anything to go by, it will create hundreds of direct and indirect jobs, all while protecting the local environment. And it will bring federal funding for the acquisition and management of the park. Yes, it will take time and continued dialogue to create, but we shouldn't give up on it simply because of those difficulties. And the innovation I see in the creation of Rouge Park sets a good example of how new national parks can and should be created in the future, as Canada's natural landscapes become increasingly fragmented. And I would point to the recent creation of Gulf Islands National Park as another model of park creation in a landscape of complex land ownership. Bill C-18 also broadens Parks Canada's ability to pay out funds from the new Parks and Historic Sites account. This measure will give the government greater flexibility in paying out funds for the acquisition of land to expand any national park, not just for establishing a new park. Again, this makes it easier to establish parks in areas of complex land ownership. Since the days of expropriating land for national parks is essentially over, private lands will only be added on a willing seller basis, and that is very difficult to arrange the moment a park is created. So to conclude, Madam Speaker, I would say that Bill C-18 strengthens the ability of Parks Canada to meet its mandate. It gives strong directions for ecosystem integrity and creates room for innovative solutions to both park establishment and park management. It will keep Rouge Park as a national treasure, and I hope it will allow Parks Canada to continue to preserve the full diversity of our natural heritage, including the dry grasslands and forests of the South Okanagan Valley, for our grandchildren and their grandchildren. Lim Lim, thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I appreciate the words that the members put on the records at the end of the day. When we look at this bill, I think it's very symbolic in the sense that Canadians from every region of our country, and we get a sampling of that when other members stand in their place and they talk about their parks that are located in their ridings or in their provinces or their regions, Madam Speaker. You know, I could talk about the Riding National Park in Manitoba, amongst other historical national sites, and these all provide a sense of pride within our communities and those that are visiting our communities. And I guess my question in terms of, here we have a piece of legislation, the Rouge Park, which is going to be accessible to millions of Canadians virtually within an hour's distance, and how important that is. And I'm wondering if the member can provide some thoughts in regards to the importance of national parks and how it is that we can, in fact, be exploring opportunities in national parks, possibly into the future, for other urban centres and the possibilities that might be there.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, Madam Speaker, as an ecologist by training and a former park naturalist, when I was going through college, I worked as a park naturalist in Mount Robson Park, Shuswap Park, Manning Park. And an educator. I taught at UBC. I'm very much anxious to promote the ability of Canadians to get into parklands and natural lands of all sorts, where they can experience and learn about our natural heritage. And I would very much like Parks Canada to rebuild its park interpretive program and interpretive programs across the country in provincial parks. So yes, I think parks like Rouge Park in near urban areas are extraordinarily important, and I would hope that Parks Canada continues that trend and creates more parks like it across our country.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank my colleague. I have two colleagues who have fantastic background in national parks. I know that there have been severe cuts to the funding to maintain and protect our national parks, and there's been a history of cutting the funding for the naturals programs. I wonder if the member could speak to that, the importance of actually increasing the funds so that people can actually appreciate and understand the natural character of our parks.
The member for Kootenay, Columbia.
South Okanagan, West Kootenay, but that's okay. I would again like to just echo my comments that I think education, we need to provide all the opportunities we can to give Canadians the opportunity to learn about their natural heritage, and parks are a prime example, a prime place for them to go to and get that knowledge. And park naturalist programs, the interpretive programs that used to be so good in provincial parks and national parks have been cut back tremendously or vanished altogether. And I would love to see that return in the near future. Thank you.
Statements by members, declaration de député. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Among all the infrastructure built in Quebec over the last 5 years, Ottawa has only covered 5% of the cost. The 95% remaining, Quebec paid for itself. The amounts in the last budget were welcome, but as the federal government wants to approve projects one by one, everything is paralyzed. The Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that of the $13.6 billion announced, only 1/3 was granted, and the rest is frozen in Ottawa. In Quebec, the federal government is twice as slow as anywhere else. But the Liberals knew that before even launching their program. During the campaign, they had promised that amounts that would remain unspent would be deposited into the gas tax fund by the end of the financial year. Now that they are in power, all the Liberals want is more power. By wanting to control everything, the federal government is paralyzing everything, and the municipalities in Quebec are the ones who are paying the price. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Manitobans celebrated Louis Riel Day. Every year on the third Monday of February, we commemorate the life of this founder of Manitoba and leader of the Métis people. Riel fought tirelessly to preserve Métis culture and values and to gain representation for all Manitobans in the House of Commons. He was elected to this chamber as a member of Parliament in 1873 and 1874, and though he was denied his right to officially take his seat, he snuck in one night to sign the rolls and mark his place in history. I am proud that the riding of Winnipeg South, which I represent, includes Riel House National Historic Site, the place where Louis Riel is commemorated as a person of national historic significance. Louis Riel is remembered as a visionary leader and as a champion of human rights. Much of what he fought for still resonates today, including the democratic right of all people to be represented in their government and to have a voice in decisions that affect them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Block.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of people and organizations in my riding which deserve to be recognized today in the House. Lindsay's own Strumbellas on their nomination for 3 Juno Awards: Group of the Year, Single of the Year, and Juno Fan Choice Award. Also happening right now is the 60th anniversary of the Sunderland Music Festival. Lindsay's Emma Wooldridge and Laura Brown are being selected to play for Team Canada at the International Ice Hockey Federation Girls Global Game. Peterborough Mayor Darrell Bennett and his team for raising over $123,000 at the 6th Annual Giving Gala in support of the Community Foundation of Greater Peterborough. Dale Walker, she's retiring from the Haliburton Highlands Health Services Foundation after 18 years as executive director. She and her team raised more than $13 million in that time for better health care in the Highlands. And finally, I'd like to congratulate the organizers and volunteers who put on the annual Dorset Snowball and the 2017 Haliburton Frost Fest this past weekend. They were both huge successes.
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to rise today to acknowledge and celebrate Black History Month. I had the pleasure of attending the 15th Annual London Black History Month opening ceremonies hosted by the London Black History Coordinating Committee. In keeping with the spirit of inclusion and celebrating London's diversity, this year's keynote speaker was Sunday Asia, a student and fantastic public speaker from Jean Paul II Catholic Secondary School. Also, an uplifting performance was put on by the Sir Wilfrid Laurier Secondary School Choir. It was said that by highlighting contributions made by London youth to the community, we could empower and further engage our youth to take pride in our rich diversity. This year, the London Black History Coordinating Committee wanted to educate, inform, and uplift all Canadians on Black history milestones and accomplishments, and that is exactly what they did. I want to give out a special shout out and a sincere thank you to community leaders Carl Cadogan and Leroy Hibbert for their continued effort to educate the people of London on the rich culture and history the Black community contributes to London and our beautiful nation, Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Laurier.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, today I want to recognize the remarkable work of an organization for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, the group Itinéraire. Itinéraire is a street newspaper that is the most read in Canada with 25,000 loyal readers, 150 carriers, men, women, youths, and seniors, who proudly sell their newspaper and also are able to regain their self-esteem, break their isolation, and improve their living conditions. L'Itinéraire is a philosophy of intervention that puts people at the heart of the organization. Today, more than 50% of the newspaper is written by the carriers themselves who are trained to do so. It's also a holistic approach that intends to meet different needs. The organization is also involved in food security, housing, and offering psychosocial support. Finally, it's an essential living environment for many people in vulnerable situations, and that for 28 years. Congratulations and hello to my carrier, Daniel.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in the House to give special recognition to veterans of the Second World War in my riding. Hear, hear. Donald Sutherland and Frank Taylor have been awarded the rank of the Knight of the French National Order of the Legion of Honor. Wonderful. This is the highest national order awarded by France and is in recognition of their personal involvement in the liberation of France during World War II. The honor is awarded to Canadians in gratitude for their courage and bravery in liberating France. On February 17th, Mr. Taylor and Mr. Sutherland received their medals in an official ceremony with Marc Trouillet, the French Consul General of Toronto, at Guelph's Royal Canadian Legion, John McCrae Branch 234. We're all humbled by the bravery of our nation's veterans, like Mr. Taylor and Mr. Sutherland, and the lasting recognition that France has accorded them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor for me to rise to congratulate 4-H Alberta on their 100th anniversary. There are many provincial celebrations planned for this excellent organization. For the last 100 years, 4-H clubs have been a valuable asset in our rural communities. 4-H has seen a number of transformations in the last 100 years, and one of the biggest is that they have a much broader appeal. They are now becoming more relevant in more urban parts of Canada. They teach excellent lifelong skills such as cooperation, leadership, critical thinking, organization, public speaking, and community service. The 4-H motto resonates today: my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living for my club, my community, and my country. I'm proud of the excellent opportunity that 4-H clubs across Canada provide to our youth. I wish 4-H Alberta another 100 years of success.
Well done.
Honourable member for St. John South, Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, the Hibernia oil field lies 315 kilometers southeast of St. John's. In 1993, it was expected to pump 563 million barrels in its lifetime. In December, it pumped its 1 billionth, and it'll continue on for who knows how long. Why? Because the reserves have been bigger than we projected, supporting 3 other projects and billions in exploration last year alone. Because our light, sweet crude is easier and far cheaper to refine. Because our oil is pumped in tidewater and can be shipped over the North Atlantic to the highest bidder. Because the ingenuity of the people in the Newfoundland oil industry knows no bounds. Our innovations have turned a profitable operation into a hugely profitable one for its investors, including the government, and we share our offshore expertise with the world. This week, the Newfoundland and Labrador Oil and Gas Industries Association is holding its annual Oil and Gas Week in St. John's, and I say to them, keep innovating, keep creating the jobs we need. Keep it up.
Honourable député de Mount Royal.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Rise today to celebrate Jewish Disability Awareness and Inclusion Month.
Just yesterday, I was proud to be at the Sullivan Adams YMYWHA in my riding, which will be receiving $30,810 from the Government of Canada to purchase equipment that will allow greater access to its swimming facilities for those with limited mobility. Amazing work is being done by community organizations across Canada. For example, in Toronto, when Jeffrey, a man who is immobilized and communicates only with his eyes and gestures, needed housing, Danny was there to help. Certains d'autres ont besoin des services.
Others need services that are better tailored to their specific needs, which is why the UGA Federation of the Greater Toronto Area created a working group of 24 synagogues to help develop inclusion initiatives.
To join me in acknowledging the Jewish Federations, service agencies, activists and families in the gallery today, and thank them for their terrific work to help all those in need.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Scott Moyer and Tessa Virtue have done it again. They've won another gold medal at the ISU Four Continents Figure Skating Championship in South Korea. I congratulate them on their achievements: Olympic and world gold medals, competition medals, 6 out of 6 wins in 2016 and 17 this season alone. But most of all, on the inspiring role models that they have become for the young people of Canada. I will join all residents of Ilderton, that's Scott and Lisa's skating hometown, in my riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, to cheer on this incredible ice dance couple as they compete in the World Champions later next month. Best of luck, Scott and Tessa. You truly are champions, on and off the ice.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Cancel.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to pay tribute to Bob White, a true icon in the Canadian labour movement. A lifetime of fighting for workers' rights began at the tender age of 17 as a shop steward, not long after leading 500 workers off the job on his first strike action. Recognizing that Canadian workers needed to control their own destiny, in 1985, Bob White changed Canada's labour landscape by leading the charge to split from the United Auto Workers to form the Canadian Auto Workers. After serving 3 terms as CAW's president, he moved on to the Canadian Labour Congress, serving as its president for 7 years, continuing to be a fierce advocate for workers' rights. A tireless champion for social justice and fair trade, he was made an officer in the Order of Canada for his exceptional service to his country. Bob White was respected by workers and business leaders alike, and inspired this current generation of labour leaders like Unifor President Jerry Dias and CLC President Hassan Youssef, both former CAW members. To Bob's family, his friends and former colleagues, we offer our deepest condolences.
The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Social justice, Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to underscore Canada's commitment to the fundamental belief that all people across the world are equal in rights and dignity. La justice sociale.
Social justice is an essential condition for peaceful coexistence. We are moving social justice forward when we break down obstacles associated with gender, age, race, religion, culture, or disability.
Many global problems stem from systematic prejudice and discrimination, Mr. Speaker. These divisions come not from religion or faith, since all religions are built on aspirations of peace and human dignity, but rather from political and economic injustices.
In Canada, our government is working to make progress in various sectors, including relationships with Indigenous peoples, women's rights, and access to justice. Let us recognize that social justice is not possible until diversity and the fundamental rights of all people are respected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. February marks Jewish Disability Awareness and Inclusion Month, a unified effort among Jewish organizations and communities worldwide to raise awareness, champion their rights, and foster inclusion of people with disabilities. This initiative, which began in 2009, highlights the importance of accommodation and inclusion for people with disabilities within Jewish communal life, and provides a focal point for Jewish Canadians to demonstrate leadership beyond their community. I'm proud to welcome a delegation to Ottawa, led by the Jewish Federations of Canada, UIA, and the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs, representing Jewish Federation, service agencies, activists, and parents from across Canada. This group is here to promote the breaking down of barriers and the advancement of inclusion and accommodation for individuals with disabilities and their families. I wish them well.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, today is a very special day. Not only is it the second day of Canada's Heritage Week, it is also recognized by the global community as International Mother Languages Day. Heritage Week was created to celebrate the unique value of Canada's built heritage. These are the roots and places that tell this country's story. And from coast to coast to coast, I'm sure we can all think of a historic building worth preserving. Today is also an opportunity to appreciate Canada's cultural heritage. In 1999, UNESCO recognized February 21st as International Mother Languages Day to celebrate the linguistic heritage of peoples across the world. This effort would have been impossible without the efforts of the Vancouver-based organization Mother Language Lovers of the World and Mr. Abdus Salam, a founding member whose family now lives in my riding of Cloverdale, Langley City. I would like to commend Mr. Salam for his tireless efforts and join him in celebrating our country's linguistic diversity. Thank you.
The honourable member for Essex.
I rise today to honour the life and legacy of Bob White, a trailblazer who will be remembered for his heart of gold and nerves of steel. Brother Bob fought tirelessly for a Canadian identity in the labour movement. His courage and vision led to the birth of a new union, the Canadian Auto Workers, in 1985. Bob was CAW's first president, serving 3 terms before moving on to serve for 7 years as president of the Canadian Labour Congress. He was also an officer of the Order of Canada, but it was his love of working people that fueled his dedication to the labour movement. As Jerry Dias, president of Unifor, said yesterday, Bob was a true maverick. He believed in using our collective strength to make both our workplaces and our world a better place. Today, we mourn the loss with the labour community and extend our deepest condolences to Bob's family and friends. We are all a part of Bob White's legacy, and his vision for a Canadian social trade union movement will live on. Rest easy, Bob. We will continue the fight. Solidarity forever.
The honourable member for Calgary, Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, Canada was founded on the principles of free speech, democracy, and the rule of law. There is no other principle more important to the functioning of a democratic society than freedom of expression. This is why this foundational principle must be protected and guarded. However, there are lines that can be crossed. These lines are codified in Canada's criminal laws. The recent call by a student leader at McGill University to, and I quote, punch a Zionist today crosses that line. Such words are a call to violence, and as such they are harmful to our society. They are based on hatred and incitement to violence against religious minorities. Resorting to such thuggery is also usually the first sign of having lost the argument. In our democracy, we can debate ideas. We can have differing opinions. One thing we cannot do is threaten violence against our fellow Canadians. I appreciate the fact that the individual responsible for these hateful words has offered an apology. Regardless, these words should be widely condemned by all of us for what they are, an unacceptable incitement to racial hatred and violence.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I would like to welcome to the Hill and pay tribute to the Imam for the Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu Mosque, Hassan Guillet, who was named Person of the Week by the daily newspaper La Presse. I would like to thank him for the words of peace that he gave us on Sunday during the vigil in the riding of Saint-Jean. His message, which brought people together and created awareness among citizens of the world, was one of mutual respect. We have to be accepting and open. Dear colleagues, Canada is a land of welcome, a tolerant country based on living together. Diversity is our strength, and respect, a fundamental value. Our country is a cultural mix which is growing daily and becoming an inclusive community. Last week, Motion 103 was read in the House. It condemned Islamophobia and all forms of racism and religious discrimination. Let us work together, unite our voices to make tomorrow even better.
Questions orales. Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker,
Speaker, last week Douglas Garland was sentenced to 75 years for the brutal murder of Nathan O'Brien and his grandparents, Alvin and Kathy. He got 25 years for each murder. This was made possible in part because of legislation passed by our Conservative government allowing for consecutive sentencing for multiple murders. The consecutive sentencing law has put Garland where he belongs, in jail with no chance of getting out ever. The Prime Minister is now reviewing sentencing laws. Will he guarantee today that this law will not be touched?
You're right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Justice Minister is currently reviewing our criminal justice system to ensure that it is fair, that it keeps Canadians safe, and that it is doing things responsibly. On mandatory minimums, it was the Liberal Party that brought in mandatory minimums for the most severe of penalties, and we have demonstrated time and time again that we will not flinch from doing what is necessary to keep our communities safe. I look forward to the hard work our Justice Minister is going to be doing on making sure that we have the best justice system possible.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister didn't answer the question. These were horrible murders. And for the family of Alvin and Kathy and 5-year-old Nathan, and for all Canadians, one of the few comforts was that justice was seen to be done. Douglas Garland will be behind bars and will never get out, partially thanks to consecutive sentencing. So I'm going to ask the Prime Minister one more time. As he reviews sentencing laws, can he assure Canadians that he will not touch this one?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, our Justice Minister is currently looking at sentencing laws at our criminal justice system and ensuring that we fulfill the responsibilities Canadians expect of our system and of our government, which is to keep Canadians safe and to ensure that we have the right system in place for people who break the law. That's exactly what we're looking at. That's exactly the work we're doing, and that's where I have entire confidence in our Justice Minister.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, middle-class Canadians are bracing for yet another round of Liberal tax hikes in this next budget. There's a long list of tax credits on the chopping block again, credits that seniors, workers and families and students depend on. We also know that he wants to hike user fees. They might even slap a tax on Netflix. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's plan is to nickel and dime Canadians in a quest for every bit of cash that he can find. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister just come clean and tell us which taxes is he going to hike?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
If the members opposite really cared so much about the middle class, they wouldn't have voted against lowering taxes on the middle class and raising them on the wealthiest 1%, which is a commitment we made that is part of the core of our focus, which is helping the middle class and those working hard to join it. That is entirely going to be the focus of the budget we're going to be bringing forward in the coming weeks, and that we can be assured will focus on helping the middle class and those working hard to join it.
Honourable Chef de l'Opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
There in black and white, the tax bill on middle-class Canadians has already gone way up under this Prime Minister. New taxes on savings accounts, education, textbooks, children's activities, higher CPP and EI premiums, a national carbon tax. We're talking about thousands of dollars a year for every family in this country. When will the Prime Minister stop misleading Canadians and admit that he's making the middle class pay for his out-of-control spending?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the previous government gave tax breaks to the wealthiest and not enough help to those who actually need it. That's why we got elected on a commitment to help the middle class by lowering their taxes and raising them on the wealthiest 1%. We brought in a Canada Child benefit that gives more money to 9 out of 10 Canadian families by doing less for the families that don't need the help and more for those who do. On top of that, we've ensured that we're raising the GIS for our most vulnerable single seniors by close to $1,000 a year, on top of many other initiatives we're doing that'll help students, seniors and workers.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the bill for middle-class Canadians keeps going up under this Prime Minister. New taxes on savings accounts, textbooks and children's activities, higher premiums for CPP, and a carbon tax. These are thousands of dollars a year for many families. When will the Prime Minister stop misleading Canadians and admit that he's having the middle class pay for his irresponsible spending? On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the first thing we did is reduce taxes for the middle class and increasing them for the 1%. And the Conservatives voted against that, as a matter of fact. The reality is we also increase benefits for families that need it with the Canada Child Benefit and reduced benefits to millionaire families. That will reduce child poverty in Canada by 40%, Mr. Speaker. Our emphasis is on the middle class and those working hard to join it. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the NDP has been asking the government to suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement for over a month now. Since it's still in place, refugees are choosing to cross the border illegally, even though they are in danger by doing so. The Prime Minister clearly told refugees that Canada would welcome them, but continues to refuse to walk the talk. So will the Prime Minister finally take action and suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada is an open and generous country. We accept thousands of refugees, tens of thousands last year. We will continue to accept refugees. But one of the reasons why Canada remains an open country is that Canadians trust our immigration system and the integrity of our borders and the help we provide to people who are looking for safety. So we will continue to strike that balance between a rigorous system and accepting people who need help.
Under the Safe Third Country Agreement, refugees cannot apply for asylum in Canada if they are already in the U.S. Many refugees are crossing the border illegally, risking life and limb because they have no other option. Clearly, the Conservatives have no plan, and while the Liberals sound welcoming, they have implemented absolutely zero measures to address this situation. Things will only get worse. So will this Prime Minister finally act, and will he suspend the unfair agreement and support border communities and help those desperate refugees?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is an open and welcoming country, and one of the reasons we are able to continue to be open and welcoming is that Canadians have confidence in the integrity of our borders and the integrity of our immigration system. We will continue to ensure that laws are enforced and followed, and that we remain demonstrating the strength and the integrity of our immigration system. We will be welcoming, but we need to make sure that it's done properly at the same time by all officials in Canada.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Values need to be followed by action, or else what good are they? We are getting reports of massive raids by U.S. immigration, including a horrible story of a 7-year-old boy abandoned after officials arrested his mother at a football game. While a former Conservative Prime Minister serenades Mr. Trump, will this Prime Minister speak up? With another executive order expected soon, will this government finally denounce Trump's immigration policies, and will they take any new actions to address the impacts on Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect their government to do two things: to stand up for Canadian values and continue to talk about the openness and the strength with which we engage with the world, and also have a strong working relationship with the American government and officials. That is what we are focusing very much on doing, because there are millions of jobs on both sides of the border that depend on us working well together, but we will always stand up for our values and our strengths.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, we get the impression that this government is sticking its head in the sand by refusing to recognize the urgency of the situation. The Quebec-U.S. border is getting busier and busier. Canadian citizens are being refused entry into the U.S. without valid cause. The situation in the U.S. is increasingly problematic, but this government is content to just smile and tell us that everything's just fine, thanks. What is this government waiting for to take concrete action to mitigate the impact of Trump's policy here in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Talking about concrete gestures, we are working with the U.S. authorities to make sure that jobs in Canada and economic growth, the safety of our borders, continue to benefit small businesses, Canadian workers, and economic growth for the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. We will continue to speak loudly in favor of Canadian values, and we will continue to work constructively with the U.S. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, thanks to our opposition, the government backed down on a tax on health and dental plans. However, they still need money, Mr. Speaker. They continue to try to get revenue, and of course it's the Canadian middle class that'll pay the price. What tax credits will this government have to cut to try to reduce the deficit? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to help the middle class and improve its situation. We will continue to help people who need help in our society, with tax cuts, for instance, situations that will help their family. We introduced the Canada Child Benefit to help 9 out of 10 families get more money for their family. That's what we continue to want to do. That's our objective, to help the middle class, and that will be reflected in the budget we will present in the coming weeks or months. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we will have a deficit 3 times bigger than what this government had announced during the election campaign. That's quite exceptional. $10 billion was already too much. We don't know when there will be any kind of balanced budget. They're throwing money out the windows, and the future generations are going to pay the price. What does this Prime Minister intend to do to eradicate the deficit? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we made a choice. It was a choice to invest in our future, a choice to invest in the future of our children and of the middle class. That's why we're investing in infrastructure, for instance. That's why we want a more innovative economy for the future of our country. That's what we're going to continue to do in order to have an economy that can grow more in the future.
It's become fashionable for millionaires to give self-righteous speeches about income inequality. For example, last week, our millionaire prime minister told a sumptuous gala at the palatial Hamburg City Hall, quote, "I appreciate the irony of preaching about the struggles of the middle class to a sea of tuxedos and ball gowns, wearing a bow tie myself." The greater irony is that back home he is raising taxes on the poorest Canadians through his new carbon tax. Did he mention that in his gala speech?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I would note that 80% of Canadians already live in a jurisdiction in a province that prices carbon pollution thanks to the leadership that the provinces stepped up to during a decade of inaction under the Conservative government. Provinces are using the revenue from the pricing of carbon pollution to give the money back to families through rebates, to cut personal income taxes and corporate taxes, and to invest and to create jobs in the clean growth economy. By pricing carbon pollution, we can fight climate change, we can reduce our emissions, we can put money back in Canadians' pockets, and we can support good middle-class jobs.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
We know from StatsCan data that carbon taxes disproportionately harm those with the least because they must spend roughly a third more of their household income on the items that will be taxed. The government is refusing to release data on how much harm its tax will do on the poorest Canadians and on the middle class. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister admits that he's been preaching about the struggles of the middle class. Why won't he practice what he preaches and announce that nobody with below-average incomes will be forced to pay his new tax?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to creating a cleaner, more innovative economy that reduces emissions and protects the environment while creating well-paying jobs for the middle class and for those working hard to join it. After a decade of inaction and years of lost opportunities under the previous government, we're finally taking the steps required to protect this planet for our children and our grandchildren. Our focus is on taking real, concrete and lasting actions to reduce our emissions, to grow our economy and to create good middle-class jobs. Our government has posted online the results of our federal-provincial analysis of pricing pollution for all Canadians to see, and I would encourage the member to read it.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we know that this government has completely lost control over public spending. We have $1.5 trillion debt and a budget balance in 2055, that's unacceptable. The Minister of Finance says that he has other objectives. Apparently, the next attack would be to increase capital gains inclusion rate from 50 to 75%. That is a direct attack on those who create wealth and on the middle class. Why is the minister continuing to get more money out of the pockets of Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to help Canadians throughout the country with a growth rate for this economy that will help us. That is our goal. We will certainly get an opportunity to help the situation of the middle class through our budget. We will have measures that will continue this program for them. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I love the Minister. I have a great deal of respect for him, and he is great French. He's an honourable man. But let me be very careful here. Not so long ago, the Prime Minister said that he would not tax health and dental insurance plans. A few days later, he voted against a motion that said this exactly verbatim. They voted against this. So can the Finance Minister tell us whether or not he will tax Canadians more, as well as entrepreneurs and wealth creators? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that from the outset of our mandate, we reduce taxes for the middle class. That's very important to us. We introduced the Canada Child Benefit to help the middle class and people who need help. That will continue to be our plan. We want to help families across the country. That will be in our budget. There'll be measures that are good for our economy and for Canadian families. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has created a youth council, which is a good initiative, but it very much lacks transparency. We don't know what topics will be broached, nor the people who will be met, nor the measures that will result from this. We don't know what there will be in the budget about this. There will be no public report. So in order to demonstrate that the Prime Minister is not using the members of this council as his personal cheerleaders, will he authorize the members of the council to publish a report, and will they be free to organize consultations if they so wish? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the fact that for the first time in our history, we have 26 young people from across the country meeting with the Prime Minister several times a year in order to share with them and explain the issues most important to them. Most important, the Prime Minister is taking time to engage with young people on Facebook, in person, in schools, high school, colleges, universities. The Prime Minister knows it's important to engage with youth, and that's what he'll continue to do.
Mr. Speaker, questions are directed to the Minister of Youth, and it's simply disrespectful that he refuses to answer any of them. So while it's a great idea, the Prime Minister's Youth Council is not transparent. We don't know who he's meeting with, and we don't know what's going to come of it. The reality is that young Canadians are facing significant challenges, and they deserve to have access to this process. Young Canadians also deserve accountability. So will the Prime Minister make this information public, yes or no?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister for Youth.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is very proud that for the first time in history, 26 young people representing youth from all across the country and different lived experiences and backgrounds get to meet with the Prime Minister several times per year to talk about the issues that matter most to them and talk to the Prime Minister about the best ways that the federal government can help them. But Mr. Speaker, we're not stopping there. The Prime Minister is also very proud of the fact that he's working with young people by engaging with them online, by engaging with them in high schools, colleges, and universities. He understands the importance of engaging with young people across the country, and that's exactly what he's going to continue to do.
Been called worse. The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, more asylum seekers entered Canada illegally in places like Emerson, Manitoba, and Hemingford, Quebec. The municipality of Emerson, Mr. Speaker, has now formally requested the government provide more resources for border security and public safety. Will the government answer the calls for help from communities like Emerson? Will it develop a plan to enforce and, if necessary, strengthen our laws to stop illegal border crossing?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Speaker, I'm sure we all share a common interest in ensuring the integrity of Canada's borders and the enforcement of Canadian laws. Indeed, the RCMP and the CBSA, as well as the Immigration Department, are working seamlessly and relentlessly together on those two objectives: ensuring the integrity of Canadian borders and the enforcement of Canadian laws. If CBSA or the RCMP are to advise us that they need further resources in order for them to do that job effectively, we will listen very carefully to their advice.
The member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canada has a fair and generous immigration system. We welcome tens of thousands of new Canadians every year, but the increase in illegal entry by asylum seekers in Manitoba and Quebec is worrisome. Those who seek asylum have to do so through appropriate channels. Will the government enforce the law and strengthen them if necessary to stop illegal and dangerous border crossings?
Public safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me be absolutely clear that the laws of Canada are indeed being enforced. They're being enforced by the CBSA within their jurisdiction at points of entry, and they're being enforced by the RCMP between the points of entry in cooperation with local police authorities. Both of those agencies will ensure the integrity of Canada's immigration system and the integrity of our borders. Mr. Speaker, let me make the particular point of congratulating and thanking the people of Emerson, the people of Lacole, and others across the country who have shown such generosity and goodwill in dealing with this situation.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, those are very good words, but people in Manitoba, in these border communities, are asking the federal government to provide help to deal with this influx of illegal people coming across the border. These are community resources, and many times they are actually volunteer first responders. People running across farmers' fields illegally cannot continue. It's not safe for the people who are running across the fields. It's not safe for the community. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the government going to do to provide support to the communities and to stop this illegal activity?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the CBSA and the RCMP are constantly scrutinizing the situation. They have already made some adjustments within their internal resources to ensure that they have the personnel and the tools in place to enforce Canadian laws, to keep Canadians safe, to attend to the safety of the asylum seekers as well. Mr. Speaker, one thing we won't do is what the previous government did in eliminating the health benefits available to asylum seekers and making the condition of vulnerable people even more vulnerable.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, over the past several days, 35 miles
across the border from the United States into Canada near Emerson, Manitoba, in my riding of Provencher. The residents of Emerson have been doing everything they can to assist the migrants and the authorities in dealing with this influx. However, the Minister of Public Safety has been missing in action and needs to assure Canadians that our borders are secure. Can the Minister explain to the people of Emerson what action he is taking to restore and maintain the integrity of our borders?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, may I repeat, first of all, the thanks and congratulations to the honourable gentleman's constituents for the manner in which they have responded to this situation. As Commissioner Paulson told this honourable member earlier today, the RCMP, the CBSA, the IRCC and other Canadian agencies are working seamlessly and relentlessly together to achieve the objectives of border integrity and public safety. If they require more resources to do that job, they will certainly let us know.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke.
Mr. Speaker, the U.S. has been able to recover millions of dollars from wealthy taxpayers implicated in the UBS Swiss bank scandal. But Canada, we've learned, has not convicted a single taxpayer. The best the CRA could do was set up a voluntary disclosure program which protects the fraudsters' privacy, saves them from penalties, and protects them from prosecution. It's a disgrace. When will the minister take legislative measures to fight tax evasion and especially to put an end, please, to this preferential treatment of the rich? Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to fighting against tax evasion and to ensuring the fairness of our tax system for all Canadians. I have to tell you that our government has invested $444 million in fighting against tax havens. I encourage all Canadians who have any relevant information to communicate with the agency through our hotline. The agency examines all of these tips, and I repeat that everyone should have to pay their fair share, Mr. Speaker.
She may want to talk to her own department because almost a decade ago, a whistleblower named Bradley Birkenhead exposed billions of dollars in illegal offshore tax havens, yet when he phoned Revenue Canada and the Justice Department, they refused to act. No bank was fined, no one went to jail, and hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes were never found. With only a quarter of the money recovered, Liberals pat themselves on the back and say, job well done. Clearly, this government has two sets of rules, one for the wealthy and well-connected, and another set for everybody else. So who are the Liberals actually working for? Their billionaire friends or the Canadians in the middle class and those working so hard to join it?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I would remind all Canadians that we are working with our international partners to fight against tax evasion, because this is a worldwide problem. The government is firmly committed to preserving the fairness of our tax system, and the actions that we are taking are leading to the objective of helping all Canadians pay their fair share. We've made historic investments of $444 million, and this proves how important this is to our government.
For Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle.
Mr. Speaker, whether in my riding of Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle, or anywhere else across this country, Canadians are proud to call such a diverse and vibrant place home. We cannot afford to ignore incidents of hatred or violence directed against our minority communities, such as the incidents that occurred in Quebec City, Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, and Hamilton.
Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage inform Canadians what the government is doing to fight against racism and discrimination? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle for her important question. I want to take this opportunity to condemn the acts of discrimination that happened in North York and Montreal this weekend. On February 9th, I had the opportunity to announce an offer for the program Interaction.
Per year to organizations who submit projects to work towards the elimination of discrimination and racism. We have said it many times, diversity is our strength and inclusion is a value that we as Canadians hold dear. We will continue to work to fight for these values. Merci.
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, this week marks 1 year since the minister launched the Phoenix Pay system, despite much advice to the contrary. This decision had serious consequences for thousands of Canadians. I'll give you some examples. Mr. Little is a federal corrections officer who hasn't been paid for months and risks losing it all. Ms. Leclerc wrote to me saying that she's under enormous stress. She's put in 35 years of service to the government, but she's still not getting paid, and she's not going to be able to retire in dignity. There are thousands of similar cases. Can the minister tell us if she regrets her decision that she made last February?
Services and procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a difficult time for a lot of public service employees, and it is totally unacceptable that anyone who has worked is gone without pay for work performed. What I regret is the decision taken by the previous government when they laid off 700 compensation advisors, making it impossible for us to do the job that needs to be done. We are put.
Order, order, order. Members will come to order. Order. Most members are able to listen to things I don't like in question period, most members from all parties. And I urge other members who haven't been listening to do so. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we have done is taken extra measures to make sure that our employees get paid the money that they're owed. We are putting in place extra satellite offices, hiring 250 additional employees that would not have been necessary if the right decisions had been made when the previous government decided to go with this payroll system.
The Honourable Member for Bapaulies-Moineau.
The government is not the victim, he is the accomplice of the Phoenix fiasco.
Absolutely.
The opposition, the media, civil servants, no one believes the Liberal version. They're refusing to take their responsibility, and they're hiding behind excuses that no one buys. The software system should have been rolled out gradually. And in fact, that's the conclusion of the Gardner report, which was commissioned by the Treasury Board. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Canadians, will the minister finally apologize to the families affected for this decision?
Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, it is totally unacceptable that employees are going without pay for work performed. That is why we have taken so many extra measures to make sure that they indeed get the pay that they're deserved. We have recognized that there was an injustice done here to those employees, but the injustice, Mr. Speaker, was done by the previous government. And we are now trying to fix a problem that they left us with, but we will fix it, and the employees will have a payroll system better than they've ever had.
Order. All the members need to sit quietly even when they don't like the answers or the questions. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, it's been a year since the start of the Liberal Phoenix fiasco. Yes, thousands of government employees continue to be underpaid, overpaid, and some not even paid at all. Internal documents prove the minister was warned not to proceed as she did, yet she still did. She ignored these warnings, and a year later, people are still caught in their fiasco with no end in sight. For a year, this minister has agreed the situation is unacceptable. When did we hear that? And spends all of her time blaming others for her incompetence. On what day will this fiasco finally be cleaned up?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, we are making sure that we are taking every possible measure we can to fix the Phoenix payroll system. We are doing exactly that by hiring additional employees, by opening satellite offices, by opening a call center, by making sure that any employee who is overpaid or underpaid lets us know about it, then we fix the problem immediately. Mr. Speaker, this is totally unacceptable, and we are no more in favor of what is happening with the Phoenix payroll system than the employees who are impacted. But we are going to fix the problem.
The member for Edmonton West. Order.
Speaker, if this minister spent half the time fixing her errors that she does blaming others, we would not be in this situation. The minister can try and spin this all she wants, but the truth is this. She knew Phoenix wasn't ready, and she decided to move ahead anyways. That was her decision alone. Now the government employees are getting incorrect T4s as they prepare to file their income tax, and no one is willing to help them or respond. What's the minister's plan to help people from being penalized for her incompetence?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, we're working closely with the Canada Revenue Agency, with Revenue Quebec, and with the unions to make sure that employees get the correct T4 slips. Any employee who gets a T4 slip that does not have the correct amount, we will fix for them immediately. So we're asking them to reach out to us, but we are working closely with the unions and with Revenue Canada and with Revenue Quebec.
Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised this morning as I read the comments of the chair of the Quebec Liberal Caucus. He said the government would support the industry if there were to be a conflict, and that the federal government is looking into possibilities to compensate for losses. For months, we've been calling for a Plan B to defend the softwood lumber industry. It seems that the Minister of Natural Resources should talk to his colleagues to make sure their stories line up. Just to be clear, does the Minister of Natural Resources stand by what his colleagues said to the media?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Our government takes the challenges to the softwood lumber industry very seriously. We are working with our provincial partners to protect all forestry jobs across Canada. We are ready to face this situation, and we will continue to work to find good opportunities for the Canadian lumber industry. Canadians can count on us.
The honourable member for Essex.
Well, Mr. Speaker, no answer because there is still no plan that's in place to protect the Canadian forestry industry from incoming tariffs from the U.S. Yet a Liberal MP told his local media that the industry will be protected in case of conflict and that his government is studying the possibility of compensation. Canadian forestry workers need to know what this means. Tens of thousands of jobs are on the line and that small communities depend on. Simple question. If the Liberals are finally working on a plan to defend the Canadian forestry industry, what is it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that the forestry sector is important for Canadians really right across the country. And we understand that in order to come up with an approach, it's necessary for ministers and for officials to talk about what's in the national interest. Those discussions have already started. They will continue, and we will be prepared for all eventualities.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, for months, Ukraine has been calling on the Liberals to extend Canada's military training mission beyond its March deadline. With escalating Russian aggression, our Ukrainian allies are concerned that the Liberals have turned their backs on them again. The Liberals have already cancelled life-saving satellite images. They refuse to provide the final signature on a defense cooperation agreement with Ukraine, and they back down on a campaign promise to put sanctions on corrupt Russian officials. Operation Unifier must be extended now. Why aren't the Liberals standing shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine in their fight against Putin's proxies?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government stands firmly in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. The Minister reiterated this when she met with the President and Foreign Minister of Ukraine just last week at the Munich Security Conference. The annexation and invasion of Crimea was an illegal act. We say that to the world, and we say that to Russia. The Minister of Defense and the Minister of Foreign Affairs are reviewing Operation Unifier. Mr. Speaker, we will always be a friend and steadfast ally of Ukraine.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, although the Prime Minister and other ministers have offered very carefully worded reassurances that Canada's commitment to the beleaguered people and government of Ukraine is undiminished, the Liberals have been pussyfooting around official extension of Operation Unifier and a direct response to Ukraine's appeal for weaponry to better defend against the Russian-sponsored war. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals speak up?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I reiterate that this government is unequivocal in its support for Ukraine. We've condemned the illegal annexation of Crimea in the strongest terms, and the Minister reiterated this just last week with the Foreign Minister and the President in Ukraine. Of Ukraine in Munich. We stand with the people of Ukraine. We have always been a friend and steadfast ally of Ukraine, and we will continue to be so.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, how about something more than words, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, British MPs today approved legislation which will make it more difficult for international human rights abusers to hide ill-gotten wealth in the UK. The new powers were voted unanimously in our mother parliament, named the Magnitsky Initiative, after the Russian lawyer jailed, tortured and murdered for his investigation of corrupt Russian government officials. Mr. Speaker, this House unanimously approved a motion to implement Magnitsky-style legislation in Canada 2 years ago. The Liberals have dragged their feet. How long will they wait before they act?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we know right now that the House Foreign Affairs Committee is studying CIMA, and we look forward to hearing their report. Certainly, we want to ensure that a proper study is undertaken by this House that will help advise the government in its approach to Magnitsky.
Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, just a few weeks ago, a World War II-era bungalow in my community sold for over $1 million. Our government understands the importance of evidence-based decision-making. In order to provide affordable housing for middle-class families, I would like the Minister to inform this House of the advancement of CMHC's work on escalating home prices in major urban centres such as Toronto?
Honourable Minister of Social Development. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to acknowledge and congratulate our colleague from Toronto, Danforth, for her hard work. Our government believes that all Canadians deserve a safe, adequate and affordable home. I have asked CMHC to study the cause of the rapid and recurring rise in property prices in major urban centres and to identify and to fill data gaps on the subject. I have also mandated CMHC for the data to be available by the end of the year. This will help home ownership stay within reach of more middle-class Canadians.
Excellent. Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend a video was released, a very powerful video featuring Charmaine Stick of Onion Lake Cree Nation, and it was released on social media. The video shows Charmaine's reaction to the Indigenous Affairs Minister dismissing her plea, her plight, her quest for financial transparency. She described the minister's comments as, quote, very hurtful. The minister has no idea what she's going through. She makes it so easy to seem like you can access financial information. When will the minister finally empower Charmaine Stick and enforce the act?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, everyone, including First Nations governments, want increased transparency and accountability. But we will achieve this by working in full partnership with First Nations and organizations. We are presently engaging the First Nations leadership, communities and organizations to identify a way forward that is based on the recognition of rights, respect, cooperation and partnership.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
A federal fund that is designed to support parents with murdered or missing children is failing victims. The Victims Fund has spent 14 times as much on administration costs as they have on actual grants. The fund spends only 7% of its budget on actual victims. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. The criteria for accessing this fund are so stringent that families are getting squeezed out. Will the minister commit today to fixing this fund so that victims get the support they need?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to say how Canadians and all MPs are concerned about the very difficult circumstances in which these families find themselves. It's clear that the program put in place by the former government is not working. We are going to change it and ensure that it works properly, and we'll be doing so in the next months. Thank you.
For Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, February is Heart Month. This month, we got to learn more through Heart and Strokes event, Heart on the Hill. I know our government has been working hard to promote healthy choices for Canadians across the country. Heart health helps prevent possible heart diseases, diabetes, and strokes. Can the Minister of Health please update the House on the important work she is doing to encourage Canadian children to make healthy habits, leading to healthy lifestyles?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member from Brampton South for her excellent question. She's absolutely right. This is Heart Month, and it's a month where we need to think about how we can all reduce the risk of heart disease and make sure we choose healthy lifestyles. Our government is very happy to support a whole range of programs, including Run to Quit, the Carrot Rewards program, the Apple Schools program, and Kids Food Nation. I announced last fall that we have a new healthy eating strategy, and we're doing a whole range of activities, including updating Canada's food guide. I hope that all members of this House and indeed all Canadians will do what they can to reduce the risk of heart disease and make healthy choices.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Texting and driving now kills as many people on Canadian roads as drunk driving, and it causes 8 times as many injuries. Provinces, municipalities, police forces, and civil society is concerned, but the government has stayed silent. Mr. Speaker, is the government aware that texting and driving is killing more and more people, and what steps will the government take to protect Canadian lives on our roads? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the opinion of my colleague who asked the question. At the federal level, we are responsible for monitoring dangerous driving through the criminal code. And there's also a provincial and territorial responsibility to administer fines or to remove points from the driver's licenses of those who text and drive. Personally, I encourage the provinces and territories to implement penalties that reflect the seriousness of this type of behavior. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to aerodromes, we're really not chez nous in Quebec. After 2 unanimous motions in the National Assembly, after a resolution from 84 municipalities, now the Union of Quebec Municipalities is asking the Transport Minister to respect Quebec laws, municipal bylaws, and social acceptability before going forward with new aerodrome projects. Can the Minister of Transport finally respect the consensus that exists in Quebec and stop acting like Quebec belonged to Ottawa? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as you know, it's a federal responsibility to decide if an aerodrome can be built anywhere in Canada. And when I look at each case, I have to make sure that it's in the public interest. I even sent out a ministerial decree last March in the case of the Mascouche Airport, and I had to make sure that it was safe. Those are the criteria that we use. And of course, we want to encourage the aerospace industry in our country. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Talbot. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Transport's failure to speak to Quebecers has cost us 19 hectares of protected land. A forest was clear-cut without the people of Mascouche, Talbot, or any Quebec officials having anything to say about it. We already know that the Minister of Transport doesn't care at all about Quebec's environment laws. But perhaps the Minister of the Environment can explain to us why she let this protected land be plundered. Just because you care about the environment doesn't mean that you should stand by doing nothing like a houseplant. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, before making any decision about the Mascouche Airport, the developer conducted a survey with Léger Marketing, and 64% of people, according to that survey, who lived in the area of Mascouche and Talbot were in favor of developing that airport. We did these investigations in the public interest. Thank you. I would ask the honourable member to limit his response.
To draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Catherine McGarry, Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry for the Province of Ontario. Comme il est 15h05, conformément à l'ordre adopté.
As it is 3:05, the House will now move to deferred recorded votes.
Call on the members.
Who was it?
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
I'll move that the House, A, recognize that Canadian society is not immune to the climate of hate and fear exemplified, shall I dispense? No. By the recent and senseless violent acts at a Quebec City mosque. B, condemn all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities. And C, instruct the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage to undertake a study on how the government could, 1, develop a whole-of-government approach to reducing or eliminating all types of discrimination in Canada while ensuring a community-centered focus with a holistic response through evidence-based policymaking, 2, collect data to contextualize hate crime reports and to conduct needs assessments for impacted communities, and that the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House no later than 240 calendar days from the adoption of this motion, provided that in its report the committee should make recommendations that the government may use to better reflect the enshrined rights and freedoms in the Constitution Acts, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lakisky.
Mr. Lakisky.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms.
Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edkouri.
Monsieur Edkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seti.
Mr. Seti.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mishimatsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 126, 126. Nays contre 165, 165.
I declare the motion defeated. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 9 minutes. Order. I encourage members to take their discussions into the hallways, and I'm going to ask members to join me in a round of shh. I thank members for their cooperation. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased today to be able to present in both official languages, of course, the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities in relation to its study of unmanned aerial vehicles regulations, which are more commonly known to be called as drones. So pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests the government to table a comprehensive response to this report as soon as possible. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi, émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first relates to a question I asked last week in the House. We've had a legislation to bring forward a missing persons index, a DNA data bank, for some time. These petitioners want to ensure that that does take place. They are all petitioners from within my riding, Saanich Gulf Islands. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, relates to the ongoing concerns, this time of petitioners from the Edmonton area, to ensure that there be a moratorium against the release of genetically modified alfalfa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce a petition signed by many British Columbians who are very concerned about the rapid deterioration in our bee population across Canada and of other pollinators. They point out that these very important insects are important not only to our natural systems but also to agriculture and industry. And they're asking this government to take concrete steps to address the high problem of high mortality rates among bees and other pollinators, to develop a strategy to address the multiple factors related to bee colony deaths, and to encourage seed companies to produce and facilitate the purchase of seed that is not treated with neonicotinoids to make sure that our bee population can remain healthy for generations to come.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my privilege to rise again to speak to C-18, the Rouge National Park and Canada Parks Act and amendments to other things as well. Today I'm going to spend a little bit of time speaking about my riding in northern Alberta. I like to call my riding the Promised Land, as I've said a number of times, and today I'm going to talk about a little piece of promised land up in the northernmost corner of my northeasternmost corner of my riding, land that is now coming into becoming part of the new reserve for the Little Red River Cree First Nation. Gus Loonskin is the chief up there, and I have not had the privilege of visiting that part of the riding yet. I've made arrangements to go up there and meet several times, but due to some unforeseen circumstances in two occasions, the meetings have gotten canceled and things like that. So I've driven all the way up to the northernmost edge of my riding there. It's a long 4x4 road into these communities, and the chief thought better of it to try drive the road myself, although I'm always up for an adventure. He said he'd meet me in high level, and then things transpired and we never got to actually meet. But one day I will make it up into the Little Red River Cree First Nation and visit their communities of John Doe Prairie, Fox Lake, and Garden River. Garden River is the community that it lives right in the boundaries of the Wood Buffalo National Park. And that is precisely what this bill is talking about today. It's talking about taking 37 square kilometers of land out of the Wood Buffalo National Park and turning it into a reserve for the Garden Creek community, which is part of the Little Red River Band. The Little Red River First Nation makes up about 5,000 people living in northern Alberta. They're about 200 kilometers south, maybe a little bit less, 200 kilometers south of the Northwest Territories border. So when you're there in the beginning of June, or end of June, beginning of July, so to speak, there's nearly 24 hours of sunlight up in northern Alberta. So in the spring, we typically can get a lot of work done because there's lots of days, lots of hours of sunlight. You get home from work and you got 8 hours of sunlight typically yet before you go to bed, so you can get things done at that time of the year. However, the inverse is the truth during the December-January time, where there's only a few hours of daylight. It's typically only light from about 9 in the morning till 3 or 4 in the afternoon. So the inverse is definitely, but it's typically snow on the ground, not much is happening anyways, other than a bunch of logging. And the Little Red River Cree Nation, they actually own their own logging company, Little Red River Forestry Limited. They own a number of companies that operate up in that part of the world. And I know that they're relatively successful. Having a population of 5,000 people gives forestry companies in that area a resource to tap into, a human resource to tap into, and there is a significant amount of forestry that happens in northern Alberta. There's also a significant number of other things that happen up there. The Little Red River Cree Nation is also home to the Little Red River wildland firefighters, and all over northern Alberta, it's a relatively sparsely populated part of our country, and we have large, vast forests which people work in, the loggers and the oil field development, and a lot of wildlife in there as well. And so managing the forest fires is a big part of what we do up in northern Alberta. And the Little Red River Cree First Nation is a big definite part of that as well, because they have their own company that contracts to the Alberta government and the federal government to maintain the forests in the area. So there's that as well. I know that just in my own research going back, this is a whole part of Treaty 8 territory. Treaty 8 was signed in 1899, so it's well over 100 years old. And shortly after that, the Wood Buffalo National Park was put into place to allow for a large buffalo herd to freely move around in there. Interestingly, however, there wasn't a buffalo herd there, so they built the park and they transported the buffalo from Wainwright, Alberta, which is about 900 kilometers south of there. They transported the buffalo up from there and transplanted them to Wood Buffalo National Park. That leads to some concern today because these buffalo actually have bovine TB in them, and so even the local indigenous population does not hunt them because of the worries of the local, or of the disease that happens to live in some of these bisons. So there's an ongoing concern about that. But however, either way, whatever the case may be, this is one of the largest, if not the largest, provincial park or the federal park, national park in the country. 47,000 kilometers. It makes up the whole corner, northeastern corner of Alberta, and it's not a national park that a lot of people visit because there's just not a lot of roads to it. This particular corner that we're speaking about today in this bill, you fly into there or you drive during the winter as a winter road. I do believe if you take a ferry down the river, you can make it to there as well. But for the most part, nobody drives in and out of there on a regular basis. So it's a significantly remote corner of the province, and there's just not a lot of industrial activity that happens in the park, and so therefore there's no need for the roads, and then the roads just purely don't get built to that corner of the province. I know that it's been since 1988, maybe a little bit earlier than that, so decades, nearly as long as I've been alive, they've been working on transferring this piece of the park out of the park into a reserve, and I know that that has been an ongoing work. I would also point out that there's other areas in my riding. There's the Peerless Trout First Nation, which is probably about 300-400 kilometers south of the area that's in this bill. They're also waiting for their reserve. They've been promised land there as well, and so they are working tirelessly for their reserve. It's a 3-stage process there. I've met with the band and council there, and they've showed me what's going on there, and I've been able to advocate for them on these things. So they've got stage 1. They have their own piece of land there. They're now the reserve. They've built a health center on there. They're building an education center there as well. They've got their own fire station that they've set up there as well. So they're working towards that, but there's still stage 2 and stage 3, and they're looking forward to getting that completed. I know that it's an ongoing process. There's multi-governments that have to deal with it. There's the provincial government, which typically all the Crown land in Alberta is managed by the provincial government, so the provincial government has to sign off on it. I do believe that is done, but the county is also the municipality, local municipality, also has interests in that area as well. They have a big road maintenance yard that's right inside that area, and there has to be an agreement on how that's going to be managed as well. So there's some hurdles and some things that we have to step over in order to move forward. Then there's the Lubicon Lake Band. The Lubicon First Nation, they were just purely missed by the Indian accountants that came through in the 1800s, and so they never got their own reserve. So they've been living there for hundreds of years, and they just happen to be missed. And that's fairly easy to see if you ever travel up there. You travel for hours and hours on the highway, and it's just bush. There's a sign at the beginning, warning, no more gas for 175 kilometers, so you better be full when you leave here. So it's easy to see how that would happen, and they also move around. They had several camps on the edges of these lakes, and depending on what time of the year, they would be in some of these camps. So they were missed in when the allocations for reserve lands were coming out, and they never had a reserve. And now in 2010, we worked diligently over the last 20 years or so, and in 2010 they've got their first agreement on where the land is going to be. Now you can imagine, Madam Speaker, that there can be sometimes a little bit of kerfuffle between two neighboring bands. One says, no, this is our traditional territory, and the other one says, no, this is our traditional territory. And that is also the case up in northern Alberta, where I represent. So we're looking to see some more progress on that as well. I know that the basic outline has been nailed down. I think that deal was signed in 2010 with the federal government, and we're continuously working towards that. These land claim deals typically take, it seems, years and years just to get everybody on the same page, get all the details hammered out. And so I know that the Lubicon Lake Band First Nation is definitely looking forward to having their own piece of promised land. So as we consider this bill, it's been talked about extensively, the Rouge Park aspect of the bill, and I understand that affects a lot more people, seeing as it's very close to a big sprawling metropolis, that's perhaps right in the center of a sprawling metropolis, and so there's many ridings that interact with it and things like that. But I would emphasize that this is about half the size. The land that's up in the northern part of my riding is 37 square kilometers, which is about half the size of the Rouge National Park. So it's a significant piece of land. There's perhaps not as many people that will be impacted by this piece of land, but I do know that the livelihoods and the way of life of the Lubicon First Nation, those 5,000 people that live up in northern Alberta, this will have a profound impact on their ability to start developing that area, start to build permanent structures there, be able to use the land in the method that they see fit. And so it's whereas it's not, it is a fairly virgin piece of land as well. There hasn't been too much impact in terms of industrial activity or anything like that, unlike the Rouge Park National Park. So that brings me, Madam Speaker, to the point on, I think I'll just leave what I have to say about the Wood Buffalo National Park and the taking of the 37 kilometers out of the park at that. I think I've addressed it well. I know that the people of Little Red River are quite excited about this new development, but it has been something that's been worked on for generations, and so regardless of whether the federal government has recognized this as being their territory or not, they have been living there already, and so for them, they're excited about it, but it is also just more of a matter of fact, I guess, at the same time, just because they already live there and are living their life, feeding their families, raising their families there as it is. I think I'll move on to the Rouge National Park, the piece of this bill that has gotten the most attention from members on this bill, and just talk a little bit. I think we're all starting to sound a little bit like a broke record on this one, but I want to talk about the term ecological integrity. And for me, coming from northern Alberta, one of the most beautiful places in this country, to put the term ecological integrity on the Rouge National Park seems like a great irony. I guess I'll say that. Like I mentioned the part up in northern Alberta, where we're taking part of the Wood Buffalo National Park out. That's an area where I would argue that has ecological integrity, and it's easy to see that, and it's easy to understand how we can continue to manage that up there, just purely because there's not a lot of people that live in Wood Buffalo National Park. In fact, this is the only community that lives in Wood Buffalo National Park. However, when you look at the Rouge National Park, it has been lived in for thousands of years. There's significant industrial activity has happened in that area. There's currently highways that run through it, currently power lines that run through it, currently pipelines that run through it. All of these things make our lives better, Madam Speaker. Highways allow us to travel at high speeds, 100 kilometers an hour, to get to where we need to go. Pipelines bring the natural gas that we use to heat our homes to our homes, and so we need these things. There's no doubt about that. And the power lines, Madam Speaker, I got a cell phone on my desk here right now that every day is charged up. Every night I charge it up. When I go to bed, I plug it in, charge it up. And I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, but I can assure you that most of us MPs here could not survive without our cell phones. It's a bit of an understatement. I guess we probably could survive. It's not like water or food, but the anxiety that I feel when my cell phone's not in my pocket and it's not readily available, I tell you, if the battery goes dead, that's significant. So the power, and just that example, the power that comes through the power to charge up my cell phone every night, I guess it's a bit of an overstatement to say I can't survive without it, but I think you understand what I mean, that the power is important. That says nothing for the heat that it provides. I know in Alberta, my home is heated with natural gas, but here, where I rent here in Ottawa, my home is heated with electricity, and so it's imperative that the electricity continue to come. And in order for that to happen, Madam Speaker, we're going to need power lines. We're going to need pipelines, and it's a great technological feat to see that each house in this country is heated by some other form other than wood nowadays, right? It's much too easy. In fact, I think that's part of the problem is that we've forgotten what it's like to go out and chop wood and bring it in to keep our homes warm. We've forgotten what it's like to have to store up wood all year long in order to burn it throughout the winter. Now if we're cold, we just go over and turn the thermostat up, and we don't think too much of it past that. We don't think about all the power lines that it took. We don't think about all the pipelines. We don't think about the big dam that's up in northern Quebec or Labrador or BC or wherever it is that generates the power that we get to use. right here, in fact, Madam Speaker, right here in Ottawa, I think within sight of this building, there's a big power generation dam, and we often drive by there and wonder, oh, what's that? But that's what's powering our cell phones. That's what's heating our homes. That kind of thing. These are the technological advances that humanity, because we've put our minds to it and cooperated together, we've been able to make all of our lives better. And so when we say Rouge National Park should have ecological integrity, I think that it's a misnomer even just to insinuate that currently, because it seems that we don't have ecological integrity there in terms of it being natural habitat. There's a lot of human impact that has happened there. And secondly, is if we're going to put that on there, the Parks Canada has a definition for that, is where it's a hands-off approach. We just let nature take its course. And so whether if that's a stream that's going to erode away the dirt, exposing a pipeline that potentially causes a spill, we're just going to let that happen. We're going to have to move the pipeline. Is that if that's a stream that erodes away the base around one of the power lines, well, we'll have to just let that happen. We can't take preventative action, which would be, in my thinking, would be the smart thing to do. Would be, you know, in one of my towns in northern Alberta, it's the town of Whitecourt. It's looking to become a city soon. Every time the census comes out, they look to see if they've made it over the 10,000 mark. And if they make it over the 10,000, they can apply to become a city. But at this point, they're a town. But they just last year launched a project to divert the water from the river to some degree to prevent it from washing away big parts of the town. There's a big lumber mill and a big park and things like that down in the river valley, and it was being threatened by the river eroding the bank away. They lost, just in 1 year, Madam Speaker, they lost 35 feet off the bank of the river, and so the river was moving into town basically. So they've built big berms in the river to divert the water so the water doesn't hit the bank directly and doesn't erode it anymore. Madam Speaker, that's the genius of, or that's the beauty of humanity's genius, is the fact that we can see these problems and we can undertake methods to divert the water or prevent the forest fire or all these kinds of things. So that to put the term ecological integrity on a place like Rouge Park seems very counterintuitive to me, and I do believe that no matter how much this piece has to be in there, I don't think it was an appropriate term to be placed on the Rouge Park. That said, Madam Speaker, I see my time is winding to a close here. I'd like to congratulate the people of Little Red River Cree First Nation on their new reserve up there, and I'd like to thank the government for continuing the hard work that has been done over the last decades to get us to this point. So, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Rouge Park, for Scarborough Rouge Park. Sorry.
Madam Speaker, and thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from Peace River, Westlock, for his passionate speech. As we discussed on Friday, we worked quite closely together on the committee. But I want to congratulate his riding and certainly the Little Red River community for their achievement as well in this bill. I do take issue with my friend's assertion with respect to ecological integrity. Certainly the Rouge National Park is situated in one of the most developed areas of North America. It's accessible to close to 7 million people within a 1-hour driving distance. It is unique in the sense it's an urban park and ecological integrity, however, is not new to the Canadian park system. So if we look at the Rouge Park, it's a park that is foundational value is to ensure that it has ecological integrity, but it is also in an urban setting. So I think that balance, I'm very confident that Parks Canada is able to manage and to be able to champion. We have over the years push the button on the environment, and I know Parks Canada is well equipped to find that appropriate balance here as part of the management plan. So I do take issue with that to my friend, but I would like to extend the opportunity to my friend to visit Scarborough Rouge Park. I know the Indigenous Games are coming up in this summer, and part of it will be in the riding, and likewise I look forward to going and seeing him. So I wonder if he'll be willing to come down this summer for the Indigenous Games.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as for visiting my colleagues riding there, I do have a riding that's 2.5 times the size of the Netherlands, and I have 100 communities in my riding, and so I'll assure him that I will be very busy this summer to visiting my own riding, that I'm not sure that I'll be able to make it out to visit his, but I'm sure his is beautiful, though not as beautiful as mine. With the term, well, that's I will admit I'm slightly biased on that for sure. With his concern about my definition or my concern about putting ecological integrity in this bill, Madam Speaker, Jasper National Park is a 4-hour drive from my house, and I visit there often. And I know that one of the parts, I think it was probably about 2008 or so, 2007, they have the term ecological integrity there, and I was driving through the park, and there was a forest fire going on, and we got to watch the forest fire that summer burn across the whole mountain range, and it was significant. So I would suggest that's the experience I've had with ecological integrity, and I would definitely be concerned about that happening in his neck of the woods. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is my first opportunity to address my colleague from Peace River Westlock. And since our Christmas break, I want to congratulate him on the birth of a new baby January 9th. And I loved hearing more about his riding in this debate today, which seems to have been subtitled, "Who Lives in the Most Beautiful Riding in Canada?" It is a debate no one will win. But I just wanted to point out to him that his experience with forestry in his area of the world is that vast expanse of boreal forests across Canada, which is not without its own risks. But this Rouge Valley National Park is actually protecting the most endangered, with the exception of the Garry Oak Forest in my area of southern Vancouver Island. But the Carolinian Forest is the most endangered forest type in Canada, and this national park must include ecological integrity, if for no other reason but for that. And I just wanted to add that to his otherwise very, very entertaining comments.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that's precisely why I would argue that we don't. The term ecological integrity is problematic in this context. Because ecological integrity would say that if there was a forest fire or a flood, we would let it have its way. And the member seems to be advocating that we wouldn't let a forest fire take out this highly protected piece of forest. I'm not arguing that this shouldn't be a park. I'm saying that we shouldn't put the term ecological integrity on this piece of land. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member, for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to join my colleague from Scarborough Rouge Park and my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands in following up with a very quick question. By the way, I wanted to thank the honourable member from Peace River Westlock for a wonderful explication of the fundamental differences between the Rouge Urban National Park and the Little Buffalo National Park that exists in his riding. It was a particularly educational experience for me. But I wanted to follow up really on the comments that my other colleagues made about the notion of ecological integrity. And not only, as the member for Saanich Gulf Islands noted, that this is a particularly important Carolinian forest, it also represents one of the largest diversity of plants, of flora and fauna in this particular region, which is in of itself worthy of protection. And wouldn't my friend agree that the notion of ecological integrity is particularly important from an aspirational aspect of making sure that this diversity is maintained?
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I would draw my colleague back. I will mention, though, that I think that my colleague has a very good name. There's no doubt about that because I share it as well. But one of the things that I will point out is ecological integrity, as I understand it, and as I outlined in my speech how I experienced in Jasper, is where they let the forest fire burn. They just let it go. If the river's going to erode the road, they let it erode the road. And what my colleague seems to be saying is no, we need to protect these rare species of flora and fauna in this area. And I would say no, I totally agree with you. We need to protect those things. That's why the term ecological integrity isn't a good term to place on this, because I've seen ecological integrity in action, burning up hectares and hectares of the Alberta forest. That's how the forest is renewed, and that's how it needs to go. But that is ecological integrity, is allowing the forest to burn, allowing the place to flood. That's ecological integrity. So if we want to protect the flora and the fauna of Rouge National Park, ecological integrity is not the words to use to protect it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Oh, the honourable member for... the honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And I think everybody today that have spoken is very supportive of making sure that we protect these lands. And I was just wondering if he could speak a little bit about the farming practices that are going on within the context of the park.
Honourable member for Peace River, West Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague, thank you for a question. That's an interesting thing. I'm not personally familiar with it, but as I understand that there is a significant amount of farming that happens right in the Rouge National Park, which is a surprise to me because I wasn't familiar with farming within national parks. As I said, up in northern Alberta, our national parks are fairly off limits to doing a lot of things. You're allowed to drive on the roads, and that's about it. Camping in undesignated camping spots is not even allowed in where I come from. And so the whole concept of farming within inside of a national park, especially when we are talking about ecological integrity, seems to be interesting. I'll say that word anyway. So. And as well, I could give some shout-outs to another beautiful part of the country. I know that my colleague from South Surrey, White Rock, does live, in fact, in one of the very beautiful places of this country. And I've walked down the wharf at White Rock several times in my life, and so I'll give that shout-out to her riding as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, although that sounded a bit more like a question. Yes, I would like to add a few comments before the close of debate today on Bill C-18. The Rouge Valley National Park Act is extremely important, and it has given us an opportunity to have a discussion about the larger purposes of national parks in Canada. I want to begin, Madam Speaker, by acknowledging that we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquin of Golden Lake. I think that's an important aspect of what we're doing here with the Rouge Valley National Park, is reconnecting with the First Nations peoples and their traditions and use and occupation of the territory that was here before there was a Canada. It's important that as we reflect on the purposes of national parks, we not fall into what I have found frustrating in the debate on C-18, which is something of a false debate about what is the purpose of a national park and why are we worried about ecological integrity. Ecological integrity is at the heart of the reason we create parks. We do not create national parks in this country to create amusement park areas or primarily for the purpose of giving Canadians and foreign visitors a chance to walk in the woods. That's a wonderful side effect of creating a national park. The reason, the fundamental purpose of a national park as the highest order of protection within the International Union of Conservation of Nature protected areas hierarchies, the crown jewel in every country will be those national parks, which, unlike provincial parks, are more restrictive in what you can do. Yes, I enjoy hiking in national parks, but I know that most areas some areas you're not to take a dog at all, and in no place you to take your dog off a leash. Provincial parks are different. In no place in Canada should we compromise on the fundamental principle of ecological integrity in order to encourage economic development. Now, there was a bit of a slippery slope some time ago, and back in 1998, the federal government commissioned a panel on ecological integrity. It was chaired by the former Deputy Minister of Environment Canada, Jacques Gérin, and a very respected civil servant that I am proud to call one of my dear friends. Jacques Gérin, as Deputy Minister of Environment Canada, had the misfortune for a while of being Deputy Minister to the one Minister of Environment in the history of this country who truly did not understand the purposes of a national park. This was in the Mulroney administration. Her name, some of you may recall, Suzanne Blais-Grenier, was the only Minister of the Environment who ever said out loud, "Gee, it's a shame, why can't we mine and log in our national parks? That seems like a lost opportunity." Her time working within the Mulroney cabinet was brief. Fortunately, the Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, did not appreciate having a Minister of Environment musing about clear-cut logging in national parks, or why aren't we mining, or why aren't we damming. She was shuffled out of cabinet, and the person I came to work for sometime later, the Honourable Tom McMillan, replaced her. And it was a moment where people began to sort of rock back on your heels and say, wait a minute, we could actually have a minister in a cabinet, a Minister of Environment, who doesn't understand that the purpose of national parks is to protect these areas from development. We have a vast area of this country outside of all protection. It's very clear that most of Canada is not protected. So when we do say this is a national park, we have to understand the purpose of that park. That purpose was clarified way back when by this panel created on ecological integrity back in 1998 that reported that ecological integrity must not be ignored. It must be fundamental. C'est l'enjeu primordial.
It's the primordial issue for the creation of national parks.
The National Parks Act was amended to ensure that ecological integrity stayed there as the paramount purpose of national parks. Frankly, this was being eroded over the 10 years of the Harper administration. We saw an ice walkway, a private for-profit company put an ice walkway in Jasper National Park. Yes, it's a great tourist attraction, but no, it did not contribute to the ecological integrity of Jasper National Park. Neither did it contribute to the ecological integrity of Cape Breton Highlands National Park when the previous administration was promoting the horrific idea, which thankfully this Minister of Environment and Climate Change has seen the end of the notion of a Mother Canada statue in Green Cove in a pristine area of the coastline of the Cape Breton Highlands National Park. Development and tourist attractions of that type are completely inappropriate for our national parks. So the debate on C-18 has given us a chance, and I wanted to, in closing this debate at third reading, reaffirm national parks are about ecological integrity. That's why we have to go back and look at the Sable Island National Parks Act, passed in the 41st Parliament, which still lamentably allows the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Board to have superior regulatory authority within the national park than Parks Canada itself. The CNSOPB is allowed to order seismic testing, and they merely notify Parks Canada. They don't even have to consult in advance. That National Park Act, like the Rouge Valley National Park Act, needs to be revisited and ecological integrity restored as the core purpose of creating that park. The Rouge Valley National Park, and there have been some red herrings in this debate about forest fires burning out of control, that is not what's going to. Ecological integrity in every instance relates to the ecosystem you are protecting. The Carolinian forest is, with the exception of the Garry Oak forest type of southern Vancouver Island, the Carolinian forest is the most endangered forest type in Canada. Unlike Canada's boreal forest, the Carolinian forest is not a fire-driven ecosystem. It does not need, for ecological purposes, fires to burn through it. It is a moist forest. It's a hardwood forest. It has 70 different species of trees, far more biologically diverse than the boreal, for example. It has over 400 bird species. It has marshlands, and we are losing our wetlands at an extraordinarily fast rate, particularly in southern Canada. So the opportunity we have here, and the opportunity we have today, despite the concerns which I acknowledge is valid, from environmental lawyer like John Swagan, from the Friends of the Rouge, who would still like to see changes made. This is a point where we can't make changes. We might revisit in a number of years, but right now we need to reassert that while 75% of the Rouge Valley National Park is still in its wild state, 25% is disturbed, but Parks Canada can have a plan and a vision, and Canadians can support it to restore more of the marshlands, restore more of the Carolinian forest, ensure that in this time of climate change, we provide as much of a corridor as possible for those species that are moving further north as climate changes, to have a habitat to find as they go north. We need the Rouge Valley National Park. We need it whether it's an urban park or a wild park. It is the Rouge Valley National Urban Park Act that we debate today, that we put to bed today at third reading. I support it. I'm grateful for it, and I'm very grateful to my colleagues for giving me this abbreviated time. I didn't need to take my full 10 minutes, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to reassert parks are about ecological integrity, full stop. That's why we create them. That's why we must protect the concept, the principle, and the foundational purpose of our national park system. Protect the ecological integrity of Canada's diverse ecosystems. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
My colleague from Saanich, Gulf Island, for her continued care for the environment, which has been there for many, many years. Of course, we're working right now on a study on the Aichi targets, trying to get Canada's land protected from 10% to 17%, and our marine area from 1% to 10% by 2020, which is pretty ambitious targets. But many of the witnesses we heard from suggested that in the long run, Canada should be looking at 50% of the land and 30% of marine areas protected in some form in Canada. And I'd be interested in the members' views on the future for conservation and protection in Canada.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my colleague from Kootenay, Columbia, who himself has had a long career and track record, particularly with our park systems. The targets are important, but targets can be misleading. One of the things that happened out of the Brundtland Commission was a mistake, and the World Commission on Environment Development, and certainly the author of the Brundtland Commission report, Jim McNeil, lamented that somehow people took out of that report 12%, that there was sort of a magic number. If you can protect that, then everything else will take care of itself. Ideally, you have graduated systems of protection. You know that your national parks, as I mentioned, is the crown jewel, so no industrial activity at all should take place within national parks, and we should avoid the notion that they're a cash cow to pay for Parks Canada. As my colleague from Kootenay, Columbia mentioned earlier, Parks Canada should be adequately funded so the agency doesn't have to rely for so much of its revenue stream on people paying for services, and that does tend to drive you in the direction of Natural Parks Disneyland. We need to avoid that. But as you go out across the landscape, farmers, we know, are great conservationists. Ranchers can be great conservationists. And knowing how to protect things, like lamenting deeply that the Harper administration killed the Prairie Farm Rehabilitation Act, losing hedgerows, losing tall grass prairie. All parts of our ecosystems can be protected through sustainable development and sensitive use, even when you're exploiting them for economic purposes.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my colleague, I just perhaps can. We've been going back and forth on this, I guess, for a while now on the term ecological integrity. If she can allay some of my fears, because the definition that I have, ecological integrity means that we allow processes such as wildfires, flooding, pest outbreaks. They need to be allowed to run their natural course, and that's the definition that I've been using. And if she could explain to me how that definition is acceptable inside of an urban setting, that would be much appreciated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, ecological integrity refers to, there's three core elements. It's preserving and protecting natural biodiversity, that is the range and numbers of species, the natural processes, which his question relates to, as well as any limiting unnatural stressors. In the context of wildfires, Parks Canada has never let a wildfire burn in any park if there is human habitation nearby. So that's a limit. It's a natural limit. It makes sense. And as I mentioned before, the Carolinian forest, fires are not a natural stressor. You can have, of course, fires do occur in any place in Canada, but they're not part of the natural ecosystem type known as the Carolinian forest, as opposed to boreal, which clearly is a fire-driven ecosystem. Replenishment, rebirth, new forests happen in the boreal through fire. But even in the boreal forest, Parks Canada would not allow a boreal forest fire to burn out of control and threaten a community. So there's common sense limits to this, and Parks Canada has always applied them.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member mentioned ecological integrity and that the Conservative government failed in allowing the walkway at Columbia Icefields. Now, prior to the walkway being there, it was a pull-off on the side of the road on a rock ledge. And I wonder if she can tell me how the ecological integrity of the park was damaged by putting that in, when on any given day prior to the walkway you might have had 100 people stop there and look over the rock ledge, where today you might have anywhere from 4,000 to 6,000 people stop and look over the ledge and still not use any more of a footprint than it did in the first place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, to the member for Yellowhead, as he will know, that walkway was enormously controversial for many reasons. One of them being, I believe it violates the fundamental principles of our national park system to create a for-profit operation. So yes, the walkway was built with investor private capital for the benefit of that investor. That in and of itself makes it incompatible with our purposes of our national parks. We are creating national parks for the ecosystem that exists in Jasper, for the grizzlies, for the caribou, for the species there. We're not primarily creating it. It's an added benefit, no question. Tourism attractions are wonderful. But if you want to build an ice walkway and you want to put private money into doing it, don't do it in one of our national parks.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Seeing none, la Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question?
Oui. La question est la suivante. Madame McKenna, appuyée par Madame Chagger.
Ms. McKenna, seconded by Ms. Chagger, moves that Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act be now read a third time and do pass.
Speaker of the House to adopt the motion. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor say yay.
All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinions, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Madame la Présidente, je demande que...
I move that the vote before the House be deferred to tomorrow after the end of the hour set aside for oral questions.
The member, no? C'est automatique.
It's automatic?
Vote will now be deferred until tomorrow. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre amenant du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government bills. Comments.
3. Pre-Clearance Act 2016.
Mr. Goodell, seconded by Mr. Carr, moves that Bill C-23, an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
From this government's first day in office, we have been focused on the various drivers that will grow the economy to create good, solid jobs and genuine opportunity for the middle class and all those who are working so hard just to get there. That's why we cut middle class taxes and bolstered family incomes with the new Canada Child Benefit. That's why we increased federal support for students, skills and learning. And that's why we're investing in innovation and infrastructure. And that's also why we're seizing meaningful opportunities to expand international trade through new and improved trade agreements, through trade missions and marketing, and through initiatives that help move both people and goods across international boundaries in faster, easier, and more efficient ways, all while maintaining our safety and security and respecting our rights. Bill C-23, an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States, is very much aimed in this latter direction. This legislation will allow more Canadians and more Canadian businesses to enjoy the convenience and the economic benefits of clearing American customs and immigration procedures in Canada before entering the U.S. Expanded pre-clearance will strengthen Canada's economic competitiveness by accelerating the flow of legitimate trade and travel while enhancing the security of our border. Moreover, it will allow more Canadian travelers to complete U.S. border procedures while under the protective umbrella of Canadian law and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Canada and the United States are each other's top trading partners, and the cross-border economy is essential to our shared prosperity. Nearly $2.5 billion in goods and services cross the Canada-U.S. border every day. In fact, some $1.5 million worth of goods and services have crossed that border since I began speaking about 2 minutes ago. Our exports to the United States constitute more than 20% of Canada's GDP, and 2.5 million jobs rely on those exports to our southern neighbour. And there's more, Madam Speaker. In 2015, over 600,000 Canadian jobs were directly attributable to tourism, and Americans represented over 2/3 of the nearly 18 million overnight visitors Canada received in that year. In all, more than 400,000 people cross our land border every single day. Border benefits flow both ways. Some 9 million U.S. jobs depend directly on trade with Canada, and Canada is the primary export destination for 35 American states. Clearly, the movement of people and goods across the border is vital to the dynamism of the North American economy and a powerful engine for growth and job creation in both countries. However, border delays and concerns about potential delays can be a very significant impediment to economic growth. Our government is committed to addressing that. A central element of our campaign platform was a commitment to build a solid foundation for greater trade, stronger growth, and more job creation by working to reduce the barriers that limit trade and by promoting a steadier flow of people and goods. Some years ago, Canada and the United States began working on a new legal framework for the pre-clearance system between our two countries. But it was not implemented, and it didn't include a definite business plan for the expansion of pre-clearance. Through this past year, we tackled those deficiencies, building on more than 6 decades of successful pre-clearance experience between Canada and the United States. Our expansion plans will begin with new pre-clearance services for air passengers at Billy Bishop Island Airport in Toronto and Jean Lesage Airport in Quebec City, and for rail passengers heading into the United States from Montreal Central Station and on the Rocky Mountaineer Railway in British Columbia. We have also agreed to regularize pre-clearance operations at certain rail and marine sites in BC that currently offer a partial service, and this improvement, Madam Speaker, will be especially significant for the West Coast cruise ship business. One of the steps on the path to all of this expansion is the adoption of new legislation in both countries. The requisite American legislation was signed into law last December after being adopted by Congress with unusually unanimous support in both the Senate and the House of Representatives. And the related Canadian legislation is what we are examining today. Before I get into some of the details of Bill C-23, let me take a moment to discuss what exactly pre-clearance is and what benefits Canadians can expect from its expansion. Pre-clearance simply means that rather than customs and immigration procedures happening just after you cross the physical border or after landing at a U.S. airport, they happen in advance. Canadians who have flown to the U.S. from one of the 8 airports in this country where pre-clearance is currently conducted, that's Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Toronto, Pearson, Ottawa, Montreal, and Halifax. People flying out of those airports to the U.S. are very familiar with how pre-clearance works and what the advantages are. Travelers are cleared for entry into the United States by U.S. border officials before they board the plane, which means they avoid lineups and delays after they land. They can also fly directly to any U.S. airport, including airports like LaGuardia in New York City or Reagan Airport in Washington, D.C., which do not have full customs facilities and ordinarily receive only domestic U.S. flights. Pearson Airport in Toronto, for example, presently offers direct flights to 50 American destinations. Without pre-clearance, that number would drop to 27. Pre-clearance makes it easier not only for Canadians to travel to the United States, but for Canadian businesses to attract American tourists and business travelers to Canada, which is obviously a major benefit for local economies. That's why there has been so much support for the planned expansion that we announced last spring that will be enabled by the bill that is before us now. Suite à l'annonce au printemps.
Following the announcement last spring, the president of the Quebec City Chamber of Commerce and Industry declared that we have reached a historic milestone with regard to the accessibility of the region. According to the mayor, Régis Lebaume, the arrival of pre-clearance at Jean Lesage Airport is a great victory for his city. And, in the words of the president of the Quebec City Airport Authority, this grand project will forever change the face of the airport by considerably reducing travel times to the United States and by enhancing the client experience of our passengers.
The president of the BC Chamber of Commerce has said that the agreement to expand pre-clearance will help businesses grow and avoid spending time in border lineups. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce has welcomed the expansion because pre-clearance operations, which have existed in one form or another for over 60 years, have been, in the words of the Chamber, a massive success that greatly reduces congestion at the border and allows for streamlined processing of trusted trade and travel. In short, Madam Speaker, Bill C-23 will be good for business all over the country, good for tourism, and good as well for ordinary Canadian travellers. The first part of Bill C-23 sets out the Canadian legislative framework that will govern American officers conducting pre-clearance in Canada of people and goods that are bound for the United States. In general, Travelers already familiar with the way preclearance works won't notice any difference. As is already the case, American preclearance officers will be authorized to collect the same information from travelers that is collected by U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers at regular U.S. points of entry. And in many other respects, including search authorities, detention authorities, and penalties for lying to an officer, Bill C-23 is generally similar to the law governing preclearance that is currently in effect and has been so since at least 1999. I know there are always concerns about the authorities that U.S. officers would have in Canada, just as there are always concerns across the border about the authorities Canadian officers would have in the U.S. I can assure the House that our government takes very seriously the need to protect the rights of travelers and to ensure that they're treated fairly and in accordance with the rule of law. And I will therefore take just a few moments to address some of the concerns that have been mentioned in public. First, with respect to searches, the current law allows a U.S. preclearance officer to conduct a frisk search if there are reasonable grounds to suspect that a traveler is hiding something or carrying something dangerous. This would not change under Bill C-23. If there is a need for a search requiring the removal of clothing, the current law obligates U.S. officers to request a Canadian counterpart to conduct the search. This, too, will remain the same. The only difference under C-23 is that the U.S. officer could conduct the search if no Canadian officer is available. This would be extremely rare, and any such search would be subject to the same legal and constitutional protections as would apply to a search done by a Canadian officer. And historical experience over the past 60 years would indicate that any conflict in relation to those rules governing searches would have happened exactly 0 times, based on the experience over 6 decades. With respect to detention, U.S. officers would not have the power to arrest or charge travelers in Canada. Rather, as is currently the case under existing law, a U.S. preclearance officer who has reasonable grounds to believe that a traveler has committed an offense must turn the traveler over to Canadian authorities as quickly as possible. With no exceptions, only Canadian authorities will determine whether charges should be laid. With respect to travelers wishing to withdraw from a preclearance area, they will be entitled to do so, but they could be required to identify themselves and give their reasons for withdrawing. And this is simply to prevent the illicit probing of preclearance sites by people trying to find weaknesses in border security before leaving the preclearance area undetected. And with respect to the arming of officers, U.S. officers in Canada will only be entitled to carry the same weapons as Canadian Border Services officers do in the same environment. For example, because Canadian officers do not generally carry firearms inside airport terminals, U.S. officers would not be authorized to carry firearms there either. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, this bill says explicitly that American preclearance officers must exercise their powers and perform their duties under this Act in accordance with Canadian law, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Canadian Human Rights Act. As I said earlier, the alternative is for travelers to be processed entirely in the United States with no Canadian legal protections. The preclearance agreement between Canada and the United States provides for full reciprocity, so that too is laid out in Bill C-23. No power or privilege is conferred upon the officers of one country and not the other. This is an important point to bear in mind as Canada studies and pursues future opportunities to set up Canadian preclearance services in the U.S. for people and goods that are bound for Canada. Expansion of the service also includes preclearance of cargo. During the Prime Minister's recent visit to Washington, Canada and the U.S. both recognized the success of existing preclearance operations for travelers, and we declared our mutual commitment to establish cargo preclearance in order to make trade across our border faster, easier, and more secure. All of this, Madam Speaker, fits within our government's overarching objectives of growing the economy and creating jobs, and it upholds our platform commitment to foster a productive relationship with the United States in the interests of our mutual prosperity and security, and all while safeguarding our Canadian rights and freedoms. Madam Speaker, since I began my remarks about 20 minutes ago, over $25 million worth of goods and services have been traded across our border with the United States, and over 5,000 people have traveled across that boundary. But the potential for even more trade and travel between our two countries and for greater economic growth is strong. We can and we must make the border flow of people and goods faster, easier, and more secure. That is what Bill C-23 will achieve, and it will do so while allowing more Canadian travellers to enjoy the protection of Canadian law and the protection of the Charter when going through U.S. customs procedures. Madam Speaker, this is an important debate. I thank the House for their attention this afternoon, and I look forward to the constructive input that I'm sure honourable members will offer during today's debate and throughout the legislative process on Bill C-23. Thank you. Good job.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Argument of trade and goods and so forth, it certainly sounds like a compelling argument on the surface, but the question that needs to be asked with Bill C-23 is, with preclearance already happening, it's hard to understand why we're giving so many more powers that American agents don't currently have under a preclearance system that certainly seems to be working just fine. And I want to touch, I could ask about many of the points the minister raised, but unfortunately the time is limited. So I want to focus on one that's been certainly a subject of discussions and concern in the public, is the question of leaving the preclearance zone. And the minister offered as a justification, well, it's to make sure that people aren't staking it out and aren't examining it how it is, which to me, Madam Speaker, runs the risk of profiling. We had at the Public Safety Committee last week representatives of the Islamic Society of North America, and they specifically raised the issue around that provision in the bill, because what ends up happening is if a Canadian, and let's face it, Madam Speaker, given how things are going currently at the U.S. border, unfortunately, it may be a Muslim Canadian arrives at the border and doesn't appreciate the line of questioning or finds that it's something that's infringing on their rights or just abusive, and they decide to leave the preclearance zone. Beyond what the minister said, the bill actually allows that person to be detained and questioned within reasonable delay, but we don't define what a reasonable delay is, Madam Speaker. So I'm wondering if the minister can assure us and explain how that's not the exact kind of situation that we're going to find ourselves in, especially given the current administration's behavior towards certain groups of people.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and thank you very much for the question. With respect to the preclearance areas within various airports, they are obviously areas that need to be very secure because they're dealing with sensitive cross-border issues, and the powers that are being provided under Bill C-23 are indeed very similar to what exists at the present time under previously existing legislation. The honourable gentleman makes the suggestion that, in his view, the change in C-23 is large and drastic, and quite frankly, I would beg to differ. I don't see it as a major alteration in the law that presently exists. But the safeguard that he referred to, that is embedded in these particular sections of Bill C-23 with respect to people wishing to withdraw from the preclearance area, that safeguard is extremely important. They can withdraw. They may be asked questions to identify themselves. They may be asked questions for their reasons for withdrawal in order to protect the integrity of that zone. But the whole process is subject to a very strong limitation. It cannot unreasonably delay, those are the words in the Act, unreasonably delay the traveller. And the concept of reasonableness is a concept that has long jurisprudence attached to it and will undoubtedly be applied assiduously by Canadian courts.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his remarks. Certainly we recognize the continuation of important work that was begun under the previous government. Prime Minister Stephen Harper, of course, negotiating the Beyond the Border Agreement with former President Barack Obama, and we see this legislation is carrying through on some of the items within that. Can I ask the Minister if he can reflect on some of the discussions happening in the United States, and if he sees the ability of the Beyond the Border Agreement negotiated by Prime Minister Stephen Harper and Barack Obama, if he sees that being able to continue forward in its fullness in light of the new administration, what kind of discussions has he had with respect to that going forward? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Madam Speaker, as I've mentioned in the course of my remarks, when you look at the statistics, it is obviously in the interests of both countries to have a successful border relationship in terms of the volumes of people and the volumes of goods and services that flow back and forth every day, every hour, quite literally every minute. It is important to both countries to make that relationship successul. The Beyond the Border initiatives actually stretch way back to the time of John Manley and Tom Ridge when the first arrangement was put together. The current arrangement is just about coming to the end of its life cycle. There are a number of things that need to be accounted for to finish off the previous work that was agreed to by previous administrations. And it will be important for Canada to pursue with the United States where this process now goes from here. Are there future alternatives, opportunities to carry on the work to make the border efficient and expeditious and fair in the way it deals with people, and at the same time make the border secure and safe in both directions. I have had one opportunity so far to raise this in a face-to-face fashion with the new Secretary of Homeland Security. That was a good conversation, but it was a preliminary conversation. Obviously, a lot more detail is required. And within the next 3 or 4 weeks, I hope to have the opportunity to carry on that conversation to examine exactly where we wish to expand our opportunities in relation to the border.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his comments. And one of the concerns that I have about this bill is the continuation of integration with the United States on programs where previous programs have been disavowed or not ensured that the current agreements are kept in good faith. Example is being Nexus, and I've written the Minister about this. In Nexus, and also another one issue is, say for example in my region, I'll be very specific so hopefully people at home can really realize the significance of this. Our hospitals used to have prior arrangements with the United States that actually preborn children and their mothers, and as well as after youth that have been born, newborn babies, could get access to American hospitals for high-risk pregnancies and birth and after birth emergencies. They would get into, say for example, Detroit within minutes versus that of going to London. It's a life and death situation. We have yet to hear back from the Minister about this. That was proved null and void under the current administration, the Trump administration. And why would we want to further, do that when we still don't have clarity about our current rules and agreements and what they're supposed to be? And then lastly, if there is no, known entities for doing that, simply leaving it to people to figure out with life and death situations is not just good enough. So why would we go further deep when we can't even get basic questions on past practices with agreements?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, with respect to Nexus, in fact, within a very short time of that issue arising a couple of weeks ago, we did obtain clarity with respect to the Nexus rules and the applicability of those rules, especially in relation to permanent residents. When points of dispute or concern arise, the best way to deal with them is to confront them directly, raise them directly with your counterparts, and to work very hard to get satisfactory answers. On the issue about the health exchanges or the hospital exchanges, that would, I suspect, be primarily under provincial jurisdiction, but I'm more than happy to pursue that issue, to examine its current status. With respect to Bill C-23 itself, though, Madam Chair, and why, from the perspective that the honourable gentleman represents, why it would be wise to have this arrangement as opposed to not having this arrangement. By having the arrangement in place, it means that more and more Canadians will go through the process of clearing American customs and immigration procedures while they are still in Canada, before they cross the border, and therefore, being in Canada, they will have the protection of Canadian law, including the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, what's the alternative if you don't have that protection? It means you do all your clearing on the American side, under complete American jurisdiction, with no protection of Canadian law. Clearly, pre-clearance is a better way to do it.
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton, Justice. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, Foreign Affairs. And
the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, Youth.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Madam Speaker, it's my honour to rise today to discuss Bill C-23, the Pre-Clearance Act of 2016.
The Conservative government supported pre-clearance agreements with the United States and reached many agreements to facilitate the travel of Canadians. In 2015, Canada signed the pre-clearance agreement for land transportation, rails, marine, and air transportation with the government of the U.S. This agreement established a legal framework for new pre-clearance operations for all modes of transportation. In 2012, the government announced the creation of a binational committee on operations in 8 Canadian airports offering U.S. pre-clearance. The position of the Conservative Party is that pre-clearance agreements and border agreements with the U.S. are important and helped to improve security, strengthens the integrity of the border, and create jobs, as well as growth in Canada by facilitating crossings by legitimate travelers.
Legal mechanism for border security officers in Canada and the United States to provide for the pre-clearance in each country of travelers and goods bound for the other country. Trade and travel between the United States and Canada, Madam Speaker, are keys to the economic success of both nations. More than $2 billion travels across the border every single day. And we must make all necessary steps to facilitate this trade and travel while ensuring that our border is meaningful and secure. So specifically, the bill before us today is the implementation legislation for the Agreement on Land, Rail, Marine, and Air Pre-Clearance that was negotiated by the previous Conservative government. And so this bill is incredibly important for both our security and our prosperity. It is important that legitimate travel and trade be able to occur as freely as possible, while also leveraging the work done by the Canadian Border Services Agency officers and Customs and Border Protection officers. First, let's talk a little bit about pre-clearance. What it is, and how it has been working. Because contrary to what some would have you believe, this is not a new concept. As the honourable member just mentioned in the House, pre-clearance operations were implemented in Canada for the first time back in 1952, when the United States pre-clearance officers began screening travellers for United States-bound planes at the Toronto International Airport. And a formal pre-clearance agreement with the United States did not exist at that time. In fact, Canada and the United States reached their first air transport pre-clearance agreement in 1974. Pre-clearance is designed, of course, to push the effective border out, away from the homeland. But what does that mean? It means, in this instance, that travelers are screened in their country of origin before boarding a flight, rather than being screened when their flight lands. This is important because threats are interdicted before they can enter a new country, and screening times become more uniform. Madam Speaker, it may interest you to know that more than 12 million passengers at 8 airports went through U.S. pre-clearance in 2016. And in pre-clearance operations, border officers from the inspecting country, in other words, the United States or Canada, carry out customs and immigration inspections in the host country before allowing goods or people into the inspecting country. The objective of pre-clearance is to improve and expedite the flow of legitimate trade and travel while continuing to ensure border security and integrity. If there was no pre-clearance, Canadians would not be able to take advantage of nearly half of the direct flights between the Canadian and United States destinations. They instead would need to fly to an intermediary city in the U.S. and go through customs screening. This will, of course, increase the costs of these trips. It will increase the amount of time these trips will take, and it will ultimately make traveling harder. But pre-clearance also has a security benefit. Potential threats to the other country can be stopped by law enforcement before they even cross the border. And this type of action is important in the context of the broader Beyond the Border Agreement. The United States and Canada have a long tradition of working together to ensure that the border remains open to legitimate trade and travel and closed to terrorists, criminals, and illegal or unauthorized goods. Work done by the previous government has deepened and institutionalized this cooperation within, at, and away from the shared border. This is great work that was done by the previous government, and we are glad that it has been pushed across the goal line. But obviously, there may be some imperfections. Media have reported on concerns that U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers will be able to detain Canadians on Canadian soil. In my view, this criticism is overblown and is not actually matched by the legislation. The legislation is clear that CBP officers are not peace officers, and powers of arrest only lie in Canadian hands. However, individuals may be held for questioning at the discretion of the inspecting country officer. But this, in turn, makes sense. Pre-clearance is effectively treating the customs checkpoint the same as if an individual approached a land border. I do look forward to hearing concerns from individuals and groups at committee stage about detention powers. If there are issues that need to be addressed, the committee can indeed consider these. But of course, we all know that an important part of national security measures is maintaining the confidence of the Canadian people. The Minister of Public Safety needs to be there and explain to Canadians how the legislation will work. I'd be happy to help him in this regard. He has to continue to explain that rights will not be violated and that security will be protected. And, of course, we've heard a lot about national security these days and years. And we've heard a lot about the Liberal campaign promise to significantly alter the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015, more commonly referred to as Bill C-51. I would put it to this House that that would be manifestly an irresponsible course of action. The CSIS director has confirmed that the new threat disruption tools have been used over 24 times. Removing these tools, which permits CSIS to do things as simple as talk to the parents of radicalized individuals, is tantamount to tying their hands behind their backs. Now, we have heard the Minister of Public Safety make comments about reviewing the Passenger Protect program as well. In most, if not all of these cases raised in the media of individuals not being able to fly, however, the issue at play has been the American no-fly list. There's little that the minister can do, quite frankly, about a policy of a foreign country other than lobbying for its change. We've also heard suggestions that the newly created Office of Advocacy or Promotion of Terrorism in general is too broad and it will impede on the right of free speech. Yet, at the Public Safety Committee, Madam Speaker, in the context of our national security review, we have heard from groups like the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs and B'nai B'rith, who have unequivocally stated that these measures provide necessary safety and security to their communities. Madam Speaker, I would put it to you that we need to get serious about dealing with Canada's national security. We need to listen to the debate, and we need to listen to the security experts. And that brings me back to the legislation we're discussing today. In academic review after academic review, it found that pre-clearance allows border authorities to better utilize resources because screening is done away from the homeland. A recent paper published by the Pacific Northwest Economic Region has found that the pre-clearance agreement gives U.S. Customs and Border Protection and the Canada Border Services Agency officials the authority to conduct border security and inspections in the other country prior to departure. By taking a perimeter approach to security, each country will address potential threats early and improve efficiency of legitimate travel and trade at the border. End of quotation. One often overlooked component of this bill is that it is not only pre-clearance in the air mode, but it is by rail as well. We know that travelers often move between Montreal and Plattsburgh, New York. In the absence of pre-clearance, once the train crosses the border, it must stop and all passengers must clear customs. And this process can take up to 1 hour. It's cumbersome and needless and can dissuade further travel due to increasing demands on time. Pre-clearance will allow customs inspections to occur before a passenger even boards a train. And this type of security measure leverages the resources brought to bear in both countries. If there's a security risk, irregular migrant or otherwise inadmissible person, and if they attempt to travel, they can be stopped and dealt with in their country of origin. Border officials from the inspecting country and law enforcement officials from the host country can work together to ensure that the appropriate outcome is determined. Now, this legislation is focused on passenger travel, which is very important. But there is more that needs to be done, Madam Speaker. As I said earlier, more than $2 billion travels across the border each and every day. And the government must proceed with pre-clearance of cargo as well. Under the leadership of the previous Conservative government, a truck cargo pre-clearance pilot project was conducted at the Peace Bridge crossing between Fort Erie, Ontario and Buffalo, New York. This project has resulted in important lessons learned that can now be implemented to improve the pre-clearance times for cargo. These include eliminating user fee cash collection at the primary inspection, updating technology connectivity, and mandating advanced electronic filing of manifests for all commercial entries. When this legislation was tabled, the Liberal government did make reference to the fact that the issues around cargo have been referred to a working group on pre-clearance. Well, it's been several months now, Madam Speaker. I understand the honourable member, the Public Safety Minister, also referenced this issue in his remarks today, but we would like to see some results soon. The recent joint statement following the meeting between the Prime Minister and President Trump did not make any reference to this issue, nor did it make any substantial reference to the efforts to thin the border for legitimate trade and travel while ensuring that terrorists and illegal migrants are stopped in their tracks. And this is concerning. But unfortunately, we have to wait, and I hope not wait too long, to see how this relationship will move forward. We do have a government that has made some provocative statements in the past, Madam Speaker, whether it's tipping their hands on NAFTA negotiations or eulogies for Fidel Castro, statements that will not gain favor with our largest trading partner. And this, of course, is not an effective way to get results for Canadians. But I see the bill here today, and I see that we can make progress on these issues. Let me have the opportunity to summarize them, Madam Speaker. Bill C-23 is basically good legislation. I'm proud to support it, going to the Public Safety Committee for further study. And the reasons for this are very simple. First, this legislation will allow air, rail, and marine travelers to proceed to their destination on the other side of the border more quickly. That means smoother travel. And smoother travel is more desirable travel. And more desirable travel means an increase in tourism dollars spent in Canada. Secondly, this legislation will allow Canada and the United States to leverage our shared security resources. CBP and CBSA officers will work together, along with their law enforcement partners in the FBI, RCMP, and local police forces, to ensure that terrorists, criminals, and illegal migrants are stopped at the earliest opportunity. Pushing the border out is a common-sense principle that we need to continue to advance. In the third place, this legislation is the result of hard work and negotiation by the previous Conservative government. Former Prime Minister Harper and former President Barack Obama had a great strategy for our shared border, and this is another piece that will make our shared border work better. We absolutely must ask the Minister of Public Safety, of course, and his officials important questions about the balancing of liberty, security, and trade. And we absolutely must hear from important stakeholders, from civil liberties groups to the Customs and Immigration Union to the National Airlines Council of Canada, important groups that deal with the issues raised in this legislation each and every day. But on its face, Conservatives can support measures to streamline our border and to make it simpler to travel to and from the United States. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Matarville.
The honourable member for Matarville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his open-mindedness concerning this bill. Bills tabled in this place usually aim to protect our rights and freedoms. And I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the fact that we are protecting Canadians' privacy, that we are protecting the data that is given at pre-clearance, and the way in which this is similar to what already happens.
Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Madame la Présidente.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Of course, it's very important to have appropriate protections for our citizens. We need to have a plan in this bill to protect our rights and freedoms and to balance what's in this bill and the safety of our country.
I do say that. I believe that it is important to strike the right balance. I believe that this bill on its face does strike the right balance. I do want to, as my honourable NDP colleague mentioned as well, I think it's important to go to committee, to hear from groups, to make sure that we have struck the right balance. If there are things that have to be done to make it more clear what the intention of the House is, I think we should be open to that. But on its face, I believe that we are very close, if not where we should be.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member for their intervention here today. One of the things I've been concerned about is the changing relationships that we have on the border and the inability for us to act. I know the honourable member has raised some of the issues related to refugees coming into Canada from the United States, and that says a couple things that are important to note. The first and foremost, if those refugees are declared or seen as dangerous or requiring intervention that is significant, then we have an issue with our trading partner in the United States allowing those people into their country in the first place and then coming to Canada. And I'd like to know from the member what we should do about that in the relationship in terms of identifying to the United States is that we're going to a further level of security with them having those types of people potentially in their harbour. And then second to that, I would ask, Mr. Speaker, to the member, if there's a problem with the detention area. The explanation of the minister is about, I guess, some clandestine type of operator thing of understanding what's going on and reporting that intel back if you're detained. But the reality is in my riding of Windsor West, where we have most of the people crossing on a regular basis, is that people are detained for 8 hours, 6 hours, and 4 hours, and 2 hours, including children, often never even brought forth to a officer or later on a brief element of that exchange, and then later on set what is the actual protocol that should be for people. No wonder they don't want to actually stay and wait for that. I had somebody detained from my area just this weekend for 2 hours who had basically was a middle-aged woman going over the United States, full documentation from Canada, and no explanation other than they just wanted to detain her.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for his intervention. Let me take the second issue first, if he is amenable to that, and say absolutely these are the kinds of issues that have to be probed as we continue to discuss the bill and hear from stakeholders. Certainly, as the honourable Minister of Public Safety said in the House just a few minutes ago, it has to be reasonable. That's the grounds. And if there is evidence of unreasonable detention, that's an issue that I do believe we do have to probe, and the honourable member is welcome to join us in committee when we're discussing those issues for sure. In terms of the general balance, I would say that we should strive for that, and from my perspective, we know that it's a public good to have pre-clearance. That no one should be debating that. When we're talking about irregular travel, that is to say illegal travel, in between border sites, bit of a different issue, certainly one that we raised in question period today, and certainly one that is in the public debate. But I don't think we should conflate the two issues. If someone is an irregular traveler, that is to say moving between the border in between points of entry, very different issue than what we're trying to do at the points of entry. So I would just say to the honourable member, our position should be the law is there for a reason. It should be a reasonable law. It should be a law that is within four square the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and certainly parliamentary wisdom. And at the end of the day, we've got to make sure that the law is applied properly and fairly as well.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, well, I have two questions I'd like to ask my honourable colleague. First, he made mention today in question period, and I've heard him speak about the concept of an illegal refugee. And I'd like to get him to explain more about that. If a refugee is fleeing for their life, and of course the definition of a refugee is someone who's got a well-founded fear of persecution, often the loss of their life. And I'm thinking of, say, Jews leaving Nazi Germany in the dead of night and trying to make their way into Switzerland or someplace. If they make it to another country and they're in between borders and they try to cross over that border to get to safety, I'm having difficulty understanding why he terms that illegal. If I were a refugee fleeing for my life, being chased by murderous thugs who wanted to kill me or imprison me because of my race, I would try to make it to a border and get across. And if that was the only place I could, I would do that. So I'd like to know if he can envision any situation where a refugee might have to cross over a border in between a border control area. And second, he made a reference to Canada taking a position on a foreign affairs or policy issue that wouldn't find favor with our largest trading partner. And I'm just wondering, is he saying that Canada shouldn't chart an independent foreign policy because we might upset the United States?
Honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank the honourable member for his intervention. I appreciate that. Madam Speaker, I think the law is quite clear. If an individual is coming from the United States to Canada in between points of entry along that invisible border that exists between our two countries, that's an illegal and irregular transit between the two countries. I think that's very clear in our law, and it is there obviously because we want to document individuals before they cross the border and to find out whether their claims are legitimate. Certainly, there are people who are facing harrowing situations in their original homelands, but have made an application in the United States, which has a juridical process to deal with those applications for a refugee claim. And so the issue before us, and I know the NDP thinks in a dissimilar way than Conservatives and Liberals do on this, but the issue before us is whether the safe third country agreement should be in force and effect. We happen to agree with the Liberals that it should be, but I know the NDP feel differently. In terms of Canada's independent foreign policy, of course, I'm all in favor of that. My only point was that I guess to crystallize it down to one example, to unduly eulogize a Cuban dictator, the El Comandante, as the Prime Minister termed him, was perhaps not the best way to introduce himself to the new U.S. administration, nor, I would say, would it be, I think, in the Canadian interests to have this declaration from the Liberal government right at the outset that NAFTA is on the table, that we're prepared to renegotiate NAFTA. That, I think, was a poor policy move by the Liberal government, and one with which I disagree.
Time for a brief question. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. A very brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the member could, across the way, could explain to me, when the current Prime Minister became Prime Minister, we had a presidential election. It seemed to me that there is a very positive relationship between Canada and U.S., the White House and our Prime Minister and the PMO, something in which I did not see to the same degree when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. Can the member just kind of expand in terms of the visits that the former Prime Minister had, or that relationship the former Prime Minister had with President Obama?
Time for a brief answer. The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you. Thank the Honourable Member. It was a different kind of bromance. I'll give the Honourable Member that. But I would say to the Honourable Member that I think it's important for all Prime Ministers to stand up for Canadian interests, and that is something that we will be watching very closely as this relationship with President Trump and the Prime Minister moves forward. We'll be watching closely that Canadian interests are the ones that are defended. Certainly the Prime Minister gave a little bit of a gift to President Trump with that wonderful scene with the female entrepreneurs, and that helped President Trump a great deal, probably helped the Prime Minister a great deal as well. But we want to see some substance on the issues that Canadians care about.
Before we resume debate, I just want to remind members there's like 10 minutes for questions and comments, so we should be able to get in more than 3 or 4 questions. So I would just ask people individuals to keep their questions short, so that we can allow others to be able to participate fully in the discussion. The Honourable Member for resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to start by picking up on one of the ideas raised by the member for Parry Sound, Muskoka. The NDP has a different way of thinking, different from the Liberals and the Conservatives, and I agree on that because, Madam Speaker, it's key to this debate. We will always be in favor in this party of facilitating access at the border and crossing the border, but never at the expense of Canadian rights on Canadian soil. That is the key to the issue.
With respect to our interpreters who do fantastic work, I think it does bear repeating. So I will say it again in our other official language. New Democrats will always be in favor of making it easier to cross the border and to trade with our American neighbors and friends, but never at the expense of Canadian rights, and in particular when it's happening on Canadian soil, which is the key issue here with C-23. Madame la Présidente, on reconnaît...
Madam Speaker, we acknowledge the explanations provided by the Minister. Pre-clearance can, for example, help for destinations for travelers. So if you think about someone who's traveling to Montreal, who's going to be landing at a U.S. destination, doing the pre-clearance in Montreal opens up more destinations for us because the airport doesn't need U.S. Customs facilities. But the difference with the bill we have before us today is that initially it was being presented as an expansion of an agreement of available destinations. So we would have more airports in Canada, Quebec City, for example, Jean Lesage. And there would be Canadian border officials present on U.S. soil, which would also simplify the process. But it goes farther than that, Madam Speaker.
Expanding the number of destinations that from which Canadians can leave and go through pre-clearance, or even having the presence of Canadians on American soil doing the same work that up until now had not been done, an option that was not available, and that certainly changes things in a positive way. But that being said, it's more than that. It's the powers that are given to American agents on Canadian soil that really give us pause here. And as with many of the debates that we've been having in this House over the last number of weeks since we've come back to Ottawa after the holidays, this is another issue where the government cannot ignore that the reality with the new American administration is just not the same. The fact is, Madam Speaker, we're dealing with a situation that is unpredictable and rapidly evolving, and despite assurances from the government, despite the fact that they gave each other high fives because no bad news was good news after the visit of the Prime Minister in Washington a week ago, the fact is that there are some serious concerns about what's going to happen moving forward. Et je vais vous donner quelques exemples, Madame la Présidente.
And I'll give you some examples, Madam Speaker. There was an order that wasn't talked about much because the executive order that got so much attention was the discriminatory one from President Trump targeting certain communities for refugees who are seeking to flee a location. But there was another executive order, Madam Speaker, that changed the way the law applied to citizens who are not American when it comes to protecting their private information and their privacy. Now, why is that important? It's important because we live in an era where technology changes quickly. It's a digital environment, and digital technology plays an important role in two ways. First of all, we have our cell phones. We take them with us, and with the access that we have to international plans, we have data abroad, we have minutes if we travel to the U.S., for example. Everyone today will take their cell phone across the border.
We're seeing more and more stories now of uncertainty around what legal protections a Canadian would have crossing the border when it comes to, for example, their cell phone. And how does this relate to Bill C-23? Well, there's an example from just this past weekend from an article, some coverage that was in Extra. And there was a Vancouver man, who was turned away at the border because he was asked for his password and for his password of his phone. And they went through his phone, and this individual, who was a member of the LGBT community, was turned away. Why? Because he was suspected of being a sex worker. And why? Because they looked through his phone and he had dating apps and things like this that are very, that many people use on their phones, and is nothing unusual. So we could talk about discrimination, of course, based on his sexual orientation. That's one issue. We'll put that aside for the moment. But the other issue is that he was told because he had cleared his phone. And what does this mean, Madam Speaker, clearing your phone? Well, it means that you've erased your text messages, your browsing history, and anything else that could be used to profile you or that could be used to turn you away. And we can imagine, as we don't want to name communities, but we certainly can think of which communities would be looking to do this with their cell phones. Why? Because they would be profiled at the U.S. border by the U.S. agent. And so why is this a concern with C-23, Madam Speaker? Because this would be happening on Canadian soil. And there's no guarantees, despite despite affirmations to the contrary, rather, there are no guarantees that the government can give us of how this would be charter compliant. And it's not me that's saying it, Madam Speaker. We have lawyers who are raising this issue and wondering just under what legality American agents would be able to apply executive orders coming down from the President on Canadian soil. Et Madame la Présidente, c'est pas juste la question.
And Madam Speaker, it's not just about data and cell phones. It's also about the technology that the Americans will want to put in place. I would congratulate the minister on this point. He was proactive. He's going to be, or has spoken with his American counterpart to not go ahead with such things as fingerprinting at the border, and hopefully we'll have a positive outcome. But there are questions that remain with Bill C-23. What will we do when the Americans are going to want to put that technology in place? Will they do it on the U.S. side? Well, there's no guarantees. And Madam Speaker, what about a citizen who wants to leave the pre-clearance zone? Now, I asked the question of the minister, what guarantees can he provide us that there would be the necessary protection for Canadian citizens? The answer was to reassure us by talking about a reasonable delay. Well, what does that mean, Madam Speaker? The minister can quote jurisprudence, and it is quite a broad and vague term. Someone could be detained and questioned for hours on end with no guarantees. And why is that worrisome, Madam Speaker? Because once again, the reality has changed. A U.S. authority is being given charge over a Canadian who's on Canadian soil who would want to leave the area. Now, there's a number of security questions and whatnot, as the minister said, but we do have a number of questions. Why now is it necessary, whereas it wasn't before? We have pre-clearance zones, but that authority or power wasn't there. Why wouldn't it be a Canadian authority instead of an American one? And how are we going to prevent profiling that will inevitably occur? At committee, we heard from witnesses at the Public Safety Committee who talked about the context of C-23 specifically.
To quote Madam Safia Chowdhury, who's a representative of the Islamic Society of North America, who was at the Public Safety Committee, and they proactively, without being questioned by any members of the committee, brought up this bill as a specific example of some of the issues that concern them about how we're broadly expanding powers given to American agents at the borders, on Canadian soil, without taking time to ask ourselves what the consequences are going to be. So she says, right now when traveling through, say, Pearson, I have the opportunity if questioned in a way I don't like, or I think infringes upon my right, or I think is out to put me in a position that makes me answer questions that typecast me in a certain way. I have the opportunity to leave and go back to my home, but under these provisions that are being presented, there is not that opportunity. I will be forced to enter as a Canadian on Canadian soil to answer these questions, especially given the climate in the United States. This is really worrying. There are also concerns about how it disproportionately affects permanent residents, particularly of Muslim backgrounds, and how this may impact their ability to come back to their home country, the countries they have adopted as home. Now, that last point is important, Madam Speaker, because I know the minister will reassure us and say these folks aren't going to be detained indefinitely, they're allowed to come back. But there's a real question we have to ask ourselves, a question that's been raised by immigration lawyers about, for someone who's not yet a citizen, who's only a permanent resident, and who's undertaking these steps that we as members of parliament have regularly witnessed through our work as we accompany our constituents when they go through this process, which is already, and rightfully so, a long and complicated process. What happens then, Madam Speaker? What kind of black mark is being left on that person's file because they've been questioned and potentially led down a path by an American agent, not a Canadian one, for the simple fact that they were perhaps going to visit a sick family member in the U.S., or because they might have work obligations, or because they might be an entrepreneur and have entrepreneurial obligations through trade and other things. This is a serious question, Madam Speaker. Nothing that we've heard from the government reassures us that this isn't something we're going to happen. And certainly, when you hear testimony like that, it should give you pause, and it certainly gives us pause, Madam Speaker. L'autre question, Madame la Présidente, qui est très importante.
Now, another very important issue, Madam Speaker, is the issue surrounding weapons. When I raised the question with the minister, the answer that he gave us on the changes that would be made to the criminal code under C-23 to enable U.S. authorities to carry a weapon on Canadian soil, well, the example that he gave us was reciprocity. In other words, that they would be authorized to carry under the same circumstances as Canadians. Well, that's a satisfactory reply when you take it that way. However, the question that arises, and for which we didn't get a satisfactory answer, is where does it say that in the Act? Agreements are quoted where there are no legal restrictions.
Just aren't enough when it comes to something as serious as allowing American agents the right to bear arms on Canadian soil. And the question has to be asked, why is this new provision needed when pre-clearance already happens in many airports and the Port of Vancouver, for example, in Canada? What requires this change? Again, we don't have the answer to that, Madam Speaker. Mais quand on regarde la question...
Now, when we look at the problems at the border, it's not just human rights issues. There are also financial considerations, financial questions that need to be raised. I'd like to refer you to the CEO of the Quebec City Airport that may well benefit from this agreement because pre-clearance would be added there. Not all locations have been chosen, but Quebec City is a perfect example if we want to look at something where this could be positive. However, Mr. Gaétan Gagné, who is the CEO of the airport, said that Quebec City residents are not second-class Canadian citizens. Now, why did he say that, Madam Speaker? He said that because they shouldn't be paying for a service that's being offered free of charge in airports like Montreal, for example. So there's a financial component, financial obligations. Answers that we hope we'll hear through the debate from the minister.
To the question of biometrics, which I raised earlier in my speech, because I did want to quote again from the Public Safety Committee when we had Mr. Alex Nevey, who's the Secretary General of Amnesty International Canada, and we asked about the concerns about biometrics. And again, I want to, to qualify that I recognize the minister's efforts to, with his American counterpart, to not have these types of technology implemented, or at least not at a rapid-fire pace. But again, it begs the question of, if these technologies are implemented by the U.S. government, what impact will that have in the pre-clearance zone? So I want to use this quote to just raise that particular concern while we talk about the border. So Mr. Nevey says, we certainly signaled the very real potential that there are serious human rights violations that can ensue if those new technologies, for instance, number one, aren't used responsibly, but number two, do not have effective safeguards in place. So often it comes down to questions of safeguards, review, oversight, and we know that for the large part, Canada's national security framework is lacking on that front. So, Madam Speaker, given that uncertainty, it certainly begs the question as to what will happen under those circumstances.
Another quote, Madam Speaker.
A gentleman who's a lawyer and a member of the executive of the immigration section, the section dealing with immigration law of the Canadian Bar Association, where he says, I'm concerned about the application of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. How can we be assured that the U.S. CPB pre-clearance officers will be subjected to the Charter The bill does not specify their statute as agent of the state. Madame la Présidente, l'autre point que...
Madam Speaker, another point that I want to raise is a very troubling one. On Friday in the House, when I questioned, to go back to another point in my speech, the possibility of U.S. officers seeking cell phone numbers, looking at information on social network and other information that can be found in our cell phones, I raised the point that a cell phone has much more private information than our suitcase. So when they go through a suitcase, when you're a law-abiding citizen, they'll find a razor, for example, our clothing. It's not the same thing as going through one's cell phone. The parliamentary secretary answered saying, well, there are some measures in place for Canadian officers. But that raises the same question with respect to the obligations for these U.S. officials. So there's a question with respect to the culture that exists as well, because when we see men or women in uniform, officers, security offers, they need to work in a specific way. We're very proud of the way they work, and we can't necessarily call into question the way the Americans work, but we do need to question it because, as I was saying, if I look at the offenses committed by Americans, the inspector would have jurisdiction over offenses committed in the U.S. except for murder, terrorism, and sexual offenses. So in reading that, Madam Speaker, it seems okay, but there's an important aspect missing. Assault, period. What kind of practices can be used during a mandatory interview, for example? There could be, as part of this interrogation, there could be assault, and the U.S. authority might face charges for this under Canadian jurisdiction. Now, I see that there is not a lot of time left. There are a number of other concerns that I'd like to raise, but I'll conclude by saying that these concerns existed beforehand, but they are increasingly important. Given the changing environment today, they're even more important. And we can't stand up against the violations of human rights and these executive orders from President Trump.
To propose, seconded by the member for Windsor West, que la motion soit...
That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House declined to give second reading to Bill C-23, an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States, because it, A, neglects to take into account the climate of uncertainty at the border following the discriminatory policies and executive orders of the Trump administration. B, doesn't address Canadians' concerns about being interrogated, detained, and turned back at the border based on race, religion, travel history, or birthplace as a result of policies that breach the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. C, does nothing to ensure that Canadians' right to privacy will be protected during searches of electronic devices and online searches. And finally, D, violates Canadian sovereignty by increasing the powers of American pre-clearance officers on Canadian soil with respect to the carriage of firearms and by not properly defining a criminal liability framework. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Monsieur Dubé, appuyé.
Mr. Dubé, seconded by Mr. Massé.
Well, la motion est recevable.
The motion is in order. The motion is as follows. Mr. Dubé, seconded by Mr. Massey, Windsor West, moved that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House declined to give second reading to Bill C-23, an act respecting the preclearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States, because it A. neglects to take into account the climate of uncertainty at the border following the discriminatory policies and executive orders of the Trump administration. B. does not address Canadians' concerns about being interrogated, detained, and turned back at the border based on race, religion, travel history, or birthplace as a result of policies that breach the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. C. does nothing to ensure that Canadians' right to privacy will be protected during searches of electronic devices and online searches. And D. violates Canadian sovereignty by increasing the powers of American preclearance officers on Canadian soil with respect to the carriage of firearms and by not properly defining a criminal liability framework.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'm grateful to have the observations that were just made by the member representing the NDP, where he raised concerns about legal protections. And I would like to draw his attention to two particular sections in this legislation and to ask him why he finds these sections deficient. I refer to Section 10, subsection 2, that says a U.S. preclearance officer in Canada is not permitted to exercise any powers of questioning or interrogation, examination, search, seizure, forfeiture, detention, or arrest that are conferred under the laws of the United States. And then Section 11 that says a U.S. preclearance officer must exercise their powers and perform their duties and functions under this Act in accordance with Canadian law, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Canadian Human Rights Act. I just wonder, Madam Chair, how much clearer could we possibly be?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Minister for his question. The first thing is clearly the application of American law, which is problematic in and of itself. But I'd like to emphasize, if you don't mind, the issue of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I'd like to quote Craig Forsisi on the issue of the Charter's application.
Craig Forsisi says, consent of the foreign state to the application of the law is an obvious exception, but so too is what the court called, quote, some other basis under international law. Difficulty in deciding what those other bases are stems from the Supreme Court's rather unpersuasive approach to prescriptive and enforcement jurisdiction in international law. So the problem is, Madam Speaker, is that we're opening this door to a situation where even though the bill says one thing, that we're looking at the application of it, and that's what concerns us. And the other issue, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, is the issue I raised, where we enumerate specific instances where American agents would be subject to Canadian courts, and we say murder, terrorism, and sexual assault. There's no mention of assault. There's another glaring example. And so our issue, Madam Speaker, is preclearance happens already, and we want to understand why the American agents need these powers, and if there is so many charter protections, why include them at all?
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable friend from Bally-Shawan, I also appreciate that the honourable minister is here because I was unable to put my questions to him. I have real concerns about C-23. And in a nutshell, I think that best summarized by saying that if a Canadian citizen or a Canadian permanent resident seeking entry to the United States had the absolute right to withdraw from the interview at any time and leave, I wouldn't be as concerned as I am by the provisions that say that questions can continue. I'm concerned by Section 16 as a justification that a pre-clearance officer is, if they act on reasonable grounds, justified in doing what they are required or authorized to do under this Act, using as much force as is necessary for that purpose. Section 2 limitation, encouraging them not to use death or cause grievous bodily harm. But this is all, again, on the decision made on the spot by a U.S. agent. And I have to ask my honourable colleague who just spoke, do we imagine that there will be intensive training for U.S. agents to understand the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms? Certainly there are a lot of examples of U.S. agents not understanding the U.S. Bill of Rights.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Because use of force standards for Canadian agents and American agents are different. And that's exactly the place where the part of the bill where we can, one of the parts of the bill where we can identify that being an issue. And Madam Speaker, it raises another issue, if my honourable colleague will allow, if I can raise another point that I didn't even have time to mention during my speech is, the minister raised it in his speech, is the concern, for example, of the absence of a Canadian officer if ever a body search has to take place. But the example the minister gives is, well, in 6 decades, it's only happened once, or it's never happened, so it doesn't matter. But, Madam Speaker, we don't draft laws by saying, oh, well, it never happened, so it probably won't happen, so it's no big deal. It's very serious, especially when we consider, for example, the transgender community and the very different definition that exists for the U.S. Customs and how they treat in terms of deciding whether a man or a woman will be the one doing the search on a citizen. How do we reconcile that with how we treat a Canadian who might be in that position? It's not clear, and it's a problem.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
To my colleague, I imagine that you're getting the same kind of mail that I am.
The comments and questions to the chair.
Thank you. Through Madam Speaker, I'd like to hear my colleague's comments on whether he's getting the same kind of mail that I am. Hearing from constituents who are concerned that U.S. border guards are not likely to carry out responsibilities at our border in the way that we would expect on Canadian soil. So here's an excerpt from a letter from Catherine in Nanaimo. She's a U.S. citizen and a Canadian permanent resident. She says, one of my objections to Bill C-23 has to do with the new powers it would give American border guards in pre-clearance areas. I do not think that American border guards on Canadian soil should have the power to carry firearms, detain Canadian citizens or residents, or conduct strip searches. I'm sure there are practical and economic benefits to Bill C-23. I myself enjoy the convenience of pre-screening when I visit the U.S. through Vancouver International Airport. These benefits, however, cannot be valued higher than the human rights of Canadian citizens and residents. I'd like to know whether my colleague has heard anything through this debate that gives him confidence that the violations my constituent describes are justified by the accelerated movement of travel through the border.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Colleague, through you, Madam Speaker, and the issue here is that people are concerned because we're telling us, okay, we want to expand the number of places where pre-clearance happens, and we want Canadians to do pre-clearance in the U.S. And as I said in my speech, that's all fine and good, but we do not have a justification for why we would need this sudden expansion of powers. And as I said at the outset, in a climate that exists now, where we're seeing Canadians be turned away at the border, being asked for their cell phones, being profiled, Canadians are rightfully concerned about what this will mean. And again, I would return to the minister's question, is that if the safeguards are so strong that none of these things will happen, then why even give these extra powers to American agents at all? Why not just have faith in Canadian agents and law enforcement to ensure security and to ensure that this is all happening proper, and just keep the system in place as it is now? That's not something the government's been able to justify. And once again, we have the government finding itself in a situation where there's a climate that's changing quickly. It's an unpredictable situation. Who knows what executive order will be signed tomorrow? Who knows what Canadians will be asked to give up next at the border for the right to simply go visit a family member or to conduct business or work? That's the concern Canadians have, and that's why we find that there hasn't been sufficient justification for this expansion of powers.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. A brief question, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm not too sure. It seems that the Democrats are just closing their eyes in terms of one specific reality, is that pre-clearance has been received quite well amongst the Canadian population. We see it as a positive thing. It's important that we emphasize that when you think of U.S. custom officers that are on Canadian soil, all Canadians and residents, the Charter of Rights is a given for them. I don't quite understand what it is that the New Democrats are suggesting. Are they suggesting in this new era of time that we should be looking at decreasing the amount of pre-clearances that are taking place? Because I don't think that would be in sync with what most people want to see.
The honourable member for Chambly, Belleuil-Chambly.
Canadians want to see is a government that will stand up for their rights and not having a situation like this gentleman from Vancouver who's turned away at the border because of his sexual orientation and because he's being accused of hiding something nefarious on his phone because he deleted his browser history. As I said at the outset, Madam Speaker, we certainly agree that pre-clearance, the upsides of pre-clearance. So again, I would ask the government to explain why, if pre-clearance already exists and pre-clearance zones already exist, why do we need to hand over all these powers to American agents on Canadian soil if the system is already there in place and we simply want to have it happen at more destinations?
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Député de Montarville.
The honourable member for Montarville.
From Ajax to start first, please.
C'est bien. So, resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Ajax.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And splitting my time with the honourable member, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this incredibly important bill, C-23, the Pre-Clearance Act. Certainly one of the largest priorities of our government is ensure that our border runs smoothly, efficiently, and securely. Indeed, the relationship between Canada and the United States is a fundamentally important one to our economy. $2.2 billion in trade daily between our two economies. And of course, our friendship extends over many, many decades, and our border is often referred to as the envy of the world. And so the meetings that were recently had in Washington with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety to deepen that relationship obviously included the issue of pre-clearance, making it easier for goods, services, and people to move across our two borders, to improve security, to improve the state of our economy and the ability for us to do commerce with one another. On the American side, they've already legislated the necessary measures to enhance pre-clearance. They did so in the Promoting Travel, Commerce, and National Security Act of 2016, and it's essential that we follow suit and do the same thing. Indeed, the Pre-Clearance Act of 1999 only contemplates pre-clearance for air travel only. And I'll be talking in a moment about why it's so essential that we expand that to other areas. Already, folks would have used pre-clearance. I myself happened to use it this weekend. There are around 30,000 Canadians a day who use it, 12 million travelers annually at 8 different locations. So when we're talking about it, it's important to note that this is something that's already taking place with enormous success. And I think it's important to contemplate what are some of the benefits, both of what is happening today, but also in what's being contemplated with this legislation. Certainly, there's an increase in security. The ability to block somebody who shouldn't be traveling from traveling in the first place is a massive advantage. It makes sense, Mr. Speaker, that there is we don't want somebody who shouldn't be traveling to board that plane or that train or that ship in the first place. And so pre-clearance gives us the opportunity to stop that from happening. It also means that when it's on our side, if there's an incident where we've encountered some sort of violation, that we get the opportunity of prosecuting that domestically. There's also an opportunity for greater border integrity along the same lines, because this would expand pre-clearance to also happen in the United States, something that's long been sought. That means that we can stop somebody from entering in Canada, somebody who doesn't belong, whereas currently that person would arrive in Canada and we would then have to deal with them with removing them after the fact. Certainly that's a significant benefit. To travelers and to our economy, there's a great deal of benefits. Let's start with the benefit of being able to directly travel where you want to go. So right now, as an example, at Jean-Lesage in Quebec, if you wanted to go to Nashville, then you're going to have to go to a connection. There's not an opportunity to be able to fly directly. Well, by expanding this and by allowing pre-clearance to happen in Quebec City, you expand the number of cities from 27 to 50. And it gives you direct access to a number of different airports that you would otherwise not have, and by the way, that no one else in the world does have. And so you can include LaGuardia or Reagan or Columbus, Ohio, or Milwaukee, or Richmond, or as I said, Nashville, and many other locations. So this is a tremendous benefit that I think is easily understood by anybody for travelers to get directly where they want to go. I know everybody wants to avoid layovers wherever possible. And while that's not only a convenience factor, that makes the attractiveness of doing commerce between our two countries much greater as well. The other thing that might surprise folks is already Canada Pearson in Toronto is the 4th largest point of entry into the United States. And so let's think about what that means. Imagine somebody's looking to do a cruise. They're coming from Europe and they want to see the BC coastline and go up to Alaska. It means that they can board that cruise ship in Vancouver, get pre-cleared, and be able to go to small towns in Alaska without having to go through any sort of border process or any sort of rigmarole. That's an enormously attractive thing for people who want to come and visit our two countries, to only have to go through one border process and be able to go through it in a much more efficient way at a place that would be larger and more capable to be able to process them effectively. And when we think about the cruise ship industry specifically, and I referenced that example, let's look at the size of that. That's $435 million in economic benefits just to the BC coastal region alone, and that includes 4,600 local jobs. So if we can use this to facilitate a greater movement of folks and to be able to encourage that industry, obviously that's a tremendous benefit. I would say as well, Mr. Speaker, that because there's been some folks who've raised the issue of concerns around security, and I think one of the biggest points to consider on this is imagine yourself as a traveler and you're wanting to go to the United States. Where would you rather be checked? On U.S. soil or on Canadian soil, where you have the protection of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, where you have the protection of the Canadian Bill of Rights, where you have the protection of the Human Rights Act, and where you have the broader protections of Canadian law, period. If something goes wrong, I would imagine, as a Canadian citizen, you'd want to be on the Canadian side of the border. And it's important, all the powers that are contemplated have the full protection, force, and effect of Canadian law. So when somebody is traveling, I would think that you would feel a lot safer, a lot more secure, having that pre-clearance happen on Canadian soil and under Canadian law. So when we look at some of the places that we would like to be able to expand to, obviously already we have expansion possibilities at Billy Bishop. I mentioned Jean-Lesage, Central Station, and Rocky Mountaineer Station in Montreal, in BC specifically. But I would hope that this is only the beginning. The vision of pre-clearance is one that allows travelers to move quickly and efficiently, that this bill expands it as well to cargo so that we can see a greater exchange of goods and services moving more easily across our border, and that Canadians can know when they arrive at the border that they're doing so with the full protection of Canadian law. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would also indicate that on the broader issue of the Canadian Border Services Agency, we're committed to looking at oversight and making sure that we do an ever better job of delivering the services at the border. But I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity, and the more I get to know this file and have an opportunity to work with the minister, to thank the incredible men and women who work at our border every day to help facilitate that trade between our two countries. I think this bill only furthers to support them in their noble goal to move goods and services between our countries and to deepen the trade that exists between Canada and the U.S. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job. Thanks.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rocks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments that my colleague has put forward. And of course, this is a bill that we will support, and with the riding that's got the second largest border crossing in the country, we will benefit greatly by getting this done. But I was curious when you said that this bill would allow pre-clearance in the cruise line industry, but the cruise line industry has been doing that for years, and I'm just wondering what this bill will give that industry that it doesn't have right now.
Just want to remind the honourable members to speak through the chair and not directly across. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. It exists in a limited capacity. This is going to expand it much more broadly, I guess, is the answer, and it's going to make it much more easy to facilitate. So it's going to expand it greatly, and the reason I touched upon that example particularly is just to show how in one small facet you have so much economic activity that's driven by it. And so I think wherever we can move red tape and barriers and help move those folks more easily when they're either coming to visit Canada, or if you're a Canadian citizen looking to do a cruise that's multinational like that between Canada and the U.S., then I think we have to get on it. But, you know, you can look beyond just the cruise ship industry and facilitation to all of the industries, and it's not hard to imagine the thousands of jobs and the tens of millions of dollars that can help facilitate. So I thank the honourable member for both her question and the support of the bill. It's incredibly important.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my colleague. I have received correspondence on this from my constituents, and it's pretty consistent. They're concerned that, in essence, what we're doing is giving away more rights to armed border guards, American border guards on Canadian soil. So giving away our sovereignty without any added benefit to Canadians. And the second thing they're concerned about is they see this as Canada pandering to Mr. Trump and the United States and starting down a very slippery slope, potentially, of our relationship with the Americans and perhaps future pandering to Mr. Trump's interests. I'd appreciate, through you, Mr. Speaker, my colleague's response to those concerns from my constituents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for his question. Well, the reality is nothing could be further from the truth, and I would say to the member that he needs to go directly back to his constituents and talk on each one of those points. Now, for the sake of brevity, I won't reiterate all of the incredible benefits that this bill does facilitate, but I think to go back to that really important point, that pre-clearance is totally subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and Canadian law. And that when somebody is traveling, you can say to them that when you have pre-clearance, you have the opportunity on Canadian soil to have the protection of Canadian law. If that person was otherwise traveling to the United States in the absence of pre-clearance, then they would be sitting on U.S. soil with none of those protections. So I would say there's a very strong argument that their rights, far from being diminished, are expanded as a result of pre-clearance. And you can also say to them that if they wanted to directly travel to a place like Columbus, Ohio, that this bill would ensure that they were given that opportunity to do so directly as a personal benefit. And you would also say that for the industry and for trade that supports any of the jobs that we're lucky enough to hold in this country would also be expanded by this bill.
We have time for a brief question. Honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurenti-Labelle.
I think that this is a much better C-23 than the last C-23 we had, which is the Fair Elections Act. So thank you for that. One of the worst experiences I've had was going through Washington Dulles Airport and having a 3-hour delay. And had there been pre-clearance to get into the U.S. from Europe, I wouldn't have missed my flight while my bags did make it to Canada, which was an entertaining experience. But I'd like to know, C-23 expands this to all modes of transportation. Does that mean the very long delays crossing a border by train may soon be addressed, or at least we have the potential to do so? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In 45 seconds or less, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And absolutely to my honourable colleague, this would expand it to all modes of transportation. So when we look at the Pre-Clearance Act of 1999, it only contemplated aviation. So it meant we weren't able to confer those benefits to matters such as rail or boats or any other mode of travel. So this would confer those benefits, and it should mean reduced lines, reduced waiting time, which should mean not only more convenient travel, but greater economic activity and greater opportunity for trade.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour today to rise and speak on a bill that provides Canada with such significant economic and security advantages, Bill C-23, the Pre-Clearance Act. As we celebrate our 150th anniversary, it's important to note that this bill provides strong bonds that Canada has cultivated with its greatest trading partner, both friend and ally. These bonds will persist between our governments, our companies, and the people of our countries. As we heard, pre-clearance is a border management tool that facilitates those bonds, those ties, and contributes to our economic interests and security. For a long time now, pre-clearance has been part of the success story of Canada and the U.S. The two countries have said they are open to extending pre-clearance to new airports, including Quebec City, and to go beyond airlines, thus extending it to other modes of transport where it is practicable and useful for both countries. The bill in front of us is needed to make that vision a reality. Mr. Speaker, pre-clearance makes it possible for border services officers to establish whether people and goods can enter the country while they still remain in the host country. Previous experience enables us to say that this is indeed effective. Pre-clearance is in place in 8 Canadian airports, and every year some 12 million passengers headed for the United States are pre-cleared in Canada before boarding their flights. From a security standpoint, it's very advantageous for border authorities to be able to deal with any concerns at the point of departure. And from the point of view of passengers, this is very convenient. Pre-clearance is convenient. Since they've been pre-cleared before boarding, travelers don't have to wait at U.S. Customs, and this shortens the travel time and makes travel plans more predictable. And travelers and airline companies also take advantage of the fact that they can travel directly to domestic airports at the U.S. that don't have customs facilities for international travelers. Thus, pre-clearance provides sound economic benefits while maintaining the security and integrity of borders. Mr. Speaker, this bill will make it possible for us to build on the success of current airline pre-clearance and extend them to other airports and to other modes of transport. Since the bill comprises some reciprocity, it will establish the legislative framework that will govern Canadian pre-clearance operations in the U.S. Now, I'd like to take the time I have to let you know what pre-clearance will mean for Jean Lesage International Airport in Quebec City. In March 2016, the Minister of Public Safety and the Secretary for Homeland Security in the United States agreed to extend pre-clearance to Quebec City, as well as to Billy Bishop Airport in Toronto, Montreal Central Station, and the Montagnard des Rocheuses in BC. Mr. Speaker, given the potential of pre-clearance for regional economic development, this was very good news for the city, which is considered the birthplace of French culture in North America. The mayor of Quebec City, Régis Lebaume, said this was a great victory for Quebec City. It is therefore unsurprising that the company L'Aéroport de Québec, Inc., which manages Jean Lesage Airport, as well as many corporations, municipalities, and trading associations in the area, have applauded this news. They have all wanted this very much because it has benefits for passengers and for the local economy. In 2015, Jean Lesage Airport received over 220,000 passengers traveling to the U.S. Once pre-clearance is in place, those passengers will be pre-cleared by U.S. Border Services personnel before getting on their flights. Thus, once in the U.S., they will deplane as if they were coming off a domestic flight. Connection times will be shorter, and this will make their travel plans more predictable. This option not only provides more convenience to travelers going to the United States, but it may also significantly increase the number of passengers served by the airport by drawing more tourists and U.S. business travelers. At present, flights from Jean Lesage fly directly to New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale. With pre-clearance in place, that airport will be able to offer direct flights to a greater number of U.S. cities because it can take passengers to airports that don't have customs facilities. This is a considerable economic advantage for the region in the amount of $75 million per year. It will also create jobs. This is why Quebec City and Jean Lesage International Airport are so enthusiastic about pre-clearance facilities. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by reiterating that pre-clearance is an essential border management tool that will increase our prosperity and our security. Implementing it in a number of sites, new sites like Jean Lesage Airport, will make it possible for Canada and Canadian businesses to build tighter bonds with partners and clients in the United States and do so in a way that strengthens both security and the economy. This is why Bill C-23 is so important. I therefore encourage members on both sides of the House to support this bill. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bel-Air. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. He mentioned Jean Lesage Airport, so I'd like to ask a simple question. The CEO of the airport said that found it unfair that Quebec was being made to pay for the implementation of pre-clearance facilities, the infrastructure that's needed to establish a pre-clearance area, whereas in Montreal there are no fees for it. I'd like to ask my colleague whether the government would make a commitment to help airports, railway stations, and so on to cover the costs associated with establishing pre-clearance facilities. The Honourable Member for Montarville. I've had the pleasure of being a border services officer myself at Jean Lesage Airport. And I should say that the advantage of these investments is that there will be tremendous economic benefits. In today's economy, new sites have been agreed upon with existing economic conditions, and the returns will be tremendous, well worthwhile. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I took Bill C-23 back into the riding with me so I could be reading it carefully over the weekend. And I recognize that it emanates from an agreement that was made between the previous U.S. administration under President Obama and with the previous Prime Minister, with Stephen Harper. I do find it heavy-handed in its description of what U.S. agents will be able to do, particularly in relation to keeping Canadians or those with permanent residency in Canada longer to ask them questions or pursue other avenues of questioning, including searches, if the pre-clearance officer has reasonable grounds to think that this might yield fruit. This would be on a range of things, from whether someone might have concealed materials that are not allowed to the U.S., fruits and vegetables come to mind, for example, a trivial example, to falling into the net of being considered a potential terrorist threat, which, given the current bent of the U.S. administration at the moment in their anti-Muslim actions, I think raise a different complexion to this agreement than that which we might have been willing to accept from a previous U.S. administration. I wonder if the government party has been considering whether we should not have amendments to this bill to reduce the scope of power of U.S. authorities in pre-clearance.
The Honourable Member from Montarville. Thank you for that question. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for that question. With the experience that I had in my former career in Quebec City, I can confirm and reassure everyone that the professional work of customs personnel is not based on perception, is not based on guesswork, is not random. The training that they receive means that any measures they take are taken very reasonably, and all measures that are taken in Canada are protected under Canadian law and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms as a result. In addition to current concerns, contemporary concerns that one might have about the points raised by the Honourable Member, very fortunately, we have pre-clearance here in Canada so that we can, in fact, take advantage of our own laws and our own charter.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Lebel. Quickly, please. Well, a very brief question for the member for Montarville. Does he know or can he explain something about the customs officers? So will they select the location in the other country where they wish to work? Well, I would have liked to have had a more technical answer about the allocation of resources. I don't have the details on that now, but I could come back with the allocation of resources and tasks. But as the member for Ajax mentioned, the minister as well, this is the starting of a dialogue on pre-clearance that will expand, and it will deal with passengers, cargo. The specific allocation comes under the purview of each department, the Customs Office in Canada and in the United States as well.
Shepherd.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to participate in this debate today on Bill C-23, and I'll be sharing my time with my good friend, the member for Mégantic-l'Érable.
I always begin with a Yiddish proverb, and I have one today. The door of success is marked by push and pull. And I think this Yiddish proverb speaks about the relationship that Canada has enjoyed with our friends in the United States, this long-standing relationship that predates Confederation, both on trade, military relationship, and again, families crossing the border back and forth. And this agreement, this legislation that will actually ratify the agreement and make it Canadian law is part of and parcel of that push and pull that we've experienced. The door of success, our economies are so intertwined. America's success is Canada's success, and we're deepening that relationship through this agreement. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that this agreement and this piece of legislation is a great deal. The great part of it was accomplished by our colleague on this side of the House, the member for Bellechasse, Lisette Chemain-Lévy, a member who I had the distinct honor of working for many, many years ago now when he was first elected in this House. So I know the amount of work that he puts into everything that he does on behalf of his constituents and for this great country of Canada. So again, this agreement is thanks to him. He did the majority of the work to getting it here. Now we see the fruits of his labor in this legislation to implement the agreement. We know that pre-clearance of travelers already happens. It's going to be extended thanks to this agreement and this legislation, air, land, rail, and sea. So it'll be the greater opportunity for us to deepen our relationship with our American friends. It'll also reduce congestions and delays. The land travel, as we know, declined back in 2001 in that post-9/11 period, and it's never really recovered since. That travel across the border has never really recovered in terms of individual passenger travels. And I do have a piece of data from the U.S. Bureau on Travel Statistics that show that 34% fewer vehicle passengers actually entered the United States in 2014 compared to the year 2000. Actually, it's gone down significantly. Most people do choose to fly, and that's where they experience pre-clearance. And this will expand it to other ports of entry into the United States, a relationship we have in the United States that very few other countries get to enjoy. It's the preferential access that we as Canadians have to the American market. And as the Member of Parliament for Parry Sound Muskoka said earlier today in the debate, the earliest agreement we actually have for this border crossing dates back to the 1970s. And again, it's that long-term relationship we've had with our friends to the south. Despite the disagreements we've had over the years, whether on foreign policy, economic policy, or social policy, we don't let that get in the way of deepening our relationships so it can increase trade. And we know that many jobs are dependent on our trade with our friends in the United States. We have 35 states in the United States have Canada as their number one trading partner. And a lot of that is thanks to the goods we ship to them and vice versa, the goods that they ship to us. In February 2014, part of this deepening of the relationship, we try things. We try pilot projects. A truck cargo pre-inspection pilot was launched at the Peace Bridge in Fort Erie, Ontario, that tested if pre-clearance in that situation could facilitate legitimate trade and travel. You know, the existing bilateral air transport pre-clearance framework makes air travel much more efficient for over 10+ million passengers, and every year, every year in Canada's 8 busiest international airports, we get to experience that pre-clearance. What I want to do, though, for the rest of the time I have allocated, is go through different sections of the bill, which I think address some of the concerns I've read in the news, some of the emails I've received from constituents who have expressed concerns about the contents of the bill, not so much the agreement that it's based on, that it tries to implement, and try to address them as I go through it. So C-23 has many controls in place, and oversight does exist. As many members have already mentioned in this House, a lot of this will be constrained. So the powers that border officers will be given will be constrained by Canadian law, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Again, the power and performance of any duty officer, the functions that they have will apply to U.S. pre-clearance officers just as much as Canadian officers who are there to help them, and they'll be subject to Canadian law. We see that in Part 1 of the summary of the bill, that the law will apply. Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, the Canadian Human Rights Act will apply. Part 2 of the summary, and again, here I read, it says, extends the application of other Canadian legislation that relates to the entry of persons and importation of goods into Canada, those pre-clearance areas and pre-clearance perimeters. Again, the preamble does the same thing. It mentions this concept of oversight. And again, in the legislation, we see powers are given, and then they are constrained through the law and through references to the Charter or references to other pieces of legislation that constrain the actions that pre-clearance officers can take in the execution of the duties that they're being granted through the legislation. Now, as an example, to ensure their security, Canadian and U.S. pre-clearance officers will be able to carry the same regulated items that the host country officers are able to have, so in the same environment. In Canada, this means that U.S. CPP pre-clearance officers will be able to carry firearms to land, rail, and marine modes, but not when they are conducting pre-clearance of air passengers. Currently, a Canadian law enforcement officer is on duty during CPP hours of operation, able to assist, if required, in the 8 Canadian airports with pre-clearance operation. That's freely available online on the government's website, so it should be pretty easy for most people to find. Now, one thing I've had constituents ask me about is, would U.S. officers, pre-clearance officers, have the authority to make arrests on Canadian soil? Well, again, no, not in this situation. As with the existing air transport pre-clearance agreement, they wouldn't have the power of arrest. They only have the power to detain if they're asking more questions. They have to get that assistance from a Canadian officer. And again, as part of that oversight, the accountability format, which allows for detention, not arrest, but a Canadian official has to be involved if an arrest has to be made. And I think it's part and parcel of this deepened relationship where we trust our American partners to the South to make good decisions, good judgment. We trust in their training, and it won't be perfect. And that's something I say to everybody. I've had bad experiences at the American border, just as I've had bad experiences at foreign borders, much worse, I would say. And it happens in certain situations, and sometimes it's unavoidable. There are people, and people make mistakes, they make errors, and that happens in all countries. So it's nothing to do with the specifics of the law, which provides sufficient powers and then limits those powers in a reasonable way. In other countries, when I've flown, when I've traveled there have been limitations placed on me or questions I didn't want to answer, but I'm always free to say I don't want to answer these questions and remove myself. So it can happen. So again, like I mentioned before, the preamble of C-23 does refer to this constraining of the powers through Charter of Rights and Freedoms. One thing I'll mention, because it's quite unusual, I find, debating some legislation here, the powers and duties and functions are found in the bill. Some of the headers, frisk search, concealed goods, strip search, monitored bowel movement, Section 23 of the Act is quite unusual, I find, that you have these types of headers in a piece of legislation. But again, we're trying to be as specific as possible in detailing the type of power being given and then the limitation on the power. One thing I do mention is I've seen a lot of legislation come before the House where it has these greater certainty clauses. And we have one here in Section 9 says Canadian law. For greater certainty, Canadian law applies and may be administered and enforced in pre-clearance areas and pre-clearance perimeters. And I've seen these greater certainty clauses in different legislation proposed by one of my colleagues. I believe it was C-225. It was in the doctor-assisted dying bill as well. These greater certainty clauses give indication to judges, should it ever get to that point, what exactly is the legislation trying to do. And in this case, it clearly states Canadian law applies equally to Canadian officials at the border and U.S. officials, which are in the process of applying their judgment to the functions they've been given. It is not unlimited. It's absolutely constrained by reasonable limits. Another limit that we have in Section 10.2 is the limitation: a pre-clearance officer is not permitted to exercise any powers of questioning or interrogation, examination, search, seizure, forfeiture, detention, or arrest are conferred under the laws of the United States. Again, is that concept of limitation. We give them certain powers, but they are limited in other areas, and they are constrained in actions that can take. Every single officer goes through very intensive training before they become responsible for border control, and through that process, they learn about the different laws and what they can and cannot ask, what they can and cannot do, and how are they supposed to do their jobs. I mean, that's true for every single occupation and profession throughout Canada, throughout the United States. So we are giving them certain powers, but then we are limiting again. It's part of that concept that this agreement that we're signing, there'll be expectations that we will have of border guards as they do their duties, and as well we'll have expectations of our own officials in the United States undertaking their duties. And I'm sure the Americans are having very similar debates on why they're allowing Canadian officers certain powers at their border control. So, Mr. Speaker, just in conclusion, this is the culmination of work by a previous Conservative government, and I think it should be celebrated that through this agreement we'll be deepening our relationship with our partners to the south. That deeper trade in 20, 30 years will absolutely create more jobs, and it's just an opportunity. So I look forward to this bill getting to committee, and then we can hear from more witnesses and specific concerns that they have at that stage. And again, my constituents have shared some concerns with me, and I look forward to having that back and forth through email with them and explaining portions of the bill to them and hearing what they have to say as well. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Chambly-Belleuil.
The honourable member for Chambly-Belleuil.
Hi. En fait,
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. He made a point that's going to change under C-23. And he said if the type of question that was asked someone didn't like, they could leave the pre-clearance area. But what will change under this bill is that people won't have an opportunity to do so, or if they do, they will be interrogated by the officers. And as I said earlier in the debate, when discussing the matter with the minister, they can say, well, we just want to know the reasons why. But nonetheless, this authority is being given to detain Canadians to put questions to them. And the reply to that was, well, it would be a delay that would be a reasonable delay. Now, for a permanent resident who would say, no, I refuse to answer the questions, I want to leave the pre-clearance area, and in so doing, well, the example that was given to us by a lawyer from the Canadian Bar Association Immigration Section, if there is a criminal record created because someone doesn't participate, if someone, for example, a permanent resident who is seeking citizenship gets a criminal record because they choose not to answer questions, to be profiled, and wants to leave a pre-clearance area. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd. Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Now, I don't agree with the scenario that he's just given us because under Section 9 of the Act, it says that the rules of Canadian law will apply and will be enforced, exercised in the pre-clearance perimeter and pre-clearance perimeters. So a Canadian who doesn't have citizenship or who is a permanent resident could be held to ask for more questions, but at the end of the day, a Canadian officer or official would be in charge of determining whether charges need to be laid in that situation. Now, when I spoke based on my experience with border controls, I wasn't referring to the United States, but I was referring to Germany, Poland, Denmark, Sweden, other countries where I've traveled in the past. Prior to the existence of the European Union, there were border controls at each point of entry, and it was very different. There were a lot more questions. It was more aggressive, if you will, between the border between Poland and Germany. And in this case, there will be U.S. and Canadian border control officers who will have to make a decision based on their judgment whether or not they need to ask more questions. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A simple question for my colleague opposite. I'd like him to give us his opinion on the importance of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in this context. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. Well, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that question. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms is something that must be complied with. The border officers are responsible for enforcing Canadian law, and they live with this on a daily basis, but not just border officers. In the past, I worked with in human resources, and it was always something that we thought about, not from a perspective of thinking about the law, but the rights under the Charter, legislation as such, and there's also some judgment that's required as part of the work that's conducted. And in the case of the border officials, these are people with a great deal of experience, a lot of training before they become border officers to provide the service that they do. And it's a service that they provide on both sides of the border to the person who is entering the country and for us to ensure our national safety. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating the member for Calgary-Shepherd for the excellent speech that he's made. We can clearly see that he understands Bill C-23 and that he has learned from his experience working for the former Minister of Public Safety. So I'd like to thank him for that. And I hope that many people have listened to his excellent speech. Mr. Speaker, this bill was tabled on June 17th by the Minister. I listened very carefully to the speech he made today when he spoke for about 20 minutes on Bill C-23 to explain the reasons that led the government to bringing forth this bill. Allow me to go back to the start of his remarks, which for me weren't a surprise, because they're words that we've been hearing often since the government was elected. They've repeated their comments on the middle class and those working hard to join it, tax cuts for the middle class, for Canadians earning up to $200,000 a year. And bear in mind that on the other side, they don't always understand the definition of middle class. And it's all fine and well for our millionaire prime minister to identify with the middle class if he's considering people over $200,000 a year in that class. But at any rate, what's important here is for Canadians is having a job. And the government hasn't been in a position to create jobs since they've been in power for the past year. There's no plan. The government isn't achieving results for investments in infrastructure either. and it's not even in a position to ensure that these investments are actually made. If the government really wants to help the middle class, it needs to create jobs, not simply repeat the same talking points day in and day out. I think Canadians would appreciate that. Now, Bill C-23 talks about our relations with the United States. Unfortunately, in recent weeks, we've seen that the government isn't really doing very much to help and improve trade with the U.S. Two very concrete examples. Diafiltered milk, Mr. Speaker. This is a conflict, a dispute with the U.S. We could resolve without even getting the U.S. involved. It's a conflict between the Border Services Agency and the Food Inspection Agency. A simple problem with a definition. It should be easily resolved, but it's a stumbling block in our relations with the United States. Another file where the government hasn't done much is on the softwood lumber issue, and I will, in the weeks to come, clearly have an opportunity to go back over that to touch on other attempts and failures by the government at resolving it. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that there's a new administration in the U.S. With the new administration comes new policies. They're talking about drop in taxes, corporate taxes, cutting bureaucracy, and no carbon tax. Recently, our Prime Minister went to visit the new president, and we could have expected that visit to lead to better trade, more products crossing the border. But unfortunately for Canadians, our Prime Minister didn't talk about diafiltered milk, didn't talk about softwood lumber with the president. And what's worse, Mr. Speaker, is not what the Prime Minister didn't do when he was there, it's what he didn't do here. He didn't put forth a plan to help businesses to be more competitive. He didn't announce any specific measures to help resolve the diafiltered milk issue. No plan, no projects for or initiative for dealing with softwood lumber, no plan to cut corporate taxes, and no intention to keep his promise to cut taxes for small and medium-sized businesses. Everyone in this House is well aware that the main job creators here, the ones who are the artisans of our economy in many ridings like at Lotbinière, in Calgary Shepherd, across the country, small and medium-sized businesses have a major role to play in job creation. Unfortunately, the government doesn't intend to keep its promises to cut taxes for small and medium-sized businesses. But on this side of the border, we're going to be slapping a carbon tax on. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-23 is a bill to improve things. Now, the government is currently missing the boat when it comes to improving relations with the United States. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that Bill C-23 is the result of a government that has a vision. No, I'm not referring to the government that's in place, but a good government. The vision outlined and put forth on February 4th, 2011, in a document released by Barack Obama, the previous U.S. president, and the Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Stephen Harper. So allow me to say a few words about this document that was released in 2011. It was a document entitled A Common Vision for Security, Economic Competitiveness, etc. And it was released on February 4th, 2011. It was made public. It was a joint statement that established a new long-term partnership based on a economic competitiveness based on a common perimeter. What that means is that we would be working together on border issues and beyond the border in order to strengthen security and to accelerate the movement of people, goods, and services across the border.
So the leaders called for a plan to be drawn up. Without that task force put in place by the previous governments, which had a vision for Canada, there would be no C-23. So, as you know, we will obviously be supporting this bill and want to see it referred to committee where experts can study it and take things further. This legislation implements an agreement between Canada and the U.S. on pre-clearance of goods and people. And this was signed by the Conservative government in 2015. And it requires both governments to pre-clear people and goods in order to facilitate trade and travel with improvements to security as well. So this bill will affect the Quebec City Airport, Billy Bishop Airport, the Montreal train station, and the train station in the Rockies, Le Montagnard. And so pre-clearance already goes on in Canada at 8 Canadian airports: Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Ottawa, Toronto, Montreal, and Halifax. So, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has concluded that the economic advantages outweigh the costs, so they're working on improving U.S. customs infrastructure on Canadian soil. The equipment and training and so on has to be provided to the U.S. pre-clearance officers. So this is a matter that residents of my riding in the Quebec City area really care about. We want the Jean Lesage International Airport in Quebec City to be up and running with pre-clearance as soon as possible. There are companies, municipalities, chambers of commerce, and so on, who have all publicly expressed support for the creation of a pre-clearance center at the Quebec City Airport. And allow me to quote the CEO of the Quebec Airport Authority in 2015 in a press release, who said that setting up a pre-clearance center for U.S. Customs would be a great boon to the region. It would be bring an added value to the Quebec City area and stimulate economic growth. And I would add, myself, this will be a benefit to all of Canada as well, Mr. Speaker. So we will be supporting this bill, C-23, because it has been studied for a long time. It's been long awaited by stakeholders, both economic and touristic. This will allow Quebec City and other airports to have improved access to the U.S. market, to the U.S. territory. I think that can only benefit all Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Bill C-23 this version is a lot better than the one from the last Parliament, but we'll just leave that aside for now. So someone traveling from Toronto to New York City would have to spend a certain amount of time at the border. I think it's important to extend this service to train travel. I went from London to Brussels by train. I was able to pre-clear in England, and I think that's very efficient. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about this idea from Mégantic-L'Érable. What does he think about the idea of pre-clearing for rail travel as well as air? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I believe the member is raising an important point. I think we need to discuss this at committee. Anything that can promote economic exchanges, whether it's trade or tourism, in a way that respects the jurisdiction and powers of each country, anything like that should be supported as long as it's done safely and properly. But this could eventually apply to other modes of transportation as well, trucks and so on. We can go even further to promote trade with our American neighbors. And eventually, if this government manages to resolve the softwood lumber dispute, well, then it'll be easier to get our softwood to the U.S., Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's clear that we have to respect the benefits, the potential benefits, but there are still some serious concerns too. Even though this practice already exists, this practice of pre-clearance, one of the things that's problematic is if you look at the government's attitude toward the application of Canadian laws and the charter by U.S. officials. Well, when you cross the border, when you go through customs, there was a time when you didn't need to you didn't bring a computer with you, but nowadays people do, and there's no legislation really in Canada governing the way in which customs officials, both American and Canadian, how they are to deal with our electronic devices. The Charter protects us, but there's very little case law, and so officials just go by administrative guidelines that are issued, and this is of concern to the Privacy Commissioner. And given the current U.S. government that suggests that they might insist on people providing their passwords for their cell phones and laptops and so on, this is worrisome. And even though the bill refers to the Charter has never been applied in practical terms to what happens at the border. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I understand my colleagues' concerns, my NDP colleagues' concerns about this important issue, i.e. which jurisdiction is going to be applied. Will a Canadian on Canadian soil be subjected to American standards? I think the government has indeed tried to provide some safeguards in this bill, but one of the reasons we want to discuss this at committee is because there are issues, there are questions that remain, and hopefully the Privacy Commissioner will be invited to provide greater detail on some of these issues. But I think the important thing here is to take a balanced approach, an approach that protects our rights, but at the same time allows us to get rid of a bunch of paperwork and administrative hassles that people face, especially people using the Jean Lesage Airport in Quebec City on their way to the U.S. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by letting you know that I will be sharing my time with the member for Mississauga East Cooksville. I'm happy to speak today to Bill C-23, the Pre-Clearance Act 2016. This legislation has a number of significant implications for Canada. It is important to our economy and our security, just as it is for our bilateral relationship with the United States. I have heard concerns from some people in my community about the bill and its perceived impact on the rights of Canadians. I will address these concerns in the course of my speech. But I would like to note at the outset that I am confident that the legislation will not adversely affect our rights. In fact, the rights accorded to Canadians under a pre-clearance regime clearly include the extra protections we enjoy in Canada due to our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Border management is a top priority for our government, with officials from Public Safety Canada and its portfolio agencies working closely with their counterparts in the United States on a wide range of issues to ensure that we keep our border effective and functional. La gestion frontalière est...
Border management is a priority for our government, as it is for senior security officials in Canada and the organizations that work closely with their U.S. counterparts on a wide range of issues with a view to keeping our border effective, efficient, and operational.
Best framework and policies that allow for smooth flow of people and goods while securing our border. So it should come as no surprise that we are enthusiastic to make further bilateral progress on the pre-clearance initiative. To put the statement smooth flow of people and goods into context, more than 400,000 people flow back and forth between Canada and the United States every single day. Close to $2.5 billion in two-way trade moves between these two countries every day. Pre-clearance has long been a part of our strong border relationship, and it will be a key to our future one. With this bill, we have the opportunity to usher in even greater security and economic benefits when it comes to Canada-US border travel. Let me highlight the key elements of this bill and why it is so important that members join me in supporting its passage. Once passed, this bill will open the door for us to move ahead with the ratification and implementation of the Land, Rail, Marine, Air Transport Pre-Clearance Agreement, which was signed by Canada and the United States in 2015. That door, once open, offers tremendous benefits to Canadians. There are two primary benefits from this legislation. One, it sets out the legislative authorities governing pre-clearance operations conducted by the United States and Canada, including possible future expansion to additional sites and modes of travel. Two, it provides a basis necessary for Canada to eventually conduct pre-clearance in the United States, as the U.S. has done for so long in Canada. Indeed, the United States has conducted pre-clearance in Canadian airports for many decades. As I live in Toronto, I have seen pre-clearance that is currently operating in one of our airports, being Pearson International Airport. It is currently operating in 8 major Canadian airports and 5 pre-inspection sites in BC for rail and marine. Last year, more than 12 million passengers went through U.S. pre-clearance in airports located in Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Toronto Pearson, Ottawa, Montreal, and Halifax. Pre-clearance has been a boon for business and leisure travel from both nations. For Canadians, having pre-clearance in Canadian airports allows us to land in U.S. airports that have limited or no customs facilities. It nearly doubles the number of American destinations that are accessible directly from Toronto. The first part of the bill sets out the important aspects of pre-clearance, including where and when new sites can operate, who will have access to the pre-clearance areas, what U.S. pre-clearance officers can and cannot do while working on Canadian soil, and how Canadian police and CBSA officers work with the U.S. officers. And it is at this point that I would like to address some of the concerns that I've heard about this bill. In particular, some have raised a concern that Canadians will have diminished rights in the pre-clearance zones. It is stated not only in the preamble, but also in Section 11 that the operation of pre-clearance by U.S. officers on Canadian soil are subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Canadian Human Rights Act. The preamble states, among other things, whereas the exercise of any power and performance of any duty or function under United States law in Canada is subject to Canadian law, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Canadian Human Rights Act. Section 11 of the bill states, a pre-clearance officer must exercise their powers and perform their duties and functions under this Act in accordance with Canadian law, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Canadian Human Rights Act. This statement in the preamble and the wording in Section 11 are very important to me, and I believe it responds to some of the concerns I have heard. In fact, it appears to provide greater protection to Canadian travelers in a pre-clearance zone than we would have at a U.S. border crossing in the United States, on United States soil, American soil, where we would not have the protections of the Charter and our Bill of Rights and the Human Rights Act. These are things that are specific to our rights in our country. I need to underline that there is no compromise on this. Canadians expect us to keep their rights and values top of mind in all of our work, and this is no exception. On this point, the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness has been abundantly clear.
As it was clearly established, all pre-clearance activities in Canada must be conducted consistently with Canadian law, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This cannot be compromised on. Canadians expect us to uphold their rights and values on a priority basis in everything we do, and this is no exception.
The second part of this bill is where we see the reciprocal element come into play. Along with the enforcement authorities that have been provided under U.S. laws, it would give the Canada Border Services Agency the authority to conduct pre-clearance in the U.S. in all modes of transport: land, air, rail, and marine. This legislation will pave the way to expand the benefits of pre-clearance to any site and any mode of transport in either country pursuant to future agreements. Comme nous l'avons entendu,
as we have heard, this bill will extend the advantages of pre-clearance to all modes of transportation in both countries, in keeping with future agreements. Canada and the U.S. have already announced their intention to expand with the International Airport in Quebec City, Jean-Lesage, Billy Bishop Airport in Toronto, Montreal Central Rail Station, and Le Montagnard in the Rockies in BC. These sites have been the subject of agreements entered into in Washington last March.
Made these announcements. The necessary American legislation was adopted last December. It is now time for Canada to do likewise so we can move forward with this important initiative. Bill C-23 will allow us to build on more than 60 years of pre-clearance cooperation. I encourage all members to give this legislation their support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing that we're out of time, the honourable member will have 5 minutes of questions coming to her when we debate this topic again. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 1st, I rose in this House to ask the Minister of Justice a question in respect of mandatory jail terms. And I asked the question because the Minister of Justice has repeatedly said that as part of the government's so-called comprehensive review of the criminal code, that mandatory jail terms are on the line, that it is the intention of the government to roll back mandatory jail terms and therefore roll back holding criminals accountable for their crimes by ensuring that sentencing is consistent with the seriousness of an offense. Now, while the minister has repeatedly stated that the government intends to roll back mandatory jail terms, indeed, CBC reporter Alison Crawford reported on February 11th, the minister stating that work is well underway to eliminating many mandatory jail terms. The one thing that the minister has refused to do is say exactly which mandatory jail terms she has a problem with. There are dozens and dozens of mandatory jail terms in the criminal code. And I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians have a right to know just which mandatory jail terms the minister has a problem with. And more than that, victims have a right to know. And so I put to the minister the question that I put to her on November 1st, and that is just which mandatory jail terms does the minister have a problem with? Is it the mandatory jail term for selling drugs near a school? Or is it the mandatory jail term for child pornography? Or is it the mandatory jail term with respect to drive-by shootings? Or perhaps it's the mandatory jail term for murder. Just which mandatory jail term does the Minister have a problem with?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to discuss both the question from my colleague, the member for St. Albert Edmonton, as well as our government's answer. As we have said on numerous occasions, there is going to be a comprehensive criminal justice review. And as part of that process, we will take a careful look at mandatory minimum sentences. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice have been quite clear that as a matter of principle, our government believes and supports mandatory minimum sentences for the most serious offences. In her mandate letter from the Prime Minister, the Minister of Justice has been asked to review the changes to sentencing reforms over the past decade to ensure that we are increasing the safety of our communities, addressing gaps, and ensuring that current provisions are aligned with the objectives of the criminal justice system. Our government believes it is important to ensure that all of our laws, including those with mandatory minimums, are effective in meeting their objectives. In other words, the promotion of public security as a paramount consideration, and that they are, more importantly, consistent with individuals' constitutionally protected rights. The cornerstone of sentencing in Canada, Mr. Speaker, is that sentences will be both fit and just. What this means is that they must reflect the degree of responsibility of the offender and the gravity of the offence. Responsible sentencing and making sure that the punishment fits the crime is essential to ensuring a safer Canada, a Canada with communities that are better served and protected by our criminal justice system. While mandatory minimums may be appropriate for the most serious offences, their increased use over the past decade presents pressing issues and challenges. Particularly, their increased use has resulted in a large number of challenges under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Numerous of these challenges have been successful before the Supreme Court of Canada. For instance, in the case of Regina versus Muir and Lloyd, the Supreme Court of Canada found that both the mandatory minimum sentences which were in question there were unconstitutional, but at the same time provided important new direction on mandatory minimum penalties and how they should be addressed in the context of the criminal justice system. If they do not comport with the new direction that has been given by the Supreme Court of Canada, we believe that mandatory minimums will be vulnerable to constitutional challenge and may constitute cruel and unusual punishment, which in and of itself would be a violation under the Charter. The evidence also demonstrates that mandatory minimum penalties negatively impact the criminal justice system in some circumstances. Mandatory minimums have lengthened the time required to complete cases by causing increases in charter challenges and thereby extending the amount of time required for trials. This is unfair to victims, to their families, who have to wait longer for a resolution of their case. By reducing the number of mandatory minimums, our government will also reduce delays in our courts, and I know that that is something that the honourable member across the aisle would support. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want a criminal justice system that is compassionate to victims, that holds offenders to account for their crimes, and that protects Canadians. These are the objectives that guide our government in its consideration of reforms to the criminal justice system, to the sentencing regime, and to mandatory minimum sentences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert to Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps, first of all, I would just like to welcome the Parliamentary Secretary to his new role. I haven't had the opportunity to congratulate him in this House, and I certainly look forward to working constructively with him on a number of matters. With respect to his answer, though, however, I must say I didn't receive a clear answer in terms of just which mandatory jail terms the Minister of Justice has a problem with. The Parliamentary Secretary did refer to the Lloyd decision. That was a decision that struck down a very specific mandatory jail term on the basis of Section 12 of the Charter, cruel and unusual punishment. I would note, however, Mr. Speaker, that at paragraph 24 of the Lloyd decision, the Supreme Court affirmed that in the context of striking down a section on the basis of Section 12, that there is a very high standard.
Secretary.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for his congratulations, and I too look forward to working with him. Of course, part of the process requires careful consideration, and in the context of that careful consideration, it would be premature to identify the exact sections or criminal offenses which our government is at this stage going to be revisiting mandatory minimum sentences. And so before we get to that point, we would want to consult with the criminal law profession, which we are doing. We would want to consult with other stakeholders, including the families and the victims and those who are negatively impacted by crimes. We would want to consult with communities who have been disproportionately impacted by the criminal justice system so that we can take a balanced approach, a measured approach, one that is not vulnerable to the same kind of constitutional challenges which we have seen successfully brought before the Supreme Court of Canada in the last 10 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm rising today on a question that I originally put to the Minister of National Defence on November 16th of last year to talk about the peacekeeping mission and specifically to raise concern over the danger in this mission and the number of heavy weapons that the militants, whether they're ISIS terrorists, Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, or even separatist forces that are fighting against the UN peacekeepers in West Africa have access to. Now, we know, Mr. Speaker, that, of course, November 16th was just after Remembrance Day, and we just witnessed the Minister of National Defence actually use Remembrance Day as a platform to explain that he was going to extend the mission for our UN peacekeeping troops here in Canada to be in Mali or be someplace in Africa for up to 3 years. Not a time or a place to be making those types of policy announcements on a day when we are to be commemorating those who have served this country and so many have fallen in defending our rights and our values and fighting all sorts of atrocities and oppression and tyrants around the world. Now, we know, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister wants us to be back into this peacekeeping theater because he's trying to get a seat for himself at the UN Security Council. Now, I have to make sure that everyone's aware that the Mali mission, the mission that is rumored to be where Canadian troops are going to be stationed, is the most deadliest mission for UN peacekeepers anywhere in the world. Over 100 peacekeepers have already died since 2012 in Mali. And that's not counting the number of troops that have been killed that are there as part of the French forces that aren't part of the UN peacekeeping mission, or the Germans who are part of the European mission. Now, just in 2016 alone, 26 UN peacekeepers have died. Now, the Mali mission only represents 15% of the entire UN peacekeeping troops around the world, only 15%, but yet the Mali mission represents 90% of the death rate. That is unacceptable. Now, we know, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of National Defence has said that we would be going, he would be laying out the UN peace operations that Canada was going to be involved in by the end of 2016. Well, here we are, almost 2 months into 2017, and we still have the Liberals waffling, dithering, and delaying on this announcement. Now, in the question that I raised back in November 16th, it was in reference to a report that was put together by the Conflict Armament Research Group, which is based out of the United Kingdom and France. And they were able to identify a pile of weapons that had previously been in Libya, were now in the hands of ISIS terrorists as well as militants in Mali. And we're talking about Russian-manufactured surface-to-air missile manned portable defense systems, the MANPAD, Polish assault rifles, Belgian and French manufactured mortar rounds, 60 millimeter and 81 millimeter, do a pile of damage, ammunition that also was found in Burkina Faso and the Ivory Coast. They're seeing Chinese-type assault rifles that were manufactured only in 2011, all throughout West Africa, which makes it incredibly dangerous for our troops that have to be stationed over in the UN mission in Mali. So again, I come back to the government. When are they going to release the details? Are they going to be putting our troops into harm's way under a UN mission with convoluted chains of command and heavily bureaucratic systems that make it impossible to do the job of actually peacekeeping?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank my honourable colleague for his question and for giving me this opportunity to discuss a topic that is so important. Our government is resolutely engaged internationally and contributes in many ways to making the world a safer place. In accordance with a mandate given to the Minister of National Defence and to the Minister of International Affairs in August, the government has been engaged in peacekeeping operations under the United Nations. In August, Canada committed to deploying up to 600 Canadian Forces members within United Nations peacekeeping operations. The 3-year deployment is part of a government strategy with a $450 million budget. It brings together a number of departments. Canada has also said it was ready to welcome the next meeting of Ministers of Defence in 2017, the Ministers of Defence of UN peacekeeping mission countries. In autumn, the Minister of Defence went to Africa twice to collect information and gain a better understanding of local and regional needs. He met with representatives of African governments, diplomats, UN representatives, as well as people working on the ground as part of NGOs. However, no decision was made regarding the location or duration of such deployment. No deadline has been established with regard to when a decision will be taken. Mr. Speaker, we have carefully examined the options of UN-directed missions and other international missions. Our analysis is continuing and we have very clear goals. The security of our men and women in uniform is extremely important, and this is what is guiding our planning and decision-making process. We will always act with a goal of minimizing the risks to which Canadian Armed Forces personnel are exposed. We want to ensure that personnel deployed as part of peacekeeping missions are properly equipped and have the training they need to satisfactorily complete the missions with which they are tasked. It behooves us to ensure that before we deploy our troops, we make sure that we can maximize the impact of our presence and of our actions. We believe that we need sound rules of engagement to ensure that our missions are successful. Those rules of engagement make it possible for troops to defend themselves and to defend the people with whom they work. This applies to UN peacekeeping operations. Regardless of what sort of mission it is, the Chief of Defence Staff will ensure that our troops are well commanded. We also have to ensure that our approach is well understood by our friends in order to maximize the impact on the ground. During a conference held in Ottawa last week, defence experts applauded Canada's wisdom and pragmatic approach in evaluating situations properly before engaging in deployment. As I said earlier, that decision rests on proper assessment so that Canada can act optimally militarily with regard to security, with regard to humanitarian issues, and that it continues to act in a pan-government context. We are determined to take tangible measures and to play a constructive role to make Canada a safer place. We are proud to show that we are willing to revitalize our commitment to the United Nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the Parliamentary Secretary that, although I appreciate his comments, but Canada's experience in UN peacekeeping missions in Africa of recent history, like Rwanda and Somalia, have been terrible. There's reasons why so many of our NATO partners are no longer participating in UN missions. The command structures have continually fallen apart. Populations are still left vulnerable to protect themselves, and the rule of law is always abandoned. Now, what comes back is that we're not getting transparency from the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. Just like Op Impact in Iraq, we're not getting the right technical briefings. The minister said that he'd tell us what was going to happen before the end of 2016, and here we are at the end of February, and still no details. We have to make sure that this mission, before our troops are deployed, come into this chamber for a full debate and a vote to ensure that our troops know that Parliament stands behind them. And I demand that the government do just that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to take tangible action and to play a constructive role to contribute to making the world a safer place. Almost 70% of Canadians are in favour of deploying Canadian armed forces in conflict zones as part of UN peacekeeping missions. Some 80% of Canadians believe that taking part in such missions is a good or very good use of Canadian Armed Forces personnel and equipment. That support is very consistent across Canada. Canadians understand how important it is for Canada to support peacekeeping operations and to be a responsible member of the United Nations. Mr. Speaker, I would reiterate that we very carefully examine all options to see how Canadian Armed Forces can best contribute to peacekeeping and to continued security. I would like to thank my colleague for his interest and concern for the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Oise.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 6th, a couple of weeks ago, I rose in the House to call on the government and the Prime Minister, who is also the Minister responsible for youth, to invest urgently in Katimavik, which is a program for young people across the country. It offers them a wonderful experience to gain experience working in communities, etc. Their leadership contacted us and told us that between now and the 31st of March, Katimavik would have to close down for a lack of funding. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment said at the time that helping young people to gain work experience was one of the priorities of the government. However, in his reply, there was no announcement of funding. We've heard nothing. It's been 18 months now since the Liberals have been in power, and there hasn't been a single penny invested in Katimavik. It will be celebrating its 40th anniversary in 2017, and this might well be the last anniversary it will ever celebrate, even though it's helped 35,000 young people gain important experience. The days are numbered, and shortly it will have to close up shop because there's been no announcement for funding. In 2012, the federal government cut all funding to Katimavik. At the time, the member for Papineau, our current Prime Minister, was an MP, and he called on the Conservatives to show some integrity and to admit that young people weren't important to them. The Prime Minister at the time committed to reinvesting so that Katimavik would be restored, funding would be restored, and now Katimavik needs just over $11 million. There was funding announced over 5 years for young people when the Liberals took power, but we haven't seen a single cent spent on Katimavik since the Liberals took power. But it helps young people to be committed. It promotes knowledge of the First Nations, people from other cultures and other regions. Every day the Liberals say that it's one of their priorities, working on reconciliation with Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal peoples. This type of project could represent a good investment to focus on reconciliation. There is a concept that is unique to Katimavik. Young people can do volunteer work in Aboriginal communities. And every dollar spent on Katimavik brings back $2.20 into the community. So these are young people, 15 to 29. They're the hardest hit by unemployment and by the unstable job market. They're the ones participating in Katimavik. There's also a program for young Aboriginal people, and we know that in Aboriginal people, the suicide rate is 5 to 7 times higher than in the other population. So, Katimavik is calling on the government to establish pluriannual funding for programming on reconciliation. So what are the Liberals going to do between now and March 31st to save Katimavik?
To the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the NDP for bringing this important matter forward. And again, I'd like to reiterate that this government understands the significance, the importance, just the role that Katimavik has played in the lives of so many young Canadians over the years, and so many communities have benefited from the program as well. I want to single out the efforts of my colleague, the member from Ville-Marie-le-Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs, who has worked hard on this file, worked with the Katimavik organization over the last while to try to find resolution to this particular issue. And my colleague did mention something that was absolutely accurate, in that the previous Conservative government put a cap on funding for Katimavik back in 2012. And really, and I know she's an experienced member of the House now, I believe she's in her 6th year, she would know that over the past rule of Conservative governments, over that 10 years of governance by the Conservatives, funding for youth programs continued to decline, and Katimavik was one of the areas. You look at funding for youth summer programs, and that money, that particular envelope was frozen in 2007. There wasn't any increase for student employment in 2007 until our last budget, where we doubled the amount, the Liberal government doubled the amount of investment that was made in summer students, and we almost doubled the number of jobs. Obviously, what we saw over the period of Conservative rule was that pool of money stayed the same. Minimum wage allocations grew in each of the provinces, so that pool of money was sort of carved out and cut up differently with the minimum wage responsibility. So there were fewer and fewer students that were being able to benefit from that investment in student programming. The other thing that we invested in, and I know the member would have seen the merit in this, would be the student grants. And we saw low-income students who struggle in this country. We saw significant investment in student grants. Low-income students were eligible they went from $2,000 grant ceiling to $3,000 for full-time. Part-time went from $1,200 to $1,800, certainly making it more accessible for young people to get the education, because they aren't getting work if they don't get the education. So we know that accessibility to education is key and is central. But this government, we believe in providing young Canadians with an opportunity to join the workforce, start that resume off, get the important skills that they need to be a constructive member of the workforce. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to that, and we'll continue to make those key targeted investments so that young Canadians can benefit.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, my colleague isn't answering my question on Katimavik. Specifically, on March 31st, they will be facing problems. It's now February 21st. If nothing is done on the Liberal side, it'll be closing up shop. The Liberals have been in power for 18 months. They promised $105 million over 5 years. We haven't seen a penny. $11.5 million is required to help Katimavik provide an excellent experience for 1,700 young people. The member opposite hasn't answered the question. Otherwise, Katimavik will be shutting down completely on March 31st. The president of Katimavik has said this. Is Katimavik important for them? Yes or no? If not, and if yes, will they invest?
Mr. Speaker, in the last election, the number of young Canadians between the ages of 18 and 24, the number of those young Canadians that turned out to vote to support the ambitious agenda of this Prime Minister, to support this Prime Minister, increased by 20%. 20%, Mr. Speaker, because they believed that he understood what was important to those young Canadians, and he absolutely does, and he's committed to it. With regard to Katimavik, I asked my colleague, the NDP is yet to form government. They had a cup of coffee in opposition, official opposition. They've yet to form government. Mr. Speaker, things are being done on the file. Things are being done on the file, and I guess my best advice to her is stay tuned.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted.
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.